Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 4 of the Marketers Forum hosted by the Los Angeles Tribune. It is such a delight to be here with you all today. If you're tuning in live, we encourage you to share with us in the comments where you're tuning in from, what you're looking forward to for today, day 4 of the Marketers Forum. Michael, it's day 4. We've been here for 3 days. We're continuing with so many different dialogues around marketing, connection, strategies on how to build community. How are you feeling today, Michael?
It's a great day. If you think of the other day, really what it was like, it was so amazing to have. Here goes my throat. Excuse me. It was so great to have. I mean, we literally had Dan Kennedy and we had Dr. Joseph Vitale, and then we had Motoko Hamada, who's one of the largest Japanese media companies on the planet. And then we have Joseph McClendon step off stage, run to the room, got to go back to be on with Deepak, and from Australia, jump on with us. That's what our show's been like. So it's just great. We're looking for another great day, and we're going to have a great day today. It's just amazing. Karen, what do you think?
Oh, my goodness, Michael. It's just been incredible. You think, wow, this has been amazing. It can't get any better, could it? And it does. It just keeps getting better and better. And we have an amazing lineup today. I can't wait to hear Craig Deswell. Hold on, because he is so incredible to listen to. He connects with everyone, like you said, Ava, and he is just so funny, but he is just so heartfelt too. So I can't wait for all of our speakers today.
That's so wonderful. Rex, how are you feeling going into day 4 of the Marketers Forum?
Well, I feel fantastic. I think it's another opportunity for people to go beyond what they've known, try something different, implement things. If you always do what you always did, you always get what you always got. And so this is an invitation to do that extra step or extra piece or a little bit that can really move the needle forward for you. So skyrocket, strap yourself in and get ready for a fantastic day.
Love that, Rex. All about taking action. Once you hear insights, how can you implement and take action? Ava Emanuel, editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune. How are you feeling going to day 4 of the Marketers Forum?
Oh my gosh, Alicia. One of the things that we always say, it takes one idea that you implement to change your life. And I am looking forward to lives change around the globe. Personally, I have had so many moments of life change, where life will never be the same again, and it will go a totally different direction, and the trajectory goes a different direction because of something that you heard from someone that just changed your insight, changed your mindset, changed your belief, upgraded your ability to see things, be able to almost see greater and see bigger. The other day, my phone went on the Zoom mode and I literally can't unlock it because 8 and 9 are missing. It's on the other side. And that's what happens when our perspectives are too zoomed in. But when we hear from people who allows us a greater perspective, things that normally aren't in our radar, that we don't see, we don't perceive, we don't understand, gets exposed to us, and we've got a greater understanding. And so I am looking forward to trajectories of lives change around the globe, ripple effects, the gifts of the Los Angeles Tribune being brought to the planet, complimentary for free as a public service. The vision of our CEO Morak, our vice president supporting it, Michael Silvers, and all of our hosts. We've got such generous hosts who are giving their time, like Rex, Karen, Parisa, Julianne, Donna, and so we all kind of pitch in. So you are part of this journey. I would love for you to make sure that you share this, this show. Tag people who would want to really benefit more. It's Saturday, right? So we have a great opportunity for people. What else would you rather do than up level your skills? The 24th, it's the 23rd today. Let's finish 2024 strong and 2025 rocket ship, like Rex said. Back to you, Alicia.
That's so wonderful, Ava. I mean, that's what it's all about. One strategy, one perspective can shift your mind. And, it's also a call and invitation for people to put themselves out there, to put their story out there, because everyone's stories matter. And we've been learning throughout the Marketers Forum that stories connect. Ava, I know you're with one of the Los Angeles Tribune critically acclaimed bestsellers, Mark Najar, whose book just came Fires to Fortune, at a conference where he's speaking today and telling his story for the first time on a large stage. That is what it's all about. For those of you that are tuning in, we encourage you to register at themarketersforum.com so that you can get all of the wonderful recaps and insights from this program. You can also learn more about the Los Angeles Tribune at latribuneonline.com. You can also visit our digital news at the Los Angeles Tribune.com. So we're about to kick off day 4 of the Marketers Forum. You just heard from some of our co-hosts here. We have to say once again, thank you to the visionary leadership of our CEO, Mo Rock, who's on a mission to educate, inspire, and empower individuals with content just like what you're about to hear today. So we're going to hand it off to Michael Silvers to kick us off further for day 4.
All right, everybody. I will see you all back soon.
Take it away, Michael.
But thank you. Have a great day, everybody. It's really about how we make a difference and really what that is. And so I'm about to bring up my first gentleman host. I'm going to see you guys later. Oh, do we need to? There we go. There we go. I thought I need to do switching. The next gentleman I'm going to bring up, it's amazing because I'm just going to bring you up, then I'll talk about you. The next gentleman I'm about to bring up who's staring at me right now is staring at all of you. It's great because what's going on right now, Craig, is we have listeners. We have listeners from Tasmania to the Philippines to people in Estonia to people checking in from Dubai. So we have listeners all over the world. And the greatest thing about this is they're getting up. In Tasmania, he just said it's 5 a.m. It's like they're here, they're on, they're ready. So we have it from Singapore. It's middle of the night, and they don't care. This next gentleman is here. I'm going to let him do what's called earn the right. Everybody, we know we teach and we train as we do this, but he has literally spoken around the world. He has been with some of the greatest rock stars on the planet, and he's lived a life that a lot of us would dream of and none of us would want, if you know what I mean. He'll tell you that. So at the same time, he's changed tens of thousands of lives. We put him on stages for years at Peak Potentials. And he's just doing amazing things. Let's give it up. A thunderous round of applause. Put a 1 in the chat for Mr. Craig Duswalt. Craig, how you doing?
Michael. Hey, my voice is like yours. I've been doing so many podcasts. I'm like, oh my gosh. But it's fun. Yeah. Hey, I've been to all those places that you just mentioned with Guns N' Roses. I've been to all those places. So I know all the people online right now. I know everybody.
That's amazing. I knew your reach was big, but you know what I'm saying? It's good. Oh, the ones are pouring in. This is great. All right, tell us a little bit about you and your background.
So, I graduated college in 1983, got a job in a theater in Long Island, New York, because I wanted to be an actor. I went to school for business marketing, but I wanted to be an actor. So I got a job at a theater thinking, if I get a job at this theater, maybe they'll discover me. So little did I know what happened was Air Supply came in and did 2 shows, Friday night and Saturday night. Friday night, I worked the show as a runner backstage, getting people drinks and towels and driving them back and forth to do errands. So I was like the gopher, the low man on the totem pole. And I'd worked that Friday night. Saturday night, the next night, Air Supply is performing again, but I'm not scheduled to work, but my mom wants to go see Air Supply. So she said, take me to the show. So 2 weeks out of college, I'm going to a concert with my mom, so my dating life is over. But anyway, I go to the concert, and my mom says, I want to meet the band. You work here, so get me backstage. So I'm like, great. My mother's a groupie. So I take her backstage. They meet the band. She meets the band, and their band's security guard, this big 6'5", 350-pound, huge muscle guy, comes up to me, and he said, you were the guy that was working here last night, right? And I'm like, yes, I am, Mr. Very Large Man. And he goes, how much do you make a week here? And I'm thinking it's none of his business, but he's huge, so I should answer the question. I said about $150 a week. And he said, how would you like to quadruple that? And so many things went through my mind of what this man wanted me to do to him for $600 a week. But I'm like, no, I'm in. Whatever you want, I'll do it. And he said, the band saw you working last night. They love your positive attitude and your energy, and they want to know if you want to go on the road. To make a very long story short, next day there was a limousine at my house, took me to the airport on a Learjet to Wallingford, Connecticut, and I toured with Air Supply for 7 years, simply because I was always doing my best just in case someone was watching. So I teach marketing, and that's the biggest thing. I could teach you all the marketing skills in the world, but if you're walking around like Eeyore and from Winnie the Pooh, and life is horrible, no one's going to want to work with you. You have to have positive attitude and energy. And so after that, I got a job with Guns N' Roses because the manager of Guns N' Roses was the security guard from Air Supply, and we just connected again. And I toured with Guns N' Roses for 4 years. And then after that, really quick, I became a speaker. And I have all these great stories, and I teach entrepreneurs how to be rock stars in their industry. And it's been going unbelievable. And like Michael said, I've known Michael for a very long time. We've spoken on many of the same stages. And I appreciate you guys bringing me in today.
Yeah, it's great to have you here. And it's the kind of thing that we make a difference every single day with everything we're doing. I mean, we got to hang out with Dan Kennedy the other day, which is, for a lot of us was amazing, a beginning. And, in his stories, and even just spending time with him offline and listening to just sort of what he did. He talks a lot about Zig Ziglar. That was a real close friend of his. But, it's changing though. Marketing and sales is the same, and it's changing at the same time. Can you talk a little bit about, and because that's been a lot of the questions we've been getting from our audience, because they're all entrepreneurs, they're small business owners. We have a lot of large business owners, but they're really looking at marketing it's the same, but it's still shifting. Can you talk about that?
Yeah. I do seminars. I used to do really large seminars, 500 to 700 people. I still believe in doing live seminars, but this online thing is a whole new world. So now I'm focused. I'm 63 years old, and I'm focused on doing smaller seminars in my speaking world to teach rock stars how to be entrepreneurs, because I actually get to talk to them and have relationships with people. So it's all about relationship marketing now. Yeah, we put out blasts and email blasts, and I could teach you. I'll share some outside the box marketing ideas. But if you're not connecting one-on-one with people anymore, like literally one-on-one, we're just a number online. And I'll just give you an example. So I have this new company, Michael. It's called DAM. It's Disrupt Artist Management Network. And my partner, his name is John Reese. John Reese was the tour manager for Guns N' Roses. And him and I are managing bands. So I'm back in the music industry, but we're putting on big events. And we're planning an event in February, how to break into the music industry. And we're bringing in all the top music industry people for 2 days in Palm Springs. So here's my point, though. I started saying to John, my partner, no, man, let's just go small. Let's just do a small event, because I'm done with the stress of putting on a big event. And he's like, no, you got to go big. You got to go big, because no one is doing that anymore. Everyone's so fearful because of what happened with COVID and all that. And they're afraid now. And we got to hold on to our small little thing. But he's telling me we're getting all the top industry people in the music industry, like the top people, Live Nation people, CAA, Creative Artist Agency people, the top security guy, the top caterer. So if you want to break into the music industry, whether you're a band or anything, they're going to flock to this thing because it's big and it's exciting. And that's what a lot of people aren't doing now. They're making their brands, it's not exciting. Like this LA Tribune thing is exciting. You guys had Dan Kennedy, Joseph McClendon, all these amazing people, and Dr. Joe Vitale, all these amazing people. That's why people are coming, because it's big, because it's exciting, because it's the place to be. But most people come from fear, and they're a little scared to go big, so they dip their toe, and it just doesn't work anymore. So, but it starts with one-on-one relationships and meeting people and relationship marketing. Like I said, I have all these outside the box marketing ideas, which I touch on at my seminars, but it's not even the main focus anymore. It used to be how to get people to go to your internet, your webpage, how to get people to do emails. No, it's different now. You got to connect with people one-on-one.
Yeah, I agree. It's really changed. And there is that difference that we're finding. It's building that relationship, and people have that tendency, because we used to do, we still do big events, and you do too. but it's even, how do I build the relation? I talked about this with Joseph the other day, build the relationship with the person in the, back in the nosebleed section, and there's 12,000 people between you and them. And if you look at, you came from the rock industry, which has been doing that forever.
Yeah,
it's about, because even the way they set the AV, right? It's connecting with everyone.
Yeah. Can I interrupt for a second? Here's the other thing that bands are doing now, and they're all doing it now, is that VIP room, the extra money to actually go and meet the band. So I'm not just one in 80,000 people. I'm not just one in 15,000 people. I'm going to go backstage. I mean, when I was there, we never had VIP. You had to, like, I gave out backstage passes just in the audience. Right. But now you can pay to play. And I'll do that all day long. If I could get a picture with somebody that's well-known, a business leader or something, I'll pay to play as a sponsor or something, because I just want to meet them. Because I know if I meet them, I could, say some really cool things that they probably will remember me.
Right. And the greatest thing about that is you see that everywhere, because we've gone to a lot of concerts, right? And we continue to see that happening. And that it's that relationship that really builds that long-term, the know, like, and trust. Mm-hmm. Because that is really it's the one thing we've done at the Los Angeles Tribune. It's very much a small community. If you think of, even though the numbers are big on the shows, we're still a very tight community, and it's very much a know, like, and trust. And who's that next person who's going to join that community? Which you did at Barnes and Noble. You were great right after Sheila E. And you were just great. So we're going to run out of time before we know what happens. You know how that game goes. So could you give them a couple things they could, first of all, take away right now that they could use this week in their business and their life and their strategies? And then we'll chat more after that.
Sounds good.
I'm just going to let you run.
What was that?
I'm just going to let you run for the next 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, that's good. So at my seminars, I teach marketing, right? And I have actually 254 outside the box marketing ideas that you could do in your business to get noticed or get people to relate to you or know who you are, or even just get to meet you. So I'll just share some of them. So I have some props. So this is my favorite one. This is just a regular white envelope. And what I do with these, so first of all, I hate cold calling. I will never do it. I hate when people cold call me. So I just don't want to do that for my business. So if I'm putting on an event and I need a sponsor for my event, or I just want someone to come to my event, I have a database, which I blast emails to, and Facebook and all the social media. But if I want to hit someone up like one-on-one that I really don't know, but I just want to meet them, and I think they would be a good sponsor for my event, and I think they would be a good audience member, I do this. So I send say I'm trying to connect with someone named John Smith. So I write on the envelope John Smith, and I put his address, and in the return address up here, I put my address, and I also put my telephone number. So I lick the envelope and I put a stamp on it, and I mail it, and John Smith will get the envelope in the mail. He opens it, and there's nothing in the envelope. There's nothing there. So what John does all the time when I do this is he's like, oh my God, there's nothing here. Oh, good. He left his telephone number in the return address label. So John Smith will call me up and say, hey, Craig, this is weird, but my name is John, and I just received an envelope from you, but it was empty. And I'm just wondering what was in the envelope. And I said, nothing. I just wanted to talk to you because I think you would be a great sponsor for my event. Da, 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 da. And one of two things happened. This never happens where the main thing that happens is he says, wow, pretty clever to get me on the phone like that. Once in a blue moon, they get mad at me and they say, dude, that's pathetic. I can't believe you did that. I'm like, dude, you called me. I didn't call you. So the beauty of it is you don't even have to feel guilty because they called you. And if they get mad at you, which no one ever does, you just say, hey, you called me. I didn't call you. But the beauty of this is it's an icebreaker. It always works. They always say, wow, that's a pretty good way to get me on the phone. And then you start talking to them. You share a story about your event, and they end up sponsoring your event just because they're like, that's interesting. I think I want to work with someone like you because I've never had that done to me before. So that's just one. Here's another one. golf balls. I'm an avid golfer. And if you are a golfer, you'll know that most people suck at golf, but they play and they love golf. So what I do is I put my website address on cheaper golf balls. And while I'm playing golf, I sprinkle these golf balls in roughs outside the fairway, on the sides of the fairway, in the trees, with my logo on it, and a logo that goes to an upcoming event that I have. Most golfers will hit their balls in the rough. They'll see the golf ball with my logo on it, with a website to sign up for my next event. I've got many people, and golfers are usually well off and they have a lot of money and they come to your events. So spread golf balls with your logo in it. Yeah, the rough has never been so desirable. Exactly. Here's another one that I love doing. If you have an office, like a physical office where, your office is on the street or in an office park or something, I have many times, when I first started as a speaker, I have people picket, Picket, outside my office, walking back and forth all day in front of the traffic that is going. But they're not picketing bad things. They're saying, Craig Duswalt rocks. I love working here. Here's a website address for his next event. And people are just walking around carrying these signs that the traffic that's passing by all day is looking at. Once again, it's like a walking billboard of your event, or just telling people that Craig Duswalt's a pretty cool dude. And what they end up doing, they go home and they Google my name, and then they see my events and they see that I toured with Guns N' Roses and I got some funny stories, And my last one that I'll share before the big one is, I used to be a real estate agent. When you're selling a house, the real estate agents always have the open house signs on the street. So I used to take these signs and put them up even when I'm not selling my house. So I would put signs up to direct them to my house that I still live in. And they would come into my house and they're like, oh, can I get a flyer for this house? How much is it? And I said, oh, I'm not selling the house. I'm selling my books and tickets to my next event. So what happens is people walk into my house and they feel so weird that they're there, because they're not really supposed to be there, because they think it's an open house because I'm selling my house, that they eventually buy at least a book, because they're like, oh, yeah, I guess I'll take a book for $20. And they walk out, and I can imagine the conversation as they're leaving my house. What just happened? I just bought a book. I was trying to buy a house and I just bought someone's book. What just happened? But again, it's billboards of open house and then flyers to your event instead of flyers for the selling the house. And then the last one is my best one. I always end my talks with this, is I teach people to write books. So I write like 96-page books, and this is a bigger one. This is, I think, 100 and something pages. Anyway, so it's called, this last one was Deliver Your Message Like a Rock Star. Always put your picture and your name on the front cover of the book, because you're positioning yourself as an expert in your field. So anyway, you take a book, you read a book, and I take like 15 of these books and I put them in my backpack. And I go to either my local Barnes and Noble, or I go, if I'm going to an airport, I take them there. And what I do is, let's just say I'm in Barnes and Noble. I have my backpack with 15 of these books in, and I go to the marketing section of Barnes and Noble, and I kneel down, I take my 15 books out, and I put them on the shelf. And that is called reverse shoplifting. It's a thing. Do you know that people spend thousands of dollars to learn how to get their books on bookshelves? I'm like, just put them there yourselves. Why is this so difficult? Why can't you just put your books on the bookshelf? You can't really get in trouble, because they're actually, if you have a barcode on the back, they'll scan it and they'll get the money. So it's like not a big deal to me. I have people doing this all over the country. Reverse shoplifting is actually my number one tip. I have in airports, every time I'm going through an airport, I always take my book, and the Hudson News always has the New York Times best-selling books out in the hallway. So I always walk by and I put my book under number one and I keep going. It's kind of funny.
That's why I see your books everywhere. Everywhere I go.
Just put your books everywhere.
You know, Greg,
anyway,
actually, it was just asked online, by the way, really quickly. Can you actually, they'd like to know the name of your book, because some people, they'd like to buy it. So can you let us know the name of your book, and my staff can put it up?
Called, I have 14 books, but this one's called Deliver Your Message Like a Rock Star. It's on Amazon and Barnes & Noble.
Fantastic.
And then,
Karen,
here's my
Karen
Guns N' Roses book. Here's my Guns N' Roses book. Welcome to My Jungle. It's my days with Guns N' Roses.
Love it. Love it. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That's awesome. You know, it's really, you know, for the audience, again, these are things. It's why do you have a mentor? This is exactly why you have a mentor. You exactly have a mentor because these are things that you say, oh, that's so simple, but someone thought about it. So really work with the people that are doing that and keep the mentoring moving forward.
Yeah.
Do you have a mentor? Do you work with mentors?
James Malinchak was my first mentor. I have many Larry Broughton and I are mentors to each other. Larry Broughton is a serial entrepreneur. He owns a lot of hotels. But I'll say this, I have a mastermind with 112 people in my mastermind. And I run the masterminds, a Rockstar Masterminds. But here's the thing, I'm not an expert in all these arenas. I have 112 mentors, even though I'm the one running it and I'm the mentor. But I consider all those 112 valuable pieces because I learn from them as well. I'm not above learning from anybody, you know, and that's the key. Ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask the stupid question, you know?
Yeah, you know, and that's a really important piece because always ask. As entrepreneurs, we always try to do it ourselves. Stop doing it yourself, right?
Never going to happen.
Yeah.
Michael, the connections alone. The connections alone. So I think of this. I have 112 people in my seminar, in my mastermind. And those 112 people know at least 10 people each. You know, the reach is just, so the connections. And I'm doing this event, like I said, how to break into the music industry, February 21 and 22 in Palm Springs. My son has a band, Thredge. One of my kids is in this huge band, Thredge. We are doing this for other reasons, but you don't think I'm going to bring Thredge to the event and meet everybody in the industry, Live Nation, agents, producers, engineers, all these people that I'm hooking up with them, but that's what it is. That's why you go to these events. You meet people. Larry and I are doing an event December 6th and 7th in Los Angeles. How to get PR. It's on my website, rockyourlifeconference.com. But here, it's all about this. How do you get free PR? How do you get free media? You know people, you connect with people. And then there's ways of getting free PR just by who you know. But you have to kind of go to things to meet people. You can't do it by yourself. I'm pretty successful in this. I wouldn't even think of doing this by myself. Because I could cut down the timeline of being successful by years by working with other people that do it. Like you. Michael is huge in this industry. You get to know Michael Silvers and look what happens. Look, you know, I'm on this thing, you know, because I know Michael and I know Mary and I know
Mary. Right. And Mary really put us all together.
Yeah, Mary Glorfield.
We had her on yesterday, actually. You know, Mary just loves to be on camera, but so I keep pushing her limits all the time as she pushes mine.
Yeah.
You know, but it's, you know, we only have a couple minutes here, but you know, the greatest thing is I'm thinking right away, oh my gosh, we got to get on the phone next week because with some of the things we're doing, some of the things you're doing, we got to rock them together.
Yeah. And because I'll tell you, Michael, I want to talk to you about the DAM event. We do DAM podcast, the DAM event in February, because we're going to have so many people there. So I want to introduce the LA Tribune to all these people in February. It's going to be massive. So,
well, I'm telling you, Dan, we got to, Dan, we just got to damn well get together. So, you know, this has been great. And normally we don't do this, but I think what you're bringing out to the world, especially from the music side, because we actually are looking at that side, so we have to talk about that too. But from the music side, because I think you're doing something very different. Can you again, and team, can you just listen to this so then they can type it? What's the site they can go to find out? Is that music site? Is the music event ready yet? Is it live anywhere?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on one
Because
second.
that is so different, and nobody's had that. And so for those of you in the music industry, and again, we have a lot of people in the music industry. Part of the Spanish Journal is coming up, which is really exciting. We're gonna have Sheila back at the the Barnes and Noble. Congratulations to her and her brilliance for just getting the Grammy nod. But it's so different. I want to make sure that everybody knows where to go for that, because I think that's
I'm trying to put it in the comments, but it won't let me, but that's okay. So it's called disruptartistmanagementnetwork.com. And I know it's long. And then you just click on events. Disruptartistmanagementnetwork.com. And then just click on events, and it's February 21st, 22nd. Details are coming soon. But Michael, here's the deal. You bring up a great point. You're right. No one has done this, but we're doing that's what we're starting with, how to break into the music industry. Our podcast is going to be called The Damn Podcast and all these things. But listen, how to break into the speaking industry is another thing we could do. We have an MMA guy that we're working with, how to break into the MMA. So let's just use the music industry. It's not just bands. It's not just musicians. It's people like take a caterer. I'm a caterer, but I want to break into how do I get to be backstage and feed the bands in the catering? There's that. How to break into the music industry as a security guard. How to break into the music as an engineer. Anything that you do for a living, can be correlated to the music industry. And that's what we're working on. Is it's for anybody, and you're going to meet the top person, the top caterer that does Coachella, Stagecoach, big festivals. You're going to meet this person that does that and brainstorm with them. How do I get into your world? How do I do that? And that's what this is all about. Again, connections. So I say to Michael Silver, I'm like, Michael Silvers, I'm going to work with Michael because he has a huge audience too. That is a bunch of people that are various people. They do various things. And him and I I'm sure we'll come up with something, how to break into something else. It's great.
Yeah, I love it. This has been great. And normally I don't do what I just did about you giving that up, but you're such a force of nature.
Thank you.
But the thing is, you're always there to just, how can I help you? How can I serve you? Student, what can I do more for you? And you're not going to drag them along. You never have done that.
Never.
You'll run with them as far as they'll run.
I actually care about people. I really do.
Yeah, it's funny. That's great from the industry we're in. So first of all, Craig, I wanted to thank you so much for being on. We did put it up. We'll put it up on the site too. I want to give you a thunderous round of applause for what you're doing.
Thank you.
For myself and the Los Angeles Tribune, we're doing actually next week, we're doing the Japanese broadcast. We're going into all the broadcasting in Japan. Yeah, we are.
Wow.
So we're gonna have a 3-hour show all in Japanese with Dan Kennedy.
That's awesome. Guys, outside the box. Michael Silvers, outside the box.
Got to change every day, right? Craig, thank you so much for being on.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everybody.
You are the best. We'll talk to you soon. Bye, Craig.
Aaron Smith. All right, thank you, Michael.
Everybody. You know a lot of them here. All right, bye, Craig. That is just Karen. Go ahead, pop up. That is just phenomenal. It's such a great day. We're so excited the people we get to work with. Karen, doesn't it get better and better?
Yes, it does. It just is amazing how it just keeps getting better and better. Who would think of sending an empty envelope to someone with your phone number?
I know, and the greatest thing is, he learned so much because I've known him a long time. But you tour with Air Supply for that long, and then you're the personal assistant, and you're directly with Axl Rose and Guns N' Roses and everything they did. He learned a lot along the way. And he learned a lot of things of what to do and what not to do, and now they're with the biggest, production of the festivals. So it never stops in and then his son is now his band is blowing up. So, excuse me, it's great to be on. It's great to be here from the Los Angeles Tribune, myself, Mr. Mo Rock, everybody out here. I'm going to turn this show over to our lead trainer, the queen of empathy. Let's give it up for Karen Hall. Karen, have a great time with the rest coming up.
Thank you so much. All right, we are bringing to the stage Ronnie Armas and Johnny Murillo. And I am so grateful to have you both with us today.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm excited.
Thank you. Good morning. Yes. And so we have a new journal that is coming out. It is the Spanish Journal, and it is for, you don't have to speak Spanish to be a part of it. You just need to be connected to the Spanish community in some way. And so Ronnie Armas is taking the lead with this. He is very connected in this community, and Ronnie is our videographer and with the Los Angeles Tribune, and he does many events, and he is a very talented photographer. And Ronnie, if you could just introduce yourself a little bit to us, and then introduce Johnny to us as well.
Hey, everybody. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate it. Glad to be here again. Yeah, Ronnie Armas has been a photographer, filmmaker, a graphic artist for over 20 years. I've had the grace and great blessing and the universe doing its synchronicity thing here to now be working with the Los Angeles Tribune and over these last couple months doing some amazing events and looking to innovate, to kind of continue the conversation, right, that was just had, innovation. And so with us today, Johnny Murillo, founder of Chicano Hollywood. Talk about innovation. Johnny's been in the film industry for decades in various capacities, and saw that there was a gap, right? There was a certain amount of lack of representation for our Latino community, and took it upon himself to, with a whole lot of help of a lot of great talented folks, to say, hey, we have a great, powerful, creative community. Why don't we come together and create and innovate and tell our own stories from our point of view? So I attended a workshop that I saw online, met Johnny, and was completely blown away with the effort, with the community that he's been able to create and facilitate. And I was hooked. I was immediately hooked and said, yes, I found my people. I found my space. As I'm from El Salvador, Central America, Spanish speaking, LA native. And it was amazing. I've been in the industry too for decades, but always kind of felt a little bit like an outsider, on sets and whatnot. And now, because of Chicano Hollywood and everything he's creating here, we're doing our thing. We are creating it. So Johnny, thank you for everything that you've done. And floor is yours.
Thank you guys, Ronnie. Thank you guys. Thank you, Karen. I appreciate your this opportunity, and glad to be here. We're excited.
Oh, Johnny, we are so impressed with what you are doing, because so many times when you want to get into the industry, like Craig said, how do I do that? Well, sometimes the doors are blocked, and sometimes those opportunities aren't made available. And so for you to create this, it's just fascinating. I remember when I saw Coco and Encanto, and I thought, there is such a need for representation there. And so tell us about your experience, about what brought you to this point, and how you decided to start Chicano Hollywood.
Well, yeah, it's kind of a funny story. I've been in the industry for going over 17 years now. And so I produce, right? That's my thing. That was the lane, start off as an actor and got into the production lane. And that's where I'm more comfortable at. That's more my skill set. And about right after COVID, a friend of mine hit me up about, writing a script for them. They had a story. They had a one-pager. And so I wrote it, and we it was a micro budget, indie type of guerrilla filmmaking story. But it was on that set that I had Chicanos in front of the camera and Chicanos behind the camera. And when I say Chicano, it's not just Mexican American like me. It's like, like Ronnie is like others. We're all raised in the same barrios, so we have the Chicano voice, right? So on that set we had both, and we had just front and behind. And so I nicknamed that group Chicano Hollywood. So it's just kind of a fun thing. But I noticed how they gravitated toward it, and they loved it. We'd high five each other like, okay, this is a thing. And then as we went on, I on March 11th, the makeup artist showed up with some hoodies that said Chicano Hollywood, kind of like this t-shirt. Underneath was the name of the movie. It's called Horchata with Oat Milk, gentrification comedy. It's really funny. It's going to be coming out soon. The when I saw that, I was like, okay, there's something here. And I realized that just by saying Chicano and Hollywood, those two words put together gave people a sense of affirmation. Like, oh my gosh, this is like Ronnie said, I found my tribe.
Yeah.
And all they would do was just affirm them. I would get on Instagram and Facebook and just say, hey, shout out to, Echo's World, shout out to Miss Lizzie, shout out to Director LV, shout out to Ronnie. And I would just say, look what we're doing. Just put a spotlight. Look what we're doing. We're out there. We're in the game. And it's grown from there. Now we have, across all socials, about 100,000 followers. We have LA. We also have Chicano Hollywood, El Paso, San Diego, Phoenix, Chicago, San Jose, Albuquerque, Las Vegas, and we're going Dallas and Houston, and then we're also going to be going this year to New York to organize there, and also Denver and Salt Lake and a few other cities. So it's a movement. We're a company though. We're a production company. We're a resource company, but it's a growing movement because we're finding each other and we're a force. And I tell people it's our time right now.
It's our time. Yes, it is. And you know what is so interesting, Johnny, is that we were talking at the Los Angeles Tribune about this need to give a voice to the voiceless. That is one of Mo Rock's missions. And that was one of the things that attracted me to the Los Angeles Tribune. And so he said, the Spanish community is underrepresented and we need to give a voice to them. And that's why we decided to start the Spanish Journal. And you saw the same thing. You saw that there was underrepresentation. And so let's provide an opportunity for them. And so this is really amazing as a producer. And the way that you saw that on the t-shirt and the hoodie, and then you said, there's something there. You felt something within you and it resonated with you. And then you acted on that. And that was very courageous to do that.
No, thank you. And it's good. And I tell people, look, the days are over when Latinos step on each other to get to the next level. Now we have to lock arms and do it together. And that has really resonated with this. I'm not going to just say this new generation, but there's all of it from the old generation. We're like, you know what? We realize that when the studio system has been, and I'm not going to say it's intentional, but it's been closed to us.
Yeah.
And for anyone to get past those gates, it takes a lot of effort and a lot of, just a lot of work and a lot of pounding, and they're not always friendly and not always open. I realized that, look, we don't need them. Now, Chicano Hollywood was not an intentional disruption. We didn't sit around and say, how do we disrupt the studio system? But that's what it's become, because we have our own streaming app. We have our own content creators. We have our own social media platforms. We do our own training. And because of all that, we have our own entertainment ecosystem that we don't need, quote unquote, Hollywood. We have Chicano Hollywood. And within us, we can make feature films. We can make digital content. We can make long form, short form. We can make, anything. We can train our own. So to us, it's like, okay, there was a gap. There was a community that was being silenced. There was a big misunderstanding because, we would get put in one bucket saying Latinos or, or whatever the terms might be, Latinx or all that. But it's like, wait a minute, that's not all of us. There's the Chicano voice and we're a different voice, but we also are the majority. 62 million Latinos in the US, 40 to 50 million connect with the Chicano voice. And that's including, like I said, El Salvadoran, Mexican American, where we all connect with that Chicano voice. And that was important. But now it's not just, begging for representation. Now, like, we'll just do it ourselves. We don't need anybody else.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Nobody wants to beg for representation.
Exactly. Those days are over. Yeah.
Those days are over. Oh my goodness. That is so empowering. That is so amazing. And Johnny, the other thing that you said that I thought was so profound was gone are the days when the Latinas are stepping on top of each other to get ahead. And so many times in different industries, you see people they have that mentality, I have to step on you to get ahead, and to instead be empowering each other and working cooperatively. That is so beautiful, because that comes from an abundance mentality right there. And that shows so much about your heart, that is the mentality that is pervasive throughout your organization. How did you develop that abundance mentality?
Well, part of, my background's the same, like a lot of other Chicanos, raised in the barrio. gang life. I tell this to a lot of people. My younger brother, my older brother was a gang member. My younger brother's a gang member. They were my older brother was good. My other younger brother was really great. He became a lifer, right? My stepdad was a low rider. He was caught up in all the organized crime stuff in the north, and I was in the middle. And I tried it. I wasn't very good at it, but I've always known that there was more inside of me. And because of that, it was just always something inside of me. Then, of course, I became a pastor for 23 years. I did a lot of outreach to inner cities. So I've always seen that why are, black and brown, why are we always so, struggling through and so on. So that cultivated, and everything I do is for the Lord, right? So that cultivated this mission to empower people. My biggest drive, and I tell people, we are a company, we're a company with a purpose, and our main mission is to empower. When we do our events, like Ronnie was talking about, when I get comments after or emails or DMs say, man, I feel like I'm seen, I feel like I'm empowered, I feel like I could do that. But to me, that's the most satisfying thing, because I know we got someone on the other side. There's just always been this gap, and there's very minimal bridges. Now we're building a huge bridge so that people can get on the other side and grow in their full potential. So the satisfaction of seeing someone's life change, and not just them, their whole generations will be changed if we could just get them in their purpose, and in a prosperous purpose, and whatever it might be, whether it be filmmaking or business, entrepreneurship, whatever it might be, we could just get them there. They have to run on their own. I mean, they're going to have to, I tell people, I'm going to be a bridge. You can get across, but your work ethic and your attitude, all that has to keep you going. But let me just help you get across. And that was so important to me. And it's still to me when one teacher in junior high, I got placed into the theater class by accident, because if you're a cholo, you don't register for classes, right? So I was a cholo and I didn't register for classes, and they put me in the theater class. And my teacher forced me to go up on stage and do something, or kick me out of class. And I didn't know what to do. I said, what do you want me to do? I was trying to be tough. And I was in probably one of 300 Chicanos in an all-white school. So I felt like it was a High School Musical, right? All these white kids there, and I'm just there by myself. My other buddy just got kicked out. And he goes, just go up and say your name. So I said, all right. I got up on stage and I said, what's up? I'm Johnny Murillo. And that's it. And all the kids were freaking out because they didn't know what to do, with me, right? Because I'm so choloed out, right? And I go back down, and the teacher after, his name was Mr. Van Houten, my 8th grade teacher. He says, Johnny, don't leave yet after when the bell rang. He goes, come here. And he looked at me. He says, I see something in you. Don't quit my class. And that was so proud. I was fatherless, right? My stepdad had already been killed. My real dad was already killed. I was fatherless, and a man looked at me and said, I see something in you. That changed my life. And ever since then, I try to repeat that. I'll find people. I don't care if they're in a prison or in a gang or homeless or just, wealthy in Beverly Hills. If I see something, I'll say, come here. I see something in you. Don't quit. And that's where it comes from. And because of that, my wife, my daughter, we are committed to building people, and that's the motivation behind Chicano Hollywood. And my team, we're just trying to do what Ronnie's doing. I mean, we're locking arms, and that's what drives me.
Wow. Well, that is incredible to be seen, and to be seen when you felt so alone in that school with all those white people, and then to be seen. Stay. I want you to stay in my class. I want you to be seen and wanted and heard. Oh, that's so beautiful, Johnny. And I have to give credit to Ronnie too, because you both have that same gift of seeing people. And Ronnie, on the other side of the camera, helps people to feel seen in so many ways as well. So Ronnie, I want you to pick up from here and what's on your heart? What kind of questions do you have for Johnny?
I gotta first say thank you, Johnny, again, for everything that you're doing, for being here today. Hearing him speak right now and share these stories, we've talked before, we've shared our stories. We're talking about ideas. What can we do? What else can we do, right, to get the word out, to inspire more? How can we tell more stories, better stories? But hearing him share again, like, I can't help but feel a little emotional, because again, what we've been talking about here. This is the Marketers Forum.
Mm.
But at the essence, we're talking about storytelling. We're talking about connection. We are our own walking brand. And so when we get to tell our story from our own voice, and the way Johnny just shared it right now, like I got chills. Like it's like, yes, because it resonates. I have a very similar story with a high school teacher. I hated writing. I didn't even like to write my name on a paper. I was like, I couldn't stand writing. But I had a teacher that acknowledged that and gave me space. And next thing you know, I became a poet. So it's just these stories that are so important to tell. So for me, Johnny, like, what's next? Because this is such a powerful beginning. It's such a beautiful beginning. And I know the community has grown exponentially, right? Nationwide at this point, like just like you said, Phoenix, parts of Texas, Chicago, and looking to grow, right? But what's next? Because, global, right? I would imagine, but let us know what's coming.
No, I mean, honestly, global is in the plan. Like you guys are talking about Japan, there's a huge Chicano. They're all Japanese, but they love the culture. They love our voice. They have lowriders. They're all tatted up, and they're probably all tech and lawyers. You never know. But there's a huge community in Japan. We have followers from Japan, from Brazil, from multiple countries in Europe, and Vietnam. And so part of cultivating the voice, our main focus is, my main passion is training people, empowering people. As a business, we're going to continue to grow production. There's different formats now that are coming out of China that we're diving into. We just made a partnership with a company, Bria Media, out of Miami, and an entertainer named Carlos Ponce. So we're all locking arms to continue to grow. So my main focus is, how do I empower people? How do I give them skills to put food on their table? That's my main drive. And so I'm going to continue to grow domestically with hubs. And we have the foundation of our ecosystem. What I call them, we're building an entertainment economic ecosystem, using entertainment to get into the homes of the Chicano Latino community, so that we can give them entertainment and empower our small businesses to get their products into their homes. They in turn can be entertained and also consume products from our own community. So that's what we're building. So we have our magazine that we have our second edition coming out. We have our streaming platform. So we're just building this ecosystem. Again, not intentionally disrupting, but we have to disrupt, because that's the only way we're going to be seen. So international growth is super important to me. So 2025, I'm planning at least to get to Japan, having a meetup there. I'm already in contact with people there, and we'll have like a mixer type of thing, see who shows up, and then just continue to grow the voice. Craig, I think was earlier talking about a mastermind. So we're going to be launching a mastermind in 2025, where I want to empower green lighters. That's what we're missing. We don't have green lighters, and that's executive producers and also producers that can get a script and say, okay, let's get this thing funded. Let's, find funding. So those are green lighters. So I'm going to start training people on how to become a green lighter, so that with 2025, if I do 3 masterminds, at least my goal will be to have another 20, 30, 40 green lighters that we train them on how to try to find funding, try to get connections with distribution, try to, source, find your resources so you can actually make more content, whether it be TV series or feature films, starting at the micro budget level. I'm super honest. Like I've never produced something like Avatar, but I can produce up to $2 million. So I'm going to teach them what I know, and then bring people that have done that kind of stuff, so they can also open up our minds and our hearts on what our goals could be. So 2025 is very pivotal. I really am striving hard and working hard that we see some big steps taken for a community that want to say, okay, it's time for us to become green lighters. Brandon Maxwell from the Daily Chela, he said this quote, and I steal it all the time. He said, I would rather build my own castle than knock on the door of someone else's and they never let me in.
Oh,
that's what we're doing.
Oh, I just love that. You have said so many things that have totally resonated with me when you talked about building a bridge and inviting them over. And yeah, I'd rather build my own castle than knock on the door and not be let into. That is really powerful. the other thing that you said that really touched my heart was, surrounded by these gangs, and you chose the Lord and to become a pastor.
Mhm.
That just really touches my heart. I worked with Teen Challenge, and
Oh, shoot. Yeah. I know Teen Challenge. I was with the Assemblies of God. So yeah, 23 years. Yeah.
yeah, and I love Teen Challenge, and I loved what they did, and it just brought tears to my eyes every time to see these turnaround stories, especially the Chicanos, and how it made such a difference to give them a purpose and to give them something that was bigger and beyond themselves and a way to serve. And I just feel that love in your heart for others and that desire to serve. I feel like that's what gives you that passion. And you and Ronnie both have such beautiful hearts to want to bless so many people.
Yeah, that's it. That's it right there. So if you know Teen Challenge, yes, I work with them a lot. I know how people go through that and all that. Victory Outreach, So yeah, that's what's inside that's coming out. And I'm not pounding a pulpit anymore. I went from pulpit to production, and I can never go back. This is what I love to do.
Now you're the Church of Chicano Hollywood.
That's what I call it. And people know I was a pastor too, and I tell people, yeah, that's my church. So yeah.
Ronnie, any other questions that you have for Johnny that you'd like to ask?
Not really. I feel like you did an amazing job. Just I think, and I hope that folks that are watching online are feeling the empowerment, are feeling the energy, are feeling the love and the passion. I hope that anyone that's watching and continues to watch walks away with this kind of motivation, this inspiration. It starts with a small idea, right? It starts with a passionate small idea that is fueled by love, and then like sky's the limit. Sky's not the limit. Beyond the sky, right, is the limit. And here we are. Like, it's amazing to see how these puzzle pieces are coming together, and how the community is growing, right? For the longest time, I felt like I was alone in my mentality and my space of like wanting to help and do and produce and tell these stories and empower and enlighten. And then I met you all here at the Tribune, right? And then, and I met Johnny here. And next thing you know, the community is growing, and we're not alone. We're just small puzzle pieces coming together, creating this beautiful, big mosaic. And it's stunning. It's beautiful. I feel so proud right now, And so, Johnny, thank you truly so much for sharing all this and for everything that you're doing, and for the community that's out there supporting you. Shout out to everyone in Chicano Hollywood that is perpetuating this beautiful idea and this dream, right? And creating all these spaces, safe spaces for us, for our voice, for our stories, right? Our stories are so unique. They're a little bit rough. They're a little bit tough. But that's why we are a little bit rough and a little bit tough. And yet we're also so loving and giving and just aching to share. Like, that really is we're aching to share with those spaces that haven't allowed us to share. So now we're, because of folks like Johnny, creating those spaces where we can now share freely, right? Because that's all we want to do too. Just like anybody else who's got love, who's got a story, they just want to share it. And so now we are going to have this opportunity to share. So Johnny, thank you so much, man. So appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, guys. I'm excited and I love working with you guys. This has been amazing. And Ronnie and I went to an event the other night called it was the 45th anniversary of Boulevard Nights, and that movie came out 45 years ago. It was the first Chicano, quote unquote, cholo feature film, right? And from then up until now, it's been a hard journey, but we're here now, and it's our time. And our stories don't always have to be about churros, cholos, and chanclas. We could do sci-fi, we could do rom-com, we could do thriller, we could do action. And it doesn't have to, we don't always have to wear a sarape and a poncho or whatever. We're here, we're American. We have the Chicano voice is an American voice. It's not a Mexican voice. It's not a South American voice. It's not a Central American voice. It's an American voice. And that voice, our time is now. Let's do it together.
Let's do it. Our time is now. Oh, that is beautiful. And I got kind of emotional when Ronnie was talking about how you're just aching to tell your story. And I think so many people can resonate with that, where they're just aching to tell their story. And we all want a place at the table. And for you, to make that table possible. Johnny, that is just beautiful. Ronnie, you both have such beautiful hearts, and I love how you are both men of faith, and it is so rare, and especially in the industry that you're in, and I just admire you both so much. I'm so grateful that you're both part of the Spanish Journal and for your network that we can highlight and we can promote here at the Los Angeles Tribune. I am so grateful for Mo Rock for giving a voice to the voiceless, for Michael Silvers and Mary Glorfield and all of our team, for Lisa Tan for introducing you to us, Ronnie, and for all who have brought us together so that we can provide those opportunities and those platforms for your people to be heard. And I love your stories. And my Spanish is not very good, but I want to say, estoy agradecida por ustedes.
Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias.
A nosotros
Y
también.
nosotros agradecimos a todos los que están haciendo también, a todo el mundo ahí con todo amor.
Gracias, gracias. Thank you so much for being with us. I can't wait. And audience, you're going to love to hear more from Johnny and Ronnie in the Spanish Journal and in additional opportunities with the Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, everybody.
Wow, that was incredible. Oh my goodness. I'm like, I have to go get my tissues because just thinking of aching to tell my story and not having a place to be able to do that. And then to have Johnny and Ronnie provide that opportunity, that's just really amazing. And for Mo Rock to have that vision to say, let's create a Spanish Journal, and for Michael Silvers to help make that possible, and then to invite me to be a part of that, I feel so grateful because I love the Spanish community. My husband says I should have been born either in the Latino community or the Italian because I can't stop talking without my hands, and I love to hug and kiss people. And I love the culture. I just absolutely love it. And so it's such an honor to be a part of that. Thank you, Ronnie, and thank you, Johnny. And thank you for all of you that are connected with us. It's just amazing. All right, our next guest is Deanna Leonard. And Deanna, oh my goodness, it's so good to be with you.
Ooh,
Deanna,
that's a emotional one to follow. That was so good.
wasn't that? Oh my goodness, it was. It was so amazing. Yeah, and the way that Johnny, you know, he could have taken such a different path in his life, and to have the trajectory of his life changed, one by the drama class and the teacher that said, I want you, and then to turn his life to God. That's just amazing.
It's the power of one voice to make a difference in someone's life, right? Really, really good.
Yeah, and that's the thing that is surprising. Sometimes we think, I'm just one voice. What can I do? But we can make a difference. And that is a beautiful thing. And Deanna, you are making such a difference. I connected with Deanna at the AI symposium that we hosted several months back. And I was so amazed with Deanna. When I saw her, she just looks like an angel. Doesn't she look like an angel just even today on
I don't know if I go that far, but thank you. I'll accept that compliment. Thank you.
Well, you do, and you just glow. And the other thing about Deanna is that, so she's an AI brand strategist, but she's so much more than that. She's a connector extraordinaire. We had a situation where we were looking for speakers at the last minute. And I was like, Deanna, do you know anybody? And she's like, heck yeah. And she gave me a whole list of people. And I'm like, wow. I mean, I even have choices. She didn't just have like one or two people in her pocket. She had like a whole list. And every time I am thinking of something, I'll just reach out to Deanna and say, Deanna, what do you think about this? And do you know anybody with that? Oh yeah, let me connect you. And I'm like, wow.
I love my network. They're amazing people. And I've been really blessed and lucky to know the people that I do.
Well, you're an amazing networker, and you're an amazing person that people love you so much and they want to be a part of your network. So, Deanna, tell us a little bit more about you. I know you have some exciting things on the horizon.
Yeah,
just tell us a little bit more, describe yourself to us and tell us.
Sure. I thought I could start with just a little bit of background because AI is about a year in the pocket for me. But before that, I have been a marketing, design, merchandising, e-commerce, you name it, anything in CPG companies for the last 25 years. If you are wearing a t-shirt with no tag in it, you can thank me and the entire team at Hanes for making that happen. That was one of our insights. So I've been doing marketing a long time. Hanes was good enough to me to actually send me fully funded to Duke University. I studied under the Executive Global MBA program in 7 countries around the world. So I've been doing marketing a long, long time, but always in CPG and apparel companies. So I have a huge, huge passion for anything product development wise and this whole AI trend and how you can stand out. So I've been around a while.
When those tagless shirts came out, my family did not like the tags, the way that it rubbed against their skin. And I know a lot of people do not like that feeling of the tag. And we all said, this is brilliant. Why didn't someone think about this a long time ago?
But actually, little secret, it started in the baby wear because I was doing their baby and toddler wear, and it started there. And there was another woman I worked with, Teresa Thompson, who was like, I think boys and men might like this. And then someone else said, I think women might like this. And it just kind of rolled from there, right? Listen to your audience. You'll be surprised what they tell you.
Oh my goodness. See, that's what you're so good at, is you're so good at listening. You are so good at paying attention. But Deanna pays attention to incredible details. And because of that, she notices ways that she can connect with people. And then she reaches out and does it. So first she gets the idea about whatever it is, and then she acts on it. And you thought outside the box to make that happen. That was brilliant.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Tell us some other ways that you think outside the box, because I know in the corporate world, you have been extremely successful, wildly successful. Wait, let's go back for a second. I want to know why you left the corporate world. First, tell me that.
So a couple of people that know me well have heard this story, and you asked me to tell this story too, because I think it will resonate with not just women, but especially women, a lot of people that work really hard their whole lives. So I don't know about your audience or about you, Karen, but from the time I was a little girl, I've been an overachiever. Straight A student, get it right, get it done, do everything you can to make sure everybody has everything they need, whether it's your parents, whether it's your husband, whether it's your kids, whether it's your job, whether it's your clients, you name it, everyone else came ahead of me because that's how we were raised. That's what we did until I had a wake-up call. And the wake-up call was about 13 years ago. It's been 13 years now, 11 years, something like that. And my wake-up call actually happened while I was driving an SUV to meet a friend for coffee, when I realized that something must be wrong because I heard a voice in the back seat that said, turn around. And I thought, what is my friend Beth doing in the back seat? And when I turned around, she was not in the back seat. But when I looked in the rearview mirror, I realized my face was drooping. So at age 51, I had my first and only, which is what I call it now, my only stroke. And I immediately pulled over and called my husband, who is an avid cyclist and not a pro cyclist, but could be a pro cyclist. He was out living his best life on the trails in South Carolina, having a good time. And luckily I got him. And I'm on the phone and I'm telling him, you got to get home. I think I'm having a stroke. This is really serious. Of course, he didn't understand me because what was coming out of my mouth was complete gibberish at that point. So frustrated, I was able to turn the car around, somehow get back home into the driveway. And the last thing I remember is passing out on the steering wheel.
What a miracle that you didn't have that happen while you were driving.
Especially on a highway at, 60 miles, 70 miles an hour. So yeah, I was still in my neighborhood, thank goodness. Ended up in the hospital. Lots of little details, which I'll spare the audience, but I will say that by the time my husband got there and realized what was going on, he thought our life was done. He thought I was going to be sitting in a corner in a wheelchair and he was going to have to take care of me for the rest of my life. He was scared to death for what was ahead of us. Luckily, I got to the hospital in time. They were able to give me the shot that clears the blood clot. But it's what the doctor said to me as I was getting ready to leave the hospital that really scared me to death, which was, you were lucky. You had a minor stroke. The next one will kill you. You need to change your lifestyle. And oh, by the way, you need to lose some weight, which just as an executive woman pissed me right off.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we don't want to hear that.
No, of course not. He was trying to help me. he was trying to make it better for me. So I proceeded to meet with my family. We decided that we were going to live a lot smaller and we were going to take a lot better care of each other, and I was going to do a lot less. So we relocated. I took a smaller job in a smaller town, and I proceeded to work on my health. And in 9.5 months, I lost 80 pounds. I got healthy. I did my first road race. I did my first bike race. And then I actually rode RAGBRA. For anyone that's tuned in from Iowa, they know what RAGBRA is, Registers Annual Great Bike Ride Across Iowa, 517 miles on my bicycle. So it was a deliberate effort to focus on getting healthy so I could do what I loved, which is where I am now. I left corporate and decided to become an entrepreneur, a speaker, learned AI, and I'm just having a ball ever since.
That is so awesome, Deanna. And what an incredible comeback story.
It was a journey. It was a journey, but it was so worth it. So worth it.
So worth it. And we're so glad you're here. And now working with AI. A lot of us are thinking, how can we use AI in our marketing? How do you help people as a brand strategist? Because you do think outside the box. I've seen so many examples of how you think outside the box. How do you do that to help us stand out in this sea of voices?
Yeah, it is a sea of sameness, right? There's a lot of scrolls that just keep going and no one stops on your post, right? And it isn't necessarily all about AI. It's, in my opinion, about connecting with your audience. I think Nicole did a great job talking about that yesterday. I think Debbie does a great job talking about that. It's being authentic to who you are, figuring out what that voice is, and then illustrating it in the most beautiful scroll stopping way. The other thing I will tell you when it comes to figuring that out, a lot of that is about listening to the audience you already have, listening to your friends, listening to your family. For years, people told me I was a great networker. For years, people told me I brought the sunshine. For years, people told me I was wise and I was kind. And I'm like, you are all crazy. I'm none of those things, right? Until I finally stepped into that, that's when the doors started opening up. So,
oh my goodness, that's amazing.
First things first, like know what you stand for. And I know they talk about 7 layers deep and know your why. Yes, all of that is important, but know what you stand for because that's your tribe out there waiting for you to help them.
Oh, Deanna, this is really interesting because we talked, I think it was Eleni Kalakos that said, take care of the people that you have. And she was saying as an actress, you know, and as a speaker coach and things like that, that you need to nurture those people. They are your best clients. And you just reiterated that very important principle because so many times we're thinking, oh yeah, I got these people, but who else do I need out there? You know, I got to go find those elusive, unknown people out there.
Right. And if you're posting and you're not getting a lot of traction, a couple things could be going on. Number one, sea of sameness, right? You're not standing out. Number two, maybe who you want in your tribe isn't on that particular channel. Maybe you're going about it all wrong. Maybe you're posting too long, posting too short. Again, go to your tribe, do some tests, do some masterminds, reward them, celebrate them, and they will help you grow your tribe. I've seen it time and time and time again.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so listen to those people that are already your tribe, that already love you, that you're already interacting with. And then what would we ask them? Like if we want to listen to them, what would we ask them to learn?
All kinds of different things we can ask them. Number one, it's very hard for people, especially people, I think, coming out of corporate, to actually shut up and listen, right? It's called active listening for a reason. We have 1 mouth, 2 ears for a reason, right? Ask the question, shut up and really listen. Don't shut up and think, oh, how am I gonna rebuke this? Or how am I going to answer this? Really concentrate on what they're saying because chances are there's some real nuggets in there that perhaps your brand is all about. One of the things I often ask people is, so when I'm in a room with you and we're talking, like, how do I make you feel? And shut up and be quiet. Do I make them feel anxious? Do I make them feel calm? Do I make them feel excited? And that's when I started getting all those different answers around you bring the sunshine, you're a great networker, all the things I just discounted as being just kind of a natural thing. And when I started stepping into that brand is when people started showing up. When I dropped I use this one all the time. When I dropped, actually, I don't use this one all the time. I use this one since October 5th. My son got married on October 5th. And a major thing happened. I dropped the backpack of rocks I've been carrying my whole life, worrying about him. And when I dropped the backpack of rocks, all of a sudden you have all this open energy for good things to come at you because you're not concentrating on the worry. You're concentrating on where you want to go next, how you can help people, how you can serve, how you can make a difference.
Wow. Yeah, so that's really interesting to ask them how you make them feel.
Yeah.
I did a focus group to find out how people would describe me and what they what they thought and things, and that was how I got the Queen of Empathy, because so many people said that about me, and I had heard it different times, but when I heard it like back to back to back, from all these people, and it was incredible to me, and it was so I went through the transcripts and I did the
keyword search. Yep.
Word that was repeated the most, and that was the word, and I was like, oh my word. And somebody said, you should call yourself the Queen of Empathy. I was just like, I don't know if I can use that word. And they're like, yeah, you can.
I wondered where you got that name, and it does fit you. It's a beautiful phrase. So yeah, I love that you listen to your tribe that way.
Well, I was like you. I hadn't been listening to my tribe for quite some time. I was trying to figure out how to brand myself, and so I think is.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Here I'm talking about active listening, and I cut you off. That wasn't really good, was it?
It's all good. We get excited.
So I've done workshops really my whole life in corporate and out of corporate called Beautiful Brand New, where I help women understand what their brand is. AI is another amazing tool that helps. And the reason I love AI as much as I do, like I said, I've only been doing it a year, but it's a year longer than a lot of people have been doing it, is because it helps people visualize, like actually visualize where they can go, what they can be, what their brand can look like. And there's now all kinds of papers being published, the science behind it, of how this is actually a psychological tool that can heal some of the things going on in your brain that maybe you don't realize. And I know it to be true because I am watching it happen with thousands of women that are in the program that I'm in, which I am now actually going to be a coach in. So I'm super excited about it. Yeah, and I can't announce this here because it's official now. I'm the new AI brand strategist for Secret AI Society, and I'm going to be helping some senior women step into those business dreams they've got using the power of AI tools in the background. And I cannot wait. I'm so excited. My first client starts on Monday, and I'm stoked.
Wow. So the Secret AI Society. Oh my goodness.
It's awesome.
Is it Jenna Soward? Is that how you pronounce her?
It's Jenna Sword. Yeah, she's amazing. She was one of the original partners in the program. It's gotten huge over the years, and she just had a baby, so she stepped into her creative genius and is just bringing new tools to the party all the time. So.
Okay, so if we want to know more about, because branding, when I used to hear about branding, it was what stopped me in my tracks. I was like, I don't really understand it. I mean, like the color of font, the colors and the font. I was like, and somebody said to me, well, you need to pick a font that represents you. And I'm like, well, and it says what you say. And I'm like, what do fonts say? I don't even know what colors say or fonts say. That was like so foreign to me. And so I was just like, well, I kind of like this font. Is that like picking a font that says me? So if I came to you and I had those thoughts and I was trying to figure out about branding, what would you say to me to help me?
Well, first of all, it's not one conversation, right? It's not one conversation at all. And fonts, colors, style, illustrations are just a part of it. First, we have to dig a little deeper and find out who you are and what you love and who do you want to attract. That's branding. All of the other things are beautiful and will be done over time. But first, we have to dig into what's important. And quite often, I was just in Carrie Mader's book club right before this. And Carrie Mader does this wonderful book club where these women get on and talk about these 2 books she does on repeat. And one woman said, you know what, just thank your first pancake and move on. The first pancake we make is always burnt or raw or something's wrong. I'm like, that is brilliant. That's your brand right there, because I'm going to remember that forever. And I'm probably going to use it when I get on this next podcast I'm doing, which I just did. So I have burnt a lot of pancakes since I left corporate. I've gone down one road, kind of fit, kind of didn't, gone down another road, kind of fit, kind of didn't. I finally, and I've taught this for years, and I finally am starting to realize this is my lane. This is where I can make a difference. So we have to get deep first.
Yeah. So this is really interesting working with these women that are, I call myself that I'm in the crone stage, and one of the things that makes me so
that's another one I'm going to remember right there. Okay, the crone stage.
when I was like, what's a crone? But when I read about it, I was like, oh, it's from the ancient days, the women that were older and wiser, and as I was reading about the crone stage, it was so interesting to me because what a woman loves at this stage in life is to be valued for her experiences. And I'll tell you what, when my kids say, Mom, why do you do that? How did you learn that? What, like now my kids have kids. And so they're saying, why did you do that with us as a parent? Why did you do this thing? And because I would, like, at the end of the day, I would always say, how do you feel? What happened today? And what was your favorite thing? And then we talk all about feelings, and they're like, they're saying, and it's really interesting to have that opportunity. So for you to help these women to be able to share what they have learned, to like Ronnie and Johnny were just talking about, aching to share our story.
I love that. That really hit hard, did it not? That hit me in the heart when they said that.
Me too. And I thought, I'll bet these women are aching to tell their story. How else do you help them to tell their stories besides figuring out what they're known?
Yeah, well, it's so interesting because getting deep first, and it's interesting, Queen of Empathy. So I just took a Carl Jung, kind of like a personality test, not really, like a Myers-Briggs, that kind of thing, that again is in that same program. And it came back with me as a sage visionary. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. We're going to put that in my title. But I really did resonate with it because it reminded me of what you just said. I'm in that crone place as well. And the value I bring to the table isn't necessarily just AI. It's the 25 plus years experience I've had in corporate America and all the different companies I've run. And guess what? All these women I work with, they're age 40 to 60. Guess what they have? A lifelong bucket full of experience that they can tap into. So what I help them do is figure out what it is that they love and how we're going to go after their audience. And I can do it visually, I can do it strategically, I can do it from a branding perspective, and that's all a part of the program.
Did you? I don't know if you saw the comment that just popped up, but Dame Doria, Mo calls her his little mother, which I think is so sweet. She has such a warm energy, and she just said that she just had her 75th birthday. We had such a fun birthday party.
Love that.
It was virtual, and we all talked about our experiences, and she showed a slideshow. Anyway, she just said, "I'm 75, and I'm starting my second stage of life."
Thank you. I love that. I love that so much. Yes, you are.
Yes.
And I hope that I'm like that when I'm 75, right?
Me too. Me too.
And 75 is not by any stretch of the imagination old. It's funny how we get older and everybody seems younger, right? It's like, oh yeah, that's a good age. I like that age.
Yeah. Someone said when one of my relatives turned 70, they said 70 is the new 40. And I'm like, yes, it is.
Yes. I actually have a milestone birthday coming up next year. And I keep saying I'm not ready for it, but it's not true. I'm so ready for it. It's going to be the best year yet. I can't wait. So, and that's what I want these women to feel that I work with. I want this to be the best year yet for them.
The best is yet to come is one of my favorite mantras. The best is yet to come. So, Deanna, if we wanted to learn more about marketing, what are some specific strategies that you would give us that we can use today?
So, I know a lot of what we've talked about prior, Karen, is social media, and it is important, no doubt whatsoever. But I work with so many women that are on social media 24/7 on every channel. You're going to end up with dark circles under your eyes, exhausted, and just want to go to bed and cry every night. No, don't do that. Stop. The most valuable thing that everyone has, and we all know it, is time. Right? So how can we do this in the smartest way? I always tell all my clients, let's pick one social media channel where maybe you already have a presence. They already know who you are. You have a great network. Let's start there. Let's concentrate there first. We can expand as we go and as we grow, right? Mine happens to be LinkedIn because I was in corporate for all those years, right? So I have a pretty big following on LinkedIn. I have a pretty deep network there. I also love Facebook. I also love Instagram, but I don't spend a lot of time there because my most active network is actually on LinkedIn. So that would be my first tip: is value your time and let's figure out how we can leverage whatever platform you're on, because each platform is good for something a little bit different, right? I just happen to be an expert, or I don't know if I call myself an expert, a semi-expert in LinkedIn. I do spend a lot of time there. I write there. I actually have a newsletter there called The Daily Good, daily being AI in the middle of it, where I celebrate women entrepreneurs that are using AI in the background to bring something amazing to life, whether it's creative, whether it's in the medical field, whether it's in science, whatever it is. So I spend a lot of time there.
So for those of us who want to grow our LinkedIn, with your
Sure.
experience, what can we do to optimize our LinkedIn presence?
There's so many things. Really, you only have to do 3 things every week to grow faster than you think. But most people don't know that. 1 post a week, 1 comment a week, and 1 contribution a week to a joint article. And if you don't know how to do that, go Google it and learn, because it's not that hard. In fact, most people, when you pick up your phone and you go into LinkedIn, don't even realize, if you go into LinkedIn and you hit the bar where you would normally type a comment, you don't go into your profile, just hit the bar. You have a QR code in there. Anytime you're at an event, you can connect right there. I know most people don't. So it's that kind of thing that can grow your network faster. The second thing I tell people when it comes to social media or marketing is get out there. Yes, you need the social media part, but get out there. And the last folks talked about that too. Find out where your market is hanging out. Go to that conference, or go to that business meeting, or get invited to speak to that company. Get out there. Do a mix of both. And when you're out there, use that LinkedIn QR code and start connecting. It makes a difference.
Oh my goodness. Can I interrupt you for just 1 second?
Sure.
Because I wanted to ask you really quick. So this went a little over my head. So for anybody out there that wanted to like rewind for a second.
Yeah.
When you said,
I'm going to pull it up just to show you.
Okay. Well, I thought this was really amazing that you said 1 post, 1 comment. I mean, I think I have to make comments every day. And then third of all, to make a contribution to an article. So can you describe what that means, what that looks like?
Sure. So you have to have, I believe it's at least 1,000 connections. It might just be 500 connections on LinkedIn to do this. But if you go into your profile and you go under analytics and pull up your analytics page, at the bottom of that page, it shows you how many posts you've done that week. And it usually rolls over every Monday. How many comments you've made, and then how many articles you've contributed to. Most people don't even know about that article part. They're like, what is that? Click on that, and it'll take you to an alphabetical list of all the different areas of expertise. I happen to be a top voice in brand development. Doing those 3 things every week, you'll be a top voice before you know it. I happen to do it a lot more than once a week because I love that channel, and I'm getting so many leads and getting asked to speak at so many places because of that channel. But contributing to that article, that's kind of a secret sauce. And that's a freebie tip that I learned from another person that gives a free lunch and learn on LinkedIn. So
that is absolutely brilliant to look in the analytics and to find out all the different areas.
You'll see how you're doing. You'll see how you're doing. And once you're in the analytics, just hit the 1 contribution. You'll see it in there, and it'll pull up the page. It shows all the different article areas of expertise that has articles. Then you click on your area of expertise and you'll have 25, 50, 100 different articles to pick from that you can contribute to. It even shows you like how to start the contribution. It's really interesting.
So is it like if it said, inspiration, and then it brought your Daily Good up, then would I just contact you and say, hey, can I write an article for your newsletter? Is that kind of what you're talking about?
You could do that. No, in this case, it's an article that is published by LinkedIn. What they do is they put out a question. And as you start getting into this, they'll start actually even feeding you the question, but they'll put out a question like, you're implementing AI into your Fortune 500 company and things aren't going well. How do you handle it? And then hundreds of people, usually it's 20 to 40, people will contribute to that question. And then LinkedIn will publish it as an article.
Okay. Yes, I have had LinkedIn ask me questions.
There you go. You probably, the tricky thing about LinkedIn is they ask you questions about different subjects. You can control that. You can go pick your subject. And if you stay consistent with your subject, probably within 2 to 3 weeks, you'll get that top voice banner.
Oh
So
my God.
I picked brand development because it's what I'm really good at. The next thing I'm going to get a top banner on is AI because that's the next thing I think I'm really good at.
This is amazing, Deanna. I never knew how these people became top voices.
That's how. That's
Wow.
how.
That is mic drop moment right there.
Good. Good. I'm glad it was helpful. I'll probably have to do like a free lunch and learn or something on that because I have a feeling most people have no idea what goes on behind that algorithm in LinkedIn. It's pretty amazing. Like my network, since I started my own newsletter and since I started Top Voice and since I started posting a little more regularly, my network has really, I won't say exploded, but gone up. But here's the other thing. Here's the other misconception people have. You don't have to have a network of 20,000 people to have a great business. You have to have a network of the right people. And you can't have a network of the right people if you don't know what you stand for and you're not consistent. I believe Nicole said that as well. You're not consistently showing up in your gifts, in your glory.
You know, I thought that was really interesting because that
Yeah.
was another thing that Eleni Kalako said was the consistency in building trust. And when Nicole reemphasized that and how important that is. I mean, like, you know, if we had somebody that called us once a year, we wouldn't feel as you know connected with them. And so that trust factor is very, very important. Deanna, these are really brilliant tips that I want to come to your lunch and learn.
Okay, well, I will make sure that you get invited. I may make you speak, actually.
If you want to come to Deanna's Lunch and Learn for free to learn about how to optimize yourself,
let's go. Let's have fun. It's also not just about you and LinkedIn. It's about looking at groups. It's about looking at other people. It's about making comments. And it's not about selling. It's about really making a difference and making a contribution. And they will find you. They will come and seek you out. I have it happen all the time. I had someone just reach out to me yesterday saying, hey, would you build me a website? I didn't advertise that I do that. I did say, oh, by the way, I won second place in this website competition. This is the woman who 2 years ago would cry over tech. And now I won a website competition. How did that happen? You know?
You used to cry over tech? Who would think?
Lord, yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Terrible
That's
stress.
amazing. You know what else you said that really hit me? And I bet a lot of people out there in the audience, this was incredible to hear, that it's not about the numbers. We hear all the time, oh, they have this many followers, they have this many downloads, blah, blah, blah. And we get caught up in thinking, oh, well, that's why I need to comment every day and I need to go on every platform. And you just pointed that back out again. Take care of those people that you have. And you can still have a successful business. Oh, Deanna.
For sure.
Talk some more for you.
I'm sorry?
I said, could you elaborate some more about that with you?
Yeah, sure I can. So part of the reason I believe that is what I've learned from some of the experts in LinkedIn, but also because I know I've seen the people go down the social media hole and not come up pretty, right? It's very dopamine hit to the brain. So it's very easy to go down that rabbit hole. But different channels are good for different things. So figure out what your channel is. And I would say Google it, but I don't say that anymore. You can go chat GPT it or Claude it. It'll tell you what each one's better for. I chose LinkedIn because I can manage it and because I know who's out there. The other reason I chose LinkedIn, and often people say, oh, well, I wasn't in business, so I can't go to LinkedIn. But guess who's in LinkedIn? The people who have money in business that are trying to figure out what to do next. They probably need you and don't even know they need you. So that's why I like that particular channel. But I like all the channels. I just protect myself because I'm not putting my health first. Right. So it's super important to me that you pick the channel that you can manage so that you can do what you love, live the life that you love and deliver the services that you want, whether it's marketing or branding or coaching or whatever it is, whether it's AI, to those people that need you the most.
Yes, and that is so important. Protect our time.
It's the most valuable asset for sure. I'll also tell you that you can experiment a little bit on LinkedIn without getting penalized because people aren't quite as active on LinkedIn as they are on Instagram or TikTok or Facebook when it comes to comments. So sometimes you think, I guess that one's not resonating. But they're busy business people, so they're only going to comment on the ones that really make a difference. Well, 3 days ago, I started some new posts because I found some beautiful things that I created in AI. And it was all about feminine leadership and stepping into that feminine side of our leadership to make a difference for people. And I thought, oh, this is really pretty. Let me just post this. Oh, okay. Well, that hit. I think in the first 10 minutes, I had 24 comments. And it wasn't just women, it was men too. And it's all about the softer side. So then I tried another one and then another one. And this one is working. This one I'm going to keep going on. So you really have some room to experiment there without worrying about
I'm
it.
right. Yep. I'm right. Work on that.
Are you? Oh, girl, I need to do your cover for you. Oh my gosh. You got to go see. I've mentioned you in a couple of them actually. So you'll see that once you're through what you're producing here.
Oh my goodness, Deanna, we could just go on and on. This is so much fun.
Oh my gosh, I didn't realize I was talking so much. Sorry, I didn't realize what time it was.
We love it. We love it. The chat is just blowing up. Everybody loves this. This is so incredible. You have brought us so many great tips. So go to your analytics on LinkedIn. Find out the articles of interest for your areas of expertise, become a top voice, and pay attention. Listen to your tribe. Listen to what they're saying about you, and grow that organically. And pick one of your favorite platforms. Pick the one that is your platform. Deanna, you just had so many amazing things. I can't wait to join you on another platform somewhere.
I can't wait to read your book. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited that you're doing that. Oh.
Well, I just love you, Deanna, and everywhere you go, I want to be with you. And so thank you for joining us here. Thank you for
having me.
Thank you for sharing your wisdom and your expertise with us. It was a joy to have you here today.
I appreciate you and everybody. Thanks so much. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow. That was incredible. I learned some really great actionable tips there. I don't know about you, but if you did, put a 2 in the chat, because it is so fun to come to an event like this and to take something away that you can use right now, that you can use today, that moves the needle. We're always wondering, what can I do to move the needle? Is it making 50 comments a day? I mean, I thought that moved the needle, and wow, how amazing to learn what moves the needle. I am really amazed, and such a heart-centered, generous soul to be able to share, to take the time. She's a busy woman to share with us. That's just fantastic. So that was great. I am so glad that we got to hear from her. So our next guest is going to tell us some more. We have some really, we have so many amazing guests that are coming today. In fact, we have some of our guests that you have never heard of before, and some of them you have heard many times. And so we have some of the trainers that are with us they are now, Michael Silvers is training the trainer division. And so the trainers are now putting together panels where they are acting as hosts and bringing together a whole new network of people. In fact, we had Crystal Chow yesterday was hosting one of our trainer panels, and she brought people from across the world, from Greenland. One of her guests had more people in her network than from the whole country of Greenland. I was like, wow, that was pretty amazing. And so that was really fun. And it is great to have so many different people from around the world with different cultures, different perspectives that are willing to share with us. And so I am really looking forward to hearing from some of our guests. So was that great about Craig DeSwalt? Did you love hearing about when he said, send an empty envelope to somebody and put your phone number in the return address label? I would have been doing the same thing. What's inside this envelope? What's happening here? I would have been so curious, and I would have probably called the phone number too. I don't know. But then he said, if they get annoyed, say, well, you called me. I was laughing so hard. I was here in the green room. I was just laughing so hard. So that was really funny. But Craig I got to hear Craig at the Barnes & Noble last month. And I had heard Craig speak before, but I had not heard him speak in person. And so it was really fun to get to hear him speak in person. And he was telling these stories about working with the Guns N' Roses, and he told that story about how they found him. And I was like, oh my word, it was because of his positive attitude. It was because of his energy that they said, we want you to be around, and we want to be with you. So could you just come on the road with us? And he was like, well, sure. And so he hops on the Learjet and off he goes. And I was like, wow, that's incredible. I mean, how many times does somebody just say, we like your energy and we want you to come and be with us? So I was pretty amazed about that. And then how long he stayed with them. And then the security guard that wanted him to come with Guns N' Roses. I mean, you never know who you're talking to. You never know who is going to be an angel unaware. And I think that's interesting, that as we have people that we interact with, one of the things that I love about Michael Silvers, and I'm going to get emotional when I say this, but one of the things I love about Michael Silvers and Mary Glorfield, because I work with them closely, is they love everyone. They treat the janitor the same as they treat, the star, the CEO, the celebrity. They treat everyone the same. And I watch Michael when he's interacting with celebrities and movie stars and all of these very, very famous, very, very wealthy people. And he treats everyone the same. And I see Mary do the exact same thing. And that touches my heart, because sometimes, you see those people that, well, I don't have time to talk to you because, you're not that important. but this person, they've got my attention. I want to go over and talk to them. And so I love that, because that feeling of community is pervasive across the Los Angeles Tribune. And the first time I met Mo Rock, I was blown away, because I was sitting at a big long table and he pointed at me. I was at the opposite end. I was the furthest person away from him. And he said, Karen, he said, come over here. And so I said, okay. So I got up and I walked around to where he was, and he stood up and he said, I just wanted to meet you in person. And he gave me the biggest bear hug. And he said, I love you. And I was like, wow. And that is the kind of community that we have at the Los Angeles Tribune. And I tell you, I got emotional with Mo, because I was like, he loves me. And if you see his name, like on Instagram, it says Mo Rock loves you. And Mo Rock has so much empathy and so much love for people. And that's one of his favorite topics to talk about. And he sends that message throughout the whole culture. And so it's really incredible, because you don't usually find that. But you know what? It starts at the top and it trickles downward, and it makes such a big difference to be able to have that kind of a culture. So I think it's fascinating what a difference the leader can make, and what a difference it ripples outward in so many different ways. Sometimes we think as a leader, well, yeah, maybe I'm empathetic, but what difference does that make? But it really does make a difference. You can bring people to the table, just like Ronnie and Johnny were talking about. You can create a table for them where they can be seen, where they can be heard, and people that don't get to have that opportunity. And that's what a gift that you can give to people to do that. And then when you show love as a leader, and when you have empathy, you can make a massive difference. Because if I feel, this was something that Motoko talked about on Friday, I think it was. She was saying that in her culture in Japan, that she makes the culture safe so that people can talk to her. And I was like, wow. One of the things that I remember Stephen R. Covey said was that in a culture, as the leader, if you want to move forward, and if you want to improve, and you want to be the best, you need to be able to listen to all the people that are surrounding you and under you. And many times that door does not feel open. Maybe you go in and you tell the leader something that you've noticed, and they're like, oh, that's no big deal. Well, then do you want to go back in again? Maybe not. And if you're minimized, or if you're invalidated, you might just feel like, you know what, it's not worth it. My comments aren't valued, so I'm not going to continue making them. And so I think it's really interesting to pay attention to these kinds of things, and to, as a leader, to make it safe, to use empathy for your subordinates, and to be able to to be able to have those opportunities to communicate, to value your people, and to help them to feel safe so that they can communicate. That is powerful. And when you hear what they have to say, they can fill in the blanks. They might have awareness of something that you have a blind spot to. And so if we can listen with empathy, if we can love our people and lead with empathy, we can create that safe environment where we can gain that information that we need to move on. So I want to bring up our guest. We have Jeff Ross, who is with us, and he is an expert in digital marketing. And so, Jeff, I am so glad that you are here with us today. Thank you so much for coming. And I met Jeff because we are connected on social media, and he is a part of the podcast network at the Los Angeles Tribune. And Jeff, I first heard him speak at the AI Symposium. And Jeff is a whiz with AI. And so he uses AI a lot in his digital marketing, but he uses it in other ways as well. So Jeff, if you could tell us about the caffeinated kangaroo and about the laptop lifestyle dad, you are just amazing, such a heartfelt person. And I love your faith as well. He's a devoted husband and father. And so tell us some more about you, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you very much, Karen. And I'm so blessed to be brought into this amazing community on the back of your invitation a few months ago. It's been an amazing ride so far, and it's got me out of my comfort zone and just loving being involved in this amazing. What is that saying? Like when you find your tribe, you find your vibe, and definitely found it here.
Yes.
So I've been an internet marketer for a while, but I got into the space and I did what everybody else did. I got into the space because I was passionate about the products, and I was, just wanting to help, wanting to serve. But then I fell over my feet. Put your hand up if you've gone into that space where you don't know what you don't know, and you probably scare a few people away because of the whole direct pitching and link spamming approach. And well, that was me, and so I had to learn how to slow it down. I had to learn how to master the art of the heart-to-heart connection. And
master the heart to heart.
Yeah. And so look, it's a skill that anybody can apply. And like I was bullied as a kid at school. And so learning how to relate and connect with people was really hard for me. And so I've just become a student of how to find that heart-to-heart connection to connect, relate, and resonate. And when we can find those elements, we can find those areas to meet people where they're at. And so I've learned how to master the game of becoming a storyteller, to become a person of influence, to learn how to master attraction marketing, social selling 101, to take people along the customer value journey, and leadership. And AI has just been a brilliant tool in all of those areas. And I feel like, it's AI plus our heart equals our superpower.
Oh, I love that. I love that. AI plus our heart equals superpower. So Jeff, if we wanted to do more in the digital marketing space, and we were trying to, help our visibility, connect, and be able to form those opportunities where we could tell our stories, what would you recommend for us to be able to do that?
Well, first of all, to master the tools, and leverage the tools to help to amplify your voice. AI is a great tool, but it's only as good as the information that you put in. Put garbage in, you're going to get garbage out. Put great stuff in, you'll get great stuff out. And one of the quick tips that we're teaching our students right at the beginning is to get AI to sound like you, so you don't lose your authentic voice.
Right.
And just quickly, like, ChatGPT 4 now, if you've got the paid $20 a month version, it now allows you to speak to it, and you can have a two-way conversation with it. And so I've been teaching people to start to speak to it in your own voice, the way that you talk naturally, and with crafting some prompts around that to get it to bring out that best out in you, so it can be a ghostwriter for you. And by you just sort of like get into your phone, have a little verbal conversation, ask it questions to ask you questions, to have that two-way conversation, you can create some pretty brilliant content together.
So are you saying that, because I have 4.0 and I put things in and I say, here's my bio, here's my article, recognize my voice kind of thing. Are you saying to actually talk? Like
Yeah,
verbally?
so you have to do it on your mobile phone version. So you have to download the app on your phone.
Uh-huh.
And in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a little icon there. It's like a little voice sort of memo icon. You can push that, hold that down, and you can talk to it. And you can ask it questions, ask you back, ask you questions back, so you can have a two-way conversation. So it's like a human virtual assistant. And I've been using it as a way of, doing our business planning for the next 12 months. And here's the great tip around it is I've actually got Elon Musk. I've got, Richard Branson. I've got some of the greats, Zig Ziglar, Dan Kennedy, Brian Tracy. I've got them on my board of directors. So I told ChatGPT to act like these amazing people, be on my board of directors, and let's have a two-way conversation. So ChatGPT is asking these questions like, Gary Vaynerchuk or Richard Branson would be asking if they were in the room, bringing out the knowledge and the best that it's already in my head, so we can do our business planning together. And you can do similar things with your content as well.
Wow, Jeff, this is incredible. Act like, Richard Branson. Act like, I love Zig Ziglar. Where's my cup? Here's my cup. See you at the top. Can you see it? Oh, I don't know.
No, there it is. Yep. Yes, love
it. And so I look at that every day, and I'm born to win. The other side says born to win. And I just act like Zig Ziglar and ask me questions. I would never have thought to do that, to tell tell AI to do that. Brilliant.
Not just simple little tip, but it's amazing how much it just takes things to the next level and amplifies you.
Wow, that is great. What else? What else could we do? What other fun tip do you have for us, Jeff?
Well, I'm all about personal branding, and I love the theme of this marketing forum, how it's been about, being authentic, being purpose-driven, being about the heart-centered connection, and even to the neuroscience and the spiritual level. That's what we're all about. To become a person of influence, we need to become someone who's worth following, right? So, positioning ourselves as a personal brand. And this is something I've always struggled with. Like, I've been an internet marketer for over a decade and a half, and I've read all the books, .com secrets from Russell Brunson. And one of the things that he says in his book is to, create that character that people can follow along with, that can attach to. And I always struggle with that. And so I put all this information into ChatGPT, and I gave it all my brand elements that I already had, the things I stood for, the things I stood against, my mission, my vision, my core values. And what it's done, and by positioning in that way, it's helped me to create a character and to become a master storyteller. The caffeinated kangaroo, for example, was born out of leveraging AI and this principle. So I put into ChatGPT and I said, look, I want to come up with a statement that's just not cliche, that expresses how excited I am. You hear, I'm fired up, I'm pumped up, I'm excited. I wanted to get away from that, and I wanted to create something that's unique and something that's original. And so I put into these expressions into ChatGPT, and I gave it the instructions of what I wanted to do, and I gave it some examples to mimic and follow, like Steve Irwin. Crikey's Terry, would you look at that marvelous specimen? Being an Aussie, like everybody knows Steve Irwin, right?
Right.
So,
right.
And in Australia here in the 1990s, we had a really iconic guy here on our TV infomercials, and his name was Big Kev. And his statement was, "Oh, I'm excited," but it was the way he delivered it, and with just so much passion and gusto. So I gave ChatGPT these instructions, and I said, "Look, I'm an Aussie. Gave it all the elements. I'm a dad, and I love my dad jokes, and let's just bring something that's to the branding surface." So he came up with a few different expressions for me. Expressed how excited I was. One was I'm as excited as a Tasmanian devil going around in a tinny. A tinny is like a small tin boat. So can you imagine a Tasmanian devil? Bing, bing, bing. The other one was I'm as pumped up as a platypus in a pool party. But then the one that really struck a chord with me is I'm as caffeinated as I'm as excited as a caffeinated kangaroo jumping around on a trampoline. And I thought, right, that's it. The caffeinated kangaroo was born. And so I got the statement, I got the line, and then I started playing around with AI imagery, and we got the logos, and now we're bringing it together with AI video. And so the caffeinated kangaroo is my mascot. I didn't realize what I'd actually done, but I started a fad. All of our students now have got like the pumped up platypus, we've got the Lux lioness, we've got the Kaching koala. So people are following along.
Wow, Jeff, that was brilliant. I love all the ways that these creative, brilliant ways of thinking out of the box to use AI for your digital marketing. And so if we wanted to find you, Jeff, how can we find you? Do we look
So let's connect. Yeah. Well, we've got the Linktree link there. So Linktree/laptoplifestyle-dad. That'll give you my WhatsApp, my email, my Facebook groups, and so we can connect there.
And is that the name of your podcast too, the Laptop Lifestyle Dad, if they want to find you and listen to your podcast?
The Laptop Lifestyle Dad Show, and it's actually hosted on the LA Tribune.
Yes. So you can always find it here on the LA Tribune. And Jeff, thank you so much for being with us today. It was great to visit with you.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. Our next guest is Scott Schilling. Scott, we are so glad to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. And I was just talking to Rex Sykes this morning, and he was telling me how you two are friends, and I did not realize that. And so I'm going to bring Rex up. And Rex, we are so glad that you are here again. Yay, Rex.
Well, truth be told, I was just texting Scott while driving to get back here so that I could be here either with you guys or later. But congratulations on you both being here. It's the banner day to have Scott Schilling on the show. So thank you, Scott, for being here.
My pleasure, Rex. Thanks for being so kind.
Yes, it is a banner day. So I got to meet Scott. He interviewed me for his podcast. And I was like, wow, he was quoting my favorite scriptures. I'm like, I love that one. I love that one. We were just having the best conversation. And because he has been involved with so many events and so much, he's done so much marketing, I thought, Scott, I would love to have you talk to us about marketing. And he is known as the authentic connector. And wow, is he connected? And I didn't even know that he was connected to Rex. So this was really fun. So Scott, if you could introduce yourself to us and tell us more about you.
Well, thanks. I greatly appreciate it. Been very blessed throughout my career to do a lot of things, speaking, training, and coaching, consulting. And classically, I'm a sales guy, but if you're a sales guy, you're classically a marketer at the same time, or you darn well better be from that side. So I've been very blessed to do a lot of that, thousands of stages over my career. And my desire now is, well, it always has been, simply take that knowledge gained and share it with as many people as possible. So I'm honored to be here. Thank you.
Well, so tell us, how were you involved in this speaking and training world? Tell us just a little bit more about that.
Well, I was blessed to be on the Get Motivated stages back in the day when we had 20 to 25,000 people in an arena, and shared the stage with every name you know. You may or may not know mine. That's cool. That wasn't my task at the time. My task was to make the money so we could pay the guys whose names you knew. So, but I. The value of, I know your Zig Ziglar Cup, we talked about this before, but one of the greatest stories actually came backstage in the green room one day with Les Brown and Zig. Les said, we go city to city every week, and I change my, I change my talk to be fresh and everything. And Zig, you use the same dang talk every place we go. He goes, I don't get it. And Zig, in his normal style, just went, Les, 2 reasons. Number one, the people in this city need to hear this talk. But more importantly, I teach truth, and truth never changes.
So
that's why he's worth having on any show.
Absolutely.
Let me just say this about Scott, because Scott, not only is he the authentic connector, but he's authentic, and he's got a powerful story, his own life story. He's an author of a couple of books, and does videos all the time, and I mean he's really contributing and serving in so many ways, but his story is a powerful story. If you haven't heard it, you need to hear his story.
Well, yes, one of the things that Scott and I were talking about when he interviewed me on the podcast was that it was his job to promote these other people, and that people didn't know his name, but they knew the person on the stage, they knew their name. That takes a lot of humility to do that for so many years and to elevate other people. And it takes a really big heart. I love that about you, Scott. And that really spoke to me about your humble soul. And the other thing,
thank you, Karen. I appreciate that.
Well, the other thing that I noticed about Scott was, and I said this to him, I said, you help enough other people get what they want in life, you get what you want in life. And that's a Zig Ziglar quote. And he was like, yes, I know that quote. And so it was really fun because we had so many favorite, not only favorite scriptures, but favorite Zig Ziglar quotes too. And I bet you do too, Rex. Yeah. So if you were going to give us advice, Scott, we have a lot of speakers, we have authors, we have podcasters that want to become more visible. What would you recommend for them? Because you've been on both sides now.
Well, I think I've been on every side at some point in time. But really, there's 3 keys to marketing. It's all about them. Number 2, it's all about them. And number 3, it's all about them. The reality is it's all about the audience, the prospect, the promoter, whomever you're doing. Sales and marketing are not dirty words. They're core skill sets. By definition, sales is the exchange of a product, good, or service for an amount of money or its equivalent. It's simply communicating a message. And marketing is the process or the technique of promoting, selling, distributing that product, good, or service. So marketing is an investment. It's not a cost. And so part of what I work to do to help people understand is how to take and reframe this in their head. In fact, one of the best pieces of marketing I have ever seen in my life. I was going to a Get Motivated event in Tucson. I was being driven to the event, and we pull up to a stoplight, and I look out, and there's a Ford Explorer next to me that has styrofoam Girl Scout cookies on the back. On the windows, it's painted "Honk if you love Girl Scout cookies." And when we pulled up, as soon as we got window to window, in the back seat with us was a little girl that went. And I went like this. They pulled over, we pulled over, and I bought like 5 boxes of Girl Scout cookies. It's the best marketing I've ever seen in my life. The reality is marketing is simply telling a story. And what we tend not to do is understand the foundation of that. It's like the first conversation you and I had. I said, what I learned a long time ago doing over 3,000 live events, the promoter is number 1. The audience is number 2. I'm third at best. And so the reality is you've got to understand your audience. Like I said, it's all about them. It's not, people get so wrapped around the axle about their own invention or their own this or their own that. And the bottom line is, and I have walked into CEOs and I said, love you, love your company, love your product. Nobody cares. Nobody wants them. They will buy them if they need them. And so you need to communicate that message. And so people work too hard to sell everything to everybody, whereas marketing should really create a demand and a want for them to want what you have. I don't ever want to sell anybody anything, but I want you to buy a lot from me. Therefore, it's my responsibility to create that environment for you to take advantage of the offering I have. And when you do that well, a couple things happen. If I sell you and you don't like whatever you bought from me, you're going to be mad at me. If you buy something from me and you don't like it, you're going to be mad at you. You'll never be mad at me because I didn't sell it to you. I facilitated. And that's where people lose in marketing so often, is they don't understand. And I remember when you said, what would you like to talk about? And I said, well, the 3 absolutes in any presentation and how to supercharge your marketing. Well, the first is WIIFT, what's in it for them. You've got to come from an others orientation, from a place of walk a mile in their shoes.
Mhm.
Everybody who makes something puts all sorts of bells and whistles and goodies, and everybody's bell and whistle is better than somebody else's bell and whistle. But it's irrelevant if it doesn't solve the problem for the person you're talking to. Totally irrelevant from that side. And the second absolute is people do business with those they know, like, and trust. And so my suggestion to people is, even if you know somebody, assume they don't. Start fresh. And if they know you, they don't like you. And even if they like you, assume they don't. So start fresh. And even if they trust you, assume they don't. Start fresh. But it's imperative that trust is in existence for a deal to happen. It has to be there. And so it's just, and people forget this. I mean, people date those they know, like, and trust. People marry those they know, like, and trust. People divorce those they no longer trust. It's all about trust.
Yes.
So marketing is all about trust. And so you've got to be in that place as well. And then the third absolute is the one that most people forget, and that is people take action when they're ready, not when you're ready. So you have to repeatedly be in front of them. Think about it by definition of what I just said. If they are ready and they don't trust you, are they going to buy? Absolutely, but not from you.
Right.
If they trust you and they're not ready, are they going to buy? No, they're not going to buy from you or anybody else. But if you've built trust and you try to coerce them into buying, trust now diminishes, but trust is imperative to do business together. And so I call it spit the bit. You lose the relationship, you lose everything, which is why I created my own definition of this process: education through communication without manipulation.
Ooh, education
Through communication without manipulation.
Wow, that's powerful.
Well, thank you. That positions you as a teacher, and you teach the features, advantages, and benefits that your products, goods, and services have to offer to satisfy the prospect's needs, wants, and desires. And when you do that appropriately, they now come back over and over again, which is why I suggest the first time you meet somebody, you work to become an asset to everyone you meet. ASSET is a 5-letter acronym for a spontaneous servant every time.
Mhm.
Become a spontaneous servant every time, the rest takes care of itself. You and I met, and I'm a speaker, you're a speaker. I'm a trainer, you're a trainer. I'm a coach, you're a coach. I'm a consultant, you're a consultant. The chances of you needing what I do right then is 3 to 5%. But the chances of you needing to know something I know or someone I know is probably 90 to 95%. So if you become an asset to everyone you meet, what tends to happen is over time, know, like, and trust builds. And so when they're ready, now the trust is there. By definition, you've got to build trust ahead of when they're ready. So one other thing that I share is today's activity does not determine today's volume. Today's volume was determined by what you did 30, 60, 90 days ago. Today's activity determines what happens 30, 60, 90 days from now. If you don't like where you are today, God bless you. You're here at this event. Today's the demarcation point. There's been brilliant, for the last 3 days, there's been brilliant presentations and content that this can be your demarcation point to be anything and everything you want to be.
Oh my goodness. I love this, Scott. We could go on and on. I think this is absolutely fascinating. I hope you all heard that. Education through communication without manipulation. Very powerful. And your servant heart is so powerful because you build trust. You're just, it's very natural for you. And because you're always thinking what's in it for them, you live that quote of, help enough other people get what they want. And I love that about you, Scott. It was great to have you with us. Thank you so much for being with us. And Rex, our next guest, is here. So we are going to have to say goodbye to Scott. I'm so sorry we have to say goodbye, but we loved having you.
I'm honored. Thank you.
Thank
Beautiful,
you.
Scott. Thank you for being here.
My pleasure. I'm honored.
Me too.
All right. Our next guest is our trainer, Lisa Tan, Dr. Lisa Tan, and she has a panel that she is hosting. And so, Dr. Lisa, we love your energy. It was so fun when we had our first trainers panel to open the event. She said, it's like the Brady Bunch. And I have laughed every time I see the squares now. We're like the Brady Bunch. Anyway, I am going to let you take over with your people, and I will turn the time over to you. So I'm so glad that you're here today.
Thanks, Karen. Thanks, Rex. Wow. Here comes my Jedi Council. Woo! I mean, today we've had Chris, Ronnie, Johnny, Deanna, Jeff, and Scott on already. But I am so excited to lead us into the next group that I'm calling the Jedi Council. Now, if you're wondering why I'm calling these special marketeers the Jedi Council, well, it's because Joanne and I, we ran into Darth Vader right outside the Chinese Theater in LA. And did we run the other way? No. We stood firm. We took out our lightsabers and we defeated Darth Vader. So today with our lightsabers, we're going to slash the BS out of marketing and give it to you straight. Just like how Dan Kennedy says it. This is no BS marketing. And today I'm going to have our Jedis introduce themselves, name, a little bit about your business, and most importantly, what's your favorite food from your culture? And I'm going to have Joanne start.
Oh, wow. Hi, Lisa. How are you?
Hi, Joanne.
So my name is Joanne Callahan. I know I spell my name very funny, long story behind that, but it helps with my marketing. So I am the sleep success coach, and I help women, especially professional women, to optimize their energy with better sleep and rest so that they can achieve that high performance and help and serve other people in the world. And my favorite dish, and actually what I had for my dinner this evening, was an Irish stew.
Ooh. Irish stew. Oh my goodness. I'm going to have to fly over to Ireland to try that, Joanne.
It was gorgeous.
How about you, Toms? Please share a little bit about yourself with all of our LA Tribune fans here.
Yes, so my name is Toms. I'm coming from Latvia. That's why it ends with an S. And I usually tell people don't try to pronounce my surname. It's Astachovskis. It's not typical Latvian. And what I do is I am a dream accelerator. And I help people to have soulful energy, which basically means have energy that's aligned with the soul. And as we're more aligned with the soul, we have more energy through state of flow. And my favorite dish, it's very interesting because it's rye bread soup. It's dessert made of roasted rye bread crumbs. And usually eaten with whipped cream and dried fruits.
Oh my goodness. Now I'm going to have to come to Latvia too, Toms.
Yeah.
And I love how you help us align with our soulful energy. As Jedis, we need that alignment.
Yeah.
And Farouk, I would love to hear a little bit about you. Share with our audience today.
Hello, everyone. Hopefully there's not too much noise. I'm at the airport, unfortunately, at this point. So,
oh my goodness, thank you for tuning in. Even in the midst of travel, you're tuning in. Thank you so much, Farouk.
This is for the world. And my name is Farouk. I'm in Puerto Rico right now. I'm originally from India. And I've been a digital marketer for over 20 years, scaling high 7, 8, and 9-figure clients, primarily through paid media and SEO and all that fun stuff. And being Indian, I love spices. And spices means like all these, there's this dish called biryani, which is like rice and whatever meat you want, and all of these amazing things cooked over like 12 hours. And I'm like, I love that. I can eat that like 24/7. So that's my dish.
Biryani chicken. I'm coming over, Farouk. I'm coming over.
Do it.
Yes. So I would love to hear from each of you. What's a piece of BS or myth in marketing that you want to debunk for everyone today? So I'm just going to go kind of popcorn. How about you, Toms? What's a piece of BS in marketing that we should debunk?
Well, I think that I will lead with the truth. Well, the truth is that the answer is in energy. And energy is emotion and how do I feel, what's the state of mind I'm in, and all answers will come from a specific state of mind. And I think the BS would be that there are strategies to make you successful. And I feel that's not really true, because you can try to go viral, let's say, with certain hooks and certain things, but if your energy does not match that, then sooner or later it's not going to be sustainable. If the trend changes, it's not going to be sustainable. So what I find is, if I tune myself to a curious state, my energy is curious and I'm able to get the answers for the hooks that I need to have from a state, not from energy, not from reading online stuff. And so that would be the BS.
So we've got to be first in our state,
Yes.
right? Like in our Jedi state.
Exactly.
And that will come through in our hooks, in our message, and in our marketing.
Yeah, alignment, embodiment. So
the embodiment of our marketing, to truly embody our marketing.
Exactly.
Cool. How about you, Farouk? What BS do you want to debunk today?
The BS that old school is dead, and I keep on hearing this again, like email marketing's dead. Oh, let's go to TikTok. This like squirrel syndrome of like just moving on to the next new thing, and the old stuff is dead. The old stuff is not dead. It's just changed. The game has changed a little bit. We have to think a little bit more. You know, we're talking about alignment. Tom's just talking about alignment, messaging, marketing, all of these different things. And what that means is at the end, how do you take one platform, try it and test it, email that's been around for the longest time, but be more mindful of the end user when they're receiving it? Are they on the go? Are they going to be looking at mobile? What kind of messaging would they need at that point? Do they need images? Do they need more graphics? So all of these are, and segmentation is the key part of it. So from direct response, Dan Kennedy, right? Like direct response marketing is not dead. It's just taking that same principles and applying it to the modality like email, segmentation, and being more mindful and different messages for different audiences. That can change the game for you. So the debunk is email's not dead. Facebook ads are not dead. Nothing is dead. They're all there. You just have to shift on how you approach that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what?
Tribune fans, we heard it here first. It ain't dead. It ain't dead yet. How about you, Joanne?
Oh, I love this conversation. And, you know, for me, and I was very guilty of this right before, and it ties up with what Tom was saying about energy and your state and all that kind of stuff, is if you talk more, you'll sell more, right? So I used to be there closing the sale, you know, that terminology, and I actually talked myself out of the sale. So a lot of people believe that if you just keep talking, keep convincing them, keep telling them why this is good for them, it's like you're convincing them, you know, and it takes a lot of energy. And you've got too much energy now. You're in somebody's space, and like what Tom said, then your energy is actually too much, and the person just wants to back away from you. So keep it simple and use the pause and let the other person respond, and really communicate with them effectively by listening rather than talking too much.
Talk less, listen more. Don't talk our ways out of a sale, right? And I sometimes find myself doing that too. So thank you for reminding me, Joanne. Now, what came up for me is when Joseph McClendon said, babies are some of the best marketers out there. And I was like, huh, that might be right. But what if I was marketing to my own mom? Like, what strategy would I want to use if I wanted to market and sell to my own mom? How about you, Farouk? If you had to market something to your mom, how would you go about it?
Yeah, great question.
A sequence of emails.
So that's, you brought up a very good point. For me, I have to look at the demographics and psychographics being a marketer, right? And at the end, my mom being almost 70 years old and knowing that that age range is not very tech savvy. And if they're not very tech savvy, I know my mom, at least I have some biased context here. She knows how to use Google and YouTube. That's it. And so I go to the tried and true tested method. I started advertising 20 years ago with Google Ads. That is intent based advertising. People are typing what they want or need or desire. I love desire marketing. We'll talk about that later, hopefully. And at the end, if she's typing something in, I could be there with my ad right then, right there with the intent she has and get the user experience that I want her to have based on what type of keyword is it. Informational? Is it a buying keyword? Is it more a curiosity or whatever? So ultimately, I look at it as where is the demographic, psychographic hanging out? What do they need? And then just getting that information in front of them at the right place and right time.
Got it. Right place, right time with that intent. How about you, Toms? If you were to market to your mom, maybe you want to market a new dessert that you're making for your mom, and you really want her to try this new dessert that you're making. How would you market that dessert to your mom?
Well, actually, before I would actually go to market, I would actually go and talk to my mom. I would actually ask her questions. What do you want? What do you need? Is this solving? Is this something you want today? And I would just go and ask her, okay, do you want this? Do you want dessert today? No, maybe you want more savory. Maybe you want biryani today. Maybe you want like, what do you want today? And I would just go and ask, and I would have the same approach. Go on, talk to people, or read the conversations other people having. So that would be my approach.
Toms, bingo. We don't do that like pre-market survey, right? Where we actually go talk to the people we're trying to reach. Do you want biryani instead of dessert? Do you want Irish stew instead of the dessert today, Mom? Like, do we take the time to do that? Great point. How about you, Joanne? What would you do?
This is great because I see this as a game, because I have an added advantage because I know my mother, right? And my mother trusts me, and hopefully she loves me. We have that relationship there already, right? And I know that my mother she's 74 years of age. She's complaining of joint pain. She's complaining of weight gain, all these things, right, from years. And so I know that these are a pain for her. So I would say something like, oh, Mom, why don't you try a food blender and make your smoothies first thing in the morning? It's easy, it's fast. And I wouldn't say something like it has 10 speeds and all these great features. I'd tell her the benefits because I already know her pains. And this is going to help. And she wants more time. She wants convenience. She wants less cleaning up with the dishwasher, which is great. So yeah, it's keeping it really, really simple and highlighting those benefits that we know that will help with the pains that our mothers and people alike are experiencing.
Joanne, you highlighted, well, most people say know, like, and trust, but you actually said today, know, love, and trust because of that relationship you have with your mom already. And not only that, you know all her pain points, and you also know what she wants, right? I mean, can you imagine if we got that intimate with our niche and really understood them so deeply? How far our marketing can go, as deeply as we know our moms. And something that Jeff Ross said earlier that really got me to think about this. You know how he has that kangaroo, right? He had that kangaroo logo. And his thing, Jeff Ross is the caffeinated kangaroo. And every time I think of probably coffee now, I think of Jeff Ross. Or when Joseph McClendon brings up the FedEx arrow. Once you see the white arrow within the FedEx sign, you can never unsee it. And Jim Quick, every single picture you see Jim Quick, what is he doing? And every single t-shirt he has on, he's got a brain on it. So anytime anyone says the word brain, I think of Jim Quick, right? And guess what? Can I show you all something? I'm so proud of this. I've got my Spark Inner Fire podcast t-shirt. So what this kind of all is leading me to think about is the unspoken side of marketing. It's not really what we say, but maybe how we say it that appeals to the other senses, right? The visual, the auditory, or just the fact that we've been talking about biryani and Irish stew. I'm like, I'm savoring right now. But yeah, can we all kind of talk about this unspoken side of marketing, almost like the subliminal sides of marketing? Joanne, is there anything you want to share about it? Because this side really fascinates me about marketing.
Yeah, we can learn. There's all these great courses out there on marketing and sales, and they're all great. But I think ultimately, Lisa, it comes down to who we're being. It's that being, and we're being that every day. But it's connecting with our heart. And we've heard a lot of the speakers talking about being a heart-centered leader, a heart-centered servant. And when we know our own core values and what it is that we want to share with the world, that comes out, it just shines out. And it's not like we're making a big effort, we're trying very hard. This is where the magnetic marketing comes in, and where what Dan always talks about, the magnetic marketing. And it's really being aligned with our core values and projecting that out in our being, who we are being, and being authentic and real.
Yes, being magnetic, authentic, and real. How about you, Toms? What is it about like the unspoken side of marketing that appeals to you?
Well, what appeals to me the most is actually symbolism. And as Joan said, it's all about being real and embodying the core values. So the symbolism has to match those core values sooner or later. And for me, it's a bee. And most people don't really know what the bee animal represents, but I like the wordplay of it. I am, so being, and bee animal. So this alone is already really deep for me. And then, of course, the worker bee, community, all these things that subconsciously comes for people when you talk about the bee. So, but then again, have to embody it. It's just about picking a logo. It's about embodying it as well. So well said, John.
Yeah, Toms. Did anybody in the audience notice that Toms has used the word embody twice already? Do you see how he embodies that energy? And when he brought up bee, I can't help but think I'm a queen bee. That's my queen bee energy coming through. So Farouk, how about you?
Yeah, it's we're talking about subconscious elements within the marketing and how you can utilize that to take the person, whatever they're desiring. If you believe in your product and service, I think that's the number one key. If you're in line with that, then you really want to help and serve. Ultimately, it's about service. And if that is the case, then why not utilize the psychology of this? I remember like 10, 15 years ago, I saw this graph where if you actually Google brand emotional color, there'll be like a whole chart of all these logos and what they embody. From, for example, like American Express to Facebook, all blue because they want strength and trust. That's what that means from an emotional standpoint. And we take these elements in our marketing. What I love to geek out about is really when somebody comes to a page, let's just say to opt in or buy, I love split testing these colors on just the call to action button, for instance, and seeing what like takes them to that next step and take them further along the journey. So for me, it's speaking out, it's taking these like subconscious elements in a conscious way. I think that's the key part, and aligning that where the person wants to go and marrying the two. That's what I love doing about it.
Oh, the marriage of all this. And thank you for not letting me feel like I'm the only geek. I also sit there, play around with the colors on that button and test A/B testing it. So thank you. I'm not the only one geeking out on colors. And for the Tribune audience at home, in your office, in your car, wherever you are, I just want to add one more. Look at the Amazon logo and see what you notice about it. Okay, I'm just going to leave it at that. That's your. I'll give you a task after at the end of this show today. Go take a close look at that Amazon logo and see what you see. Notice it. You'll be surprised. And with all this talk about food, I must ask, what is your secret sauce for marketing or sales? Farouk?
So we were talking about, I was just talking about like intent-based advertising. My secret sauce is, why are we making everything so difficult, right? Like for me, yes, market research is all important and all this. We get into a lot of weeds. Like let's just take that assumption that we understand our market to some degree. Yeah, do your demographics, psychographics, avatar. But like my love is like if somebody's intending, like answerthepublic.com is one of my favorite tools. That's my like secret sauce. You could go in and type a particular category, like for example, Pet Summits is my new business, and I just typed in dog, and the questions that are coming up are like mind blowing. Like I would have never even thought of that. There's a problem that people are typing in. That's their intent. We can sit there and just answer that in a conscious way in the informational aspect of it. And once they know, like, and trust to your point, they're more likely to buy whatever you have to sell because you solved their question and their problem. And put some more effort into it, not just put text, put a video out there and so on and so forth, right? Podcasts out there, whatever it is. There's different modalities people consume content in. So if we can take that one core question where it's burning desire, and again, marry that with the intent and the desire that they have, desire based marketing, that's where freaking magic is. That's my secret sauce.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Whoosh. That was the lightsaber coming out right there. Marry the intent plus the desire. Farouk, if you don't mind, can you repeat that website one more time?
Repeat the intent and desire component or the two?
Oh,
sorry,
the website. It was
answerthepublic.com, and they give you like 10 free searches or 5 free searches, and it's a paid. Of course, I have the paid version because I use it all the time. And it will actually, well, the coolest part about this is it will give you the search volume, how many people are searching for that term and how expensive that is. So if you're into paid marketing, which I am, you could take the highest searched, most desired, what you can solve, buy that keyword, you will get traffic right away, get conversions right away, get sales right away. Simple, easy. Don't make shit hard. It's easy.
simple, easy. Whoosh. Joanne, what about you?
I love how you're using your lightsaber.
Right?
And I love what Farouk said as well about, you know, what are people actually searching for? I mean, it's just the simplest thing that we can go and look at, you know, it's just such a simple, and we make it so complicated and so difficult. And another thing that I like to do, and I did this before, is I create a survey and I ask a load of questions. And I asked them, like, what's keeping you up at night? What, if you could wave a magic wand, you know, what would you want solved in your life right now? What's your biggest frustration? Ask the people what it is, you know, that they want solved, and reward them for doing the survey, because you want to encourage them to do the survey. So give them a free ebook or something like that, you know, to reward them, to encourage them to fill in your survey. But I think that's what I did, and it was an eye opener for me, because I was creating content and it wasn't necessarily what they wanted. So that's something else that you can do, is create a survey.
Boom. Surveys. I just added that to my landing page, by the way, above the fold. A short, simple survey. How about you, Tom?
So, as Joanne said, once we know what people want and we have figured out that part, then how do we come up with our own unique way of expressing it? And for me, that's a flow state. It's a state of mind that I'm in. From that, from flow state, I'm able to generate whatever needs to be come out. And if I'm in a boring state, then I'm gonna bore my audience. If I'm in a curious and playful state, guess what? More curiosity and playfulness will come out in a marketing message. And everything comes up easier if the brain is allowed to flow. That's why my secret sauce is a flow state.
Embody. My goodness, if anybody didn't get that, I'm going to tattoo embody on my arm after this. So I want to thank my Jedis today. We rocked it with our lightsabers. Thank you so much for slashing the BS out of marketing and sales with me today. And I just want to thank Dr. Emily for making this possible, Mo Rock, Michael Silvers. Oh, I love my Tribune family. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Lisa. Thank you for your wonderful panel. We are so glad that you were all here, and we will see you next time. Bye-bye. All right, Dr. Lisa, thank you so much for bringing such amazing guests and always connecting us with amazing people. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Karen. Always lots of fun.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, we are back with two more amazing guests. We have Debbie Prediger and Nicole Cowie, and oh my goodness, we are so happy to have you guys with us. This is such a treat. So these two ladies are amazing women with the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal. They are part of our founding members, and they bring the most amazing heartfelt energy. They are so unselfish, and I am so glad that they are here. And Debbie, if we could start with you and have you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your role.
Oh, my role in the journal, or my role in the rest of my life?
In life.
Thank you so much, Karen. First of all, my name is Debbie Prediger. I'm the founder of Empowering You, and it's all about community for me. I was here yesterday and I spoke a little bit about why community is important to me, is that I never want anyone to feel alone. And I also want them to be seen and heard and valued when they get into a community. And I was having trouble finding that community, so I created it. But alongside of creating community, I also create masterminds, retreats. I teach business strategy. And there's just a lot to what I get to do. And it's all about empowering you, your story, your vision, your dreams.
Well, Debbie, I'm going to have you just repeat something that you said yesterday about all the different roles that you have had, because I think it's so fascinating how now I can, it's like turning over the back of a needlepoint. You can see how the dots are all connected, and it's so beautiful. When at first it looks like a mess, but then it's like you look on the other side, you're like, oh, what a beautiful, creation. Tell us a little bit more about those dots.
So Nicole's laughing at me because every time we talk, she learns something new about me, and she's like, are you kidding me? And so I don't even know where to start, but I was raised on a family farm. So, the work ethics of a kid on a farm, you do what needs to be done. I was also running silage crews and everything else, and running the household by age 10. So I became somebody that stepped into a leadership role really early. But through that, I started as a nurse. I went into computers and had 3 different computer stores back when you couldn't network computer long distance stores. You had to literally run between them. And I managed a team of staff. I also became a photographer that led me down a role of being a journalist and providing photos for newspapers and magazines and TV and telling people's stories. And I fell in love with that. And
wow.
Yeah, and we can go on and on, but it's always been about empowering other people along the journey.
Yes, that is so beautiful. And I love how, that work ethic, and then that part where you were helping other people to tell their stories and you were empowering them. So you started, I'm sure there's a lot of empowering stories where you empowered others in your life too. Wow, that's fantastic. Well, I am going to bring up Nicole. And Nicole, if you could tell us some more about you for our audience, because you just are such a beautiful soul. And I want people to get to know you more too.
Thank you so much, Karen and Debbie. And oh my gosh, I'm so grateful to be here with both of you, two of my favorite people in the whole world, two of my favorite people. And Debbie, she was so right when she says, I'm always blown away by all the things. The more I get to know someone, and know what they do, it always is like amazing, because our stories of where we've come from really start to, like Karen was just saying, it's like that little roadmap that starts to make sense where we are now, right? Everything leads up to now. And so Debbie, I always love to hear more about your stories. But I am Nicole Kelly. I am the owner of Next Step with Nicole Renee. I'm a women's empowerment coach. I primarily work with single mamas because I am a single mama myself, and I love taking them from a place of limiting beliefs and, where they're feeling that, the world is kind of falling apart around them, and help them see the power within them to really skyrocket their life, not only just their businesses or their their things that they love to do, but also love to have them feel healthy and strong again too. So I work both in the body and the mind, and I love doing that. And that's something I do all the time. And it's one of my favorite things to do. But like Debbie, I've had a past of different things, direct marketing. I've had, we were in a family business for many years, a chain of children's wear stores that over 60 years in our family. So, I have a lot of different background. I was a dance teacher for many years, so many different things. But my true heart now is to help, women rise and feel so strong and empowered. And that is where my heart feels full when I do it. It's the best thing in the whole world.
Yes. And I want to go back to something you said yesterday about, finding out what the pain points are for our people. How do you do that, Nicole? Because I feel like you have so much empathy and such emotional intelligence. What is your process to find out the pain points of your clients?
Yeah, I think the most important part is actually having a conversation and listening. And that is one of the biggest things, is just to listen more than to talk. And that's something I've always had to work on a little bit, because I like to talk too, and I like to do both. But the listening is so important, hearing what they are saying and then repeating it back to them to make sure you're capturing it the right way. But I really find that, if we truly listen to our clients, we can hear the pain coming through, and then we can absolutely, I think one of the best things is most of the time is to empathize with what they are going through and feel, most of us have been through some things that are absolutely relatable, and really helping people understand that many things in our life that we've gone through are not your fault, to let a lot of that brush off your shoulders and be able to take a deep breath and then just say, okay, this is what has happened. Now, where can we go? And that is one of the things for me, for sure, is just getting to know people on a really deep, heartfelt level, because people have been through many things. And the more we can understand and listen and empathize and find solutions, something that we can start to give them a roadmap to start moving forward, those pain points become less. And that's one of the things that I love to help people find, is the way to move through the pain. And then always seeing that many of the things that we've gone through, the pain that we have gone through, has actually pushed us into our greatest power. And I find that it's usually one of the best parts of it, is at the end of working with people, is they're like, if that hadn't happened, oh my gosh, this would not have happened now. And they see the greatness that came out of it. And those are the things that really warm my heart, is to be able to move through the resiliency, to move through that and see the power after that.
Wow. If that hadn't happened, this wouldn't have happened. That's really amazing. Thank you, Nicole. Debbie, I want to ask you, first of all, I want to thank you, Debbie, for introducing me to Nicole and for being such an amazing connector, because you have this incredible network. We were just talking about, when Craig DeSwalt was saying, if you want to get to know people, well, then tap into their network. And you have such an incredible network. Tell us about, how did you become such a connector, and how did you form such large networks?
Yeah. So I think that I understood organic marketing before I understood organic marketing. And it really is, listening to everybody here, it's like it just came natural to me, being curious about their stories. When I heard them tell a little piece of their story, I wanted to know, well, why? And then I wanted to flip it. Nicole just said that so beautifully. And by the way, Nicole is one of the most active listeners I've ever witnessed. The first time I met her, she got a lot out of me that I never tell other people, because she is such an active listener. And so her skill set is beyond. But when I listen to people's stories, I'm looking for the in-between, the gap, the misbelief, I wish I had this, but it's not possible for me. I'm looking for that so that I can recognize and then seed into them that they are meant for greatness. There is something inside of them that they maybe haven't seen yet. And it's that curiosity, but also easily a gift, that I can see the greatness in other people. And I know that that's a term that we hear quite regularly. I don't believe that a lot of people use that gift the way it's meant to be given. And so I am here doing the work of the divine. And so when I get a download come through me that asks this certain question, repeat that back to them. See them in a light that they haven't seen themselves in. Love on everyone. It's just easy for me to create community that way. People tell me all the time, I create a safe space for them to dream bigger of the possibilities. And when I get to that place and build that trust, now anything's possible, because I just need them to admit that they want it. And now we're on to, like, let's go get it.
I love this, Debbie. Oh my goodness, this is awesome. And one of my favorite things is to see the greatness in people. And I pray that I will be able to see people the way God does. And I know you do too. And that is very empowering. When I talk to someone that can see something in myself that I can't see, that's a beautiful, and that's so amazing how you help them to shift that thought about themselves so that they can go get it. That's so exciting. So thank you so much. And Nicole, I'm going to bring you back up again. And one of the things that Debbie just said that I thought was so true was, what an amazing listener you are. And like Debbie, I've had conversations with you and I felt so safe. And I think that's a real superpower that you have, is to help people feel safe. And with you and Debbie both doing that together, it's no wonder you two are such good friends because you both have that gift. And so how did you develop that ability to help people feel safe, Nicole?
I'm not even sure. Like, that's something that's been, I think, part of me from the time I was really young. I remember being in classrooms with kids that were being picked on or having a tough time. I remember it didn't make me feel good inside. And I always wanted to help them, or I felt that people didn't understand them, and please understand their backstory or where they're coming from. And I think that's something that's always been part of me. And as I'm moving forward in my coaching business and moving along in life, I find that I'm even tapping into that more, is that people have a story behind all the reasons why they act a certain way or do a certain thing. And I truly feel that when we can sit and listen and have compassion for their journey, for where they've come from, that we can actually help them rise way faster. It's really easy to judge. It's really easy to judge. And I mean, I've been on the end of judgment, and I for sure have judged in my life before too. But I will say that the less that we judge and the more that we try to understand, the greater we can help people, the greater we can really help people move. We can connect deeper. We can do all of those beautiful things. And I have to say that working with you, Karen, and working with Debbie, I always feel so listened to, so loved, so cared for, because you two absolutely have that gift. It's one of the most beautiful things that's in my life. And, you know, even when you're going to speak on panels or you're going to do things in your life, to have people who help you feel safe in that space, feel like you can go do your thing. Both of you are like that. And so I want to honor you, because I will tell you that you are the people that calm my nerves. You calm my nerves. Whenever I'm nervous, I always just feel that when I talk to you, I know that anything is possible and that you make everything feel okay. So I just wanted to bring that in, because even though you guys are shouting beautiful things for everybody, I just want you to know how incredible both of you are and the safe spaces that you bring, so that people can connect, so that people can be themselves, their best selves, because they feel safe to do so.
Oh my goodness, that was beautiful. Thank you so much, and right back at you. You know, because that is your superpower, is helping people feel safe. And Debbie, how beautiful that you do the same thing for people, because when you're trying to market yourself, I think you feel so vulnerable, you know, like, how can I put myself out there, and what if they don't like me? And so Debbie, how do you help people when they are feeling fear about marketing themselves? What tips and tools do you help people use so that they can be courageous and get that message out there?
Well, twofold. One, I show them. I really do live by example. So I admit that I'm scared. I admit that I am learning too. But here's an example of what I do. I just created a visibility challenge, and I had over 100 people say, I want part of this. And so that told me that I had nailed it, that this was what my audience was looking for. They were looking for a platform. They were looking for opportunities. They've seen me do this stuff, and they wondered how I could do it. So I provided it for them. And so just yesterday, I opened the doors to a brand new Facebook community that's all about being extraordinary. I am showcasing and highlighting and creating a platform for women to show us and tell us their stories of how extraordinary they truly are, what they've overcome. And it's absolutely phenomenal. But this is the type of thing I do. I listen to my audience's fears, and then I go create it for them. Because what we're really doing, and what I was doing back when I started, is we were praying and wishing somebody would do something. What if that someone is you? What if you can just lean in and do a little bit more in a way that your audience is begging for? And with that, you both rise. This is the type of collaborations. This is the type of joint ventures. This is the type of opportunities I love, love, love to create.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh my goodness. Well, I just love that. Oh my goodness. You know, she show them the way, Debbie. Wow, that's just great. And Nicole, I want to know, if you could teach us something about marketing today, what would be the takeaway that you would like us to have?
Oh, thank you. You know, I want to bring one back from when I worked with my dad, and we worked in our retail stores. And one of the things that my dad always did is like deep, beautiful relationships with our customers. And I remember even at Christmas time, wrapping all the presents for people and then delivering them to their homes and bringing them to their homes at night. And that was so important to my dad. We always carried their parcels to their cars. We did the things to help them feel so connected to us. And I remember when we closed our store, they were sending pictures of their first communions to us, to their children wearing their first walking shoes, to, showing us their dresses for their weddings that they wore. And so one thing I think to take away from today, for me, my suggestion would be just build those deep connections with people. Let them know you care so much about them, that they are seen, they are heard, that they are valued, that they are a big part of your life, that they are somebody that you really care about. And I think that deep connection is when that happens, you can't help but rise together. Like Debbie said, rise together.
Oh my goodness, that is amazing. That is really amazing, because so many times we're just thinking, how can I get the client? How can I get the sale? How can I do the thing? And that's the wrong question to be asking. The question is, what do they need? What is, just like Debbie was saying, what is their fear? What is it that they need? And if you're walking them out and carrying their parcels to their car, and if you're staying in touch with them and celebrating their child's bar mitzvah or whatever it is, then they know you care. And guess what else? You learn about them. And so you're going to learn about what they need if you're staying in contact that way. And so that's so genuine. We talk a lot about authenticity on this, event. We talk about the power of being connected. But until you really care, it's very difficult to build that relationship. And that is one of your superpowers, is that you really do care. And you two ladies are phenomenal. I have to give a shout out to these two ladies because we have a few that are on the leaderboard at the Los Angeles Tribune that just constantly excel, and they are at the top of supporting the Los Angeles Tribune. And Debbie and Nicole are two of those. Barbie Ray and Jackie Wilkinson are the four that make the top on the leaderboard. And so I just have to applaud you because you care. And that's why you make so many comments. That's why you show up so often. That's why you share on your social media, because you care. And you care about us as speakers. You care about the Tribune. You care about the mission that we are putting out there. And because you care, you show up and do the work and you sacrifice. We have, Crystal and I there. Crystal's in Singapore, I is in Malaysia and Japan. And so in the middle of the night, we have our Aussies. Jeff was just here. He got up at 5 a.m., to be here. And Jane Slack-Smith, she's up in the middle of the night. So we have these people that are making these massive sacrifices because they care. And when you do that for your clients, that makes all the difference. In fact, I was talking to Barbie Ray about this, and she said that until people open their heart to you, they won't open their wallet. And I thought, wow, isn't that the truth? I mean, if we want to convert someone to become a client, well, we have to be able to connect with them on a heart level. And that's why you connect with them on a heart level, because they know that they have a friend in you first before they have someone that is selling to them. And so thank you, ladies. Thank you for your beautiful hearts. Thank you for all the sacrifices that you make to support the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal, to be part of our founding members, and to speak at our events and to show love to everyone. I am so grateful for the love that you show to me. I am so grateful that you have been a part of it from the very beginning. And I love every opportunity that I get to be with you ladies. And I hope that all of you will look them up. Next up with Nicole Renee is Nicole Kelly, and Debbie is Empowering You with Debbie Prediger. And she also has a podcast, Light. And I encourage you to look up her podcast as well. And so thank you, ladies, so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank
you
you
so much, Karen, and the Los Angeles Tribune.
Yes.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to thank them for all they do.
Yeah, thank you very, very much. We're so lucky to be part of it.
We are so blessed. Thank you, ladies. Bye-bye. All right, that was awesome. Well, our next panel host is Dr. James Dentley. Dr. James Dentley, we are so glad you're here.
I'm excited to be here, Karen. Great job. That was a great interview.
Oh, aren't they amazing, ladies? Wow.
All three of you ladies are amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And you make people feel like $1,000,000. That is something. When you talked about how you choose to love your wife every day, and just the thoughtful ways that you look at things, and the ways that you have changed the way that you looked at things and the way that you behaved in your life. I was so inspired when I heard you speak at the neuroscience event. I'm always inspired when I hear you speak. So what a privilege to get to be with you today. And I know you have an amazing group of panelists. I do not know your panelists. And so I am going to allow you to introduce each one of them. And I am going to bring up to the stage HE Ambassador, Dr. Jay Johnson, and Josh Beecraft, and Dr. Patricia Jo Grover. And I think that's all. Is that your panel? That's it. Okay. I'm going to let you take over and introduce these amazing guests. Thank you all for being with us today, and enjoy your panel.
All right. Thank you, Karen. Well, first and foremost, I want to thank Karen. I want to thank Morak, Alva the incredible team at the LA Tribune doing some incredible work and really expanding the brand through media. And they're going to be branching out to different forms of media. And we're happy to be in collaboration and partnership and family members with the LA Tribune. We love them to death. They're the best in class, high integrity. And I'm just honored to get a chance to be here. And you know what? I didn't want to speak today. I really want to introduce some incredible people. So I'm going to get right into it right now. We have three panelists because when you have a lot to say, I don't want anyone to miss some of the nuggets and some of the information that they will share with you. So I want to go right at it. And I want to start off with Dr. Patricia Jo Grover. Dr. Grover is an international best-selling author, a global speaker, consultant, a business sculptor. She's a coach as well, and she is the host of the Rise Above show on JD3 TV. She's also the host of Good Morning Risers. She's the founder of the Unlimited Achievement Books with the Rise Above Challenges anthology. I mean, she's got book series out there. She has a mastermind peer-to-peer marketing group. She is the best in class doing it. Hello, Dr. Jo Grover. How are you doing, Patty?
Hello, everyone. I am excited to be here. Thank you so much, LA Tribune, for putting on this event, and Baron James for inviting me.
It's my pleasure. My pleasure. Well, let me move on to Dr. Jay Johnson. This gentleman is I regard all three of them as friends of mine. We work very, very closely together. He is the person I call on when I need anything and everything because I can be a little needy at times. So this gentleman is a doctor of philosophy. He is a CEO and founder of I Empower Inc., Travel Visionaries, My Business Sins, and the president of Unsilent Heroes and director of monetization with Wolo Global. Dr. J has been honored by the United Nations as a UN Peace Ambassador through the Word of Life Christian Fellowship. Oh, I've got to slow down, boy. It's a lot here. The international best-selling author. He is a master trainer. I can tell you that because he's a trainer in the Inspired to Speak family. He's a speaker coach who leads mastermind speaker training workshops, motivational seminars all over the world. He's written over 500 signature talks, and to be honest, he's written every last one I've ever done. So I may be $4.99. I'm just joking. But he shared the stage with a lot of iconic individuals, everyone from Sharon Lecter to Les Brown, Mark Victor Hansen, from Chicken Soup for the Soul, Tony Robbins, my goodness, Kevin Harrington from formerly of Shark Tank, E.T., the incredible Eric Thomas, President Bush, President Clinton. James Earl Jones. I mean, this guy is just absolutely incredible, and he is an up-and-coming rising speaker that you're going to hear a lot about because he's impacted the world and such a gentleman with great character as well. So I can't wait to hear what you have to say because I'm going to throw some surprise questions at you. And then finally, we have the amazing Josh Becraft. He's the creator of 2MM Shift. It's a newsletter and community that shows how small changes can create major impacts over time. He has over 15 years of experience and successful experience in digital marketing. He's an equity partner with numerous companies and helping people to develop business strategies to increase their marketing, increase their bandwidth, to help them find the results they desire in their marketing, not just putting things out there, but really result focused. He's worked with some of the top industry leaders in the world and leveraging insights from exclusive networking experiences. Now, he's based in Northern Michigan, so he's a lifelong learner. I can tell you that. He is a former musician as well. He's a great son. I know his dad personally. I got a chance to spend time with him, and boy, the apple in the tree, that applies over here. And he's a dedicated father and has 3 amazing animals. So you tell he really, really cares. His mission is really to inspire others to make meaningful, manageable shifts for lasting growth and in life and in their business. Hello, guys. How you doing?
Hello. Hello. Thank you so much for inviting us.
Well, you know, there's so many cool things about each and every one of you all. I know all 3 of you all, so I could really introduce you without reading anything. But I didn't want to miss some of the key elements of some of the accomplishments you've had, what you've done, because you are impactful life changers. So I thank you for being here. So I want to first start off with a question for Patty, and then we'll go to Jay and then into Josh. And let's start from the beginning. You know, this is a marketing event hosted by the LA Tribune. And as a goal achievement strategist, I know when you have marketing, you got to have goals. And one of the challenges that most people have is that we don't really know how to set them properly. or we just want to do things all willy-nilly and we don't really focus on what outcomes that we want that are measurable. So how can you explain to everyone when it comes to marketing, how does goal achievement really tie into your marketing?
We all have to know where we're going. You know, if we don't know where we're going, we're going to be spinning our wheels and not getting anywhere. So whether it's a goal that we're trying to achieve in business or personal, no matter what, we need to have that focus of what we want our results to be and where we want to end up. So that's the biggest thing. And then I say most people are familiar with SMART goals, but I say they have to be smarter because they have to be editable and revisable because life happens, things happen, and we need to be prepared for it.
Especially today, you got to be ready to make shifts, man. Technology is causing us to shift in a way that makes our life easier, but so many of us have a fixed mindset and we do things one way, and sometimes life and the times and technology will pass us by. So thank you for being that, because goal achievement is extremely important. Well, His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Jay Johnson, you got so many titles. When I met you, you were just Jay.
You're just Jay.
Yeah, you're doing some incredible work, man. I'm happy to have you here. Signature Talks, you have a gift to be able to help show people how to articulate a message, how to pull it out, not just verbally, but also in print as well. It's so important because it has to come from here and translate here and here when you're typing, so the words can jump off into a person's not only their mind but in their hearts as well. So, how does building signature talks tie into your marketing? Why is that important?
Oh, great question. It's very important because signature talk is basically helping you with your brand. And when you have a brand, it's kind of like if you look at Walmart for a second, you realize that Walmart's colors of their logo is the same, whether they're in New York or LA or California. It doesn't matter where they are. But if you go over to India and you see Walmart's brand as orange and green, you'll think something like, well, you know what? I don't think I'm going to trust it. The same way with your message. Your message should be the same on different platforms and everywhere you go as well. Not saying that you have to say the same thing, but you will have to articulate that message clearly enough so that your people, or shall I say your ideal customers, will understand this is you, this is what you have for me, and this is how you can actually solve my problem. So your signature talk is going to carry that brand.
Fantastic, outstanding. You're the best at it, I tell you. And Josh, how you doing, sir?
I'm fantastic. I appreciate it, and I'm so glad to see all you guys. It's been a little while since I've seen y'all.
Yeah, I'm looking at your facial set. It is Josh.
Yeah.
Well, I noticed you're in another part of the world right now, I guess in an event right now, because that's what you do. You travel around, you make a big difference. So, as a marketer, what would you say was the number one mistake that people make when it comes to their marketing, and where should they be focused?
Yeah, so this is a question that I get semi-frequently, and the thing that I think a lot of people do is they get really excited about their product or service, and they just want to talk about it. What they kind of fail to really assess properly is what actual business they're in, right? So here's what I mean by that, because sometimes that's confusing when I say it. If somebody says that they're, I'll tell you a really quick story on that'll illustrate this. So I was on a call with a client one time, and I said, "Oh, you're a roofer, so blah, blah, blah." And he stopped me dead in his tracks. And he said, "No, don't ever call me a roofer again." And I said, "Well, what do you mean? That's your company. You do roofing, right?" He says, "No, I'm an insurance negotiator that helps people through challenging times. We just happen to sell roofs," right? So understanding the business you're actually in informs your marketing in a different way. All of his trucks were branded with insurance negotiator and all of those things, because when somebody shows up, you're immediately making a different impact, and everybody's comparing themselves. They're comparing what they know about the industry to you, unless you do something different to make them compare you to the industry, if that makes sense. You got to shift that paradigm, and you do that by getting down to what business you're actually in, how you actually serve people, not just the products you sell.
Yeah. Wow. I want everyone to know, as the founder of JD3TV.com and Inspired to Speak, the top platform to teach people how to find their voice, I rely upon all three of these individuals to guide us in our company. Our company doesn't function without their their feedback. Dr. Joe Grover as a contributor, but also a guide to help us achieve our goals, and they give us as one of our board members to help us to be able to navigate our strategies, and with Jay to be able to execute, to take it into the written word, and then with Josh to teach us how to get it out there and who to get it out there to. So I want to go to Patty and talk about if there were two keys you can share to focus on when it comes to achieving our goals, what would those be?
Clarity of where we are currently finding ourselves, and clarity to where we want to go and what we want to be doing. Wow. So clarity is the first one. And the second one would be your time management and what you're going to do. So prioritizing and synchronizing what it is you're going to do when you build your smarter plans.
Right, exactly. Because even like when we're doing our marketing, we created marketing calendars. So first of all, we have to have clarity on what's going out, why it's going out, and then how do we really measure that to see what's really working, and how do we really, because it helps us hone in a lot of our intangibles and all of the analytics that are needed right now to do it effectively. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you. Josh, can you share with us some keys on delivering an excellent signature talk? Now, I want to say real quick for the audience, you work with a lot of people. I call them family members. Other people call them clients, because we kind of keep people forever, even if they're like a bad cousin, they just stay there, right? We just love them back in there. There's hope. But you know what? What are some of the keys to delivering a signature talk that's impactful? Because some of our clients have left you, and next thing you know, they get one client for $75,000. 2 months later, he gets 2 more clients for $10,000. These are documented facts that I know about. So what are some of the keys to delivering that signature talk?
Wow, thank you so much for that question. Yeah, the keys that I go with intro. You have to have a very, very strong intro. That's number one. That's going to grab people's attention, because if you really think about it, there's so much noise out there in the marketplace. So we want to make sure that we grab people's attention. And after we grab their attention, the second one would be story. You want to actually provide a story that's going to get them to lean to the edge of their seats, so to speak, and listening in to you. It could be your story, it could be someone else's story, just like Josh just told a quick story that got our attention. So after the story is going to be a problem. Number 3 is problem. There's always going to be a problem that you're going to have to solve. Now, you may have to either show that problem that they already have and make people realize that you understand what the problems are. Then the fourth one would be solution, because you don't want to leave them in the problem. You want to give them a solution to that problem and allow them to realize that you are the expert in providing that solution. Then the last one is call to action. You want to give them a place that they can actually go to actually get it. If you don't give them a call to action, just one call to action, not saying, well, hey, you can email me or you can go to my website. No, give them one call to action, because the human being mind, the way it works is that too many decisions, too many options, they're not going to do anything. So a confused mind doesn't buy. So give them one call to action.
Yeah. Wow. Good stuff. Good stuff. Now, Josh, Patty talked about setting a goal and having clarity on what you want to create. And Jay came back and talked about the steps to do it. But you are the person that ties a ribbon around it and puts the key in it. You tie a ribbon around the car and then give somebody the key so they can drive off feeling really good about themselves and the outcomes. So when you look at this they set the mission, they got their calendar, they've got their conversation down, their big opening down. What's the next steps in marketing to help people to create the success that they're looking for?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. I mean, obviously, if you're going to you're going to have your signature speak, so you understand your messaging. You have to get out there and get people attracted enough to you to actually engage that messaging, right? And that comes down to a number of things, and it depends on platforms and channels and all of that. But really, the thing that you have to understand more than anything is how to create a certain bit of curiosity while creating clarity. And those two things seem diametrically opposed in some ways, right? Clarity is not very curious. It's very clear, right? But the way that we do this is we change the way we speak about what it is that we do. So I have an exercise that I take people through, because we have a tendency, if somebody was to say, what do? You just kind of say the product, service, or industry that you're in. Oh, I'm a plumber, I'm a roofer, I'm a speaker, I'm a whatever. And the problem with that is it doesn't really communicate all that well who you are. It just communicates what industry you're in. So it starts by understanding, creating this curiosity with clarity. You would be able to go through this exercise and tell people what you do without mentioning the product, service, or industry. So I'll give you a quick example. I'm in digital marketing. If somebody asks me what I do, I could say, well, I do digital marketing. Instead, I say I leverage websites like Facebook and Google to increase leads, sales, and bottom line revenue. You see how much clearer that is and how much more curious you are about my services. I never said I do digital marketing. I never even said the word marketing, right? And the reason is because I got right to the value of how it is that I help people. And all I would have to do is say, if you want to catch me at my next signature talk, go here, click this link, and we'll see you at the event, right? Like now you have a way to create messaging. So when you're putting out things on Facebook, when you're putting out things on LinkedIn and these other places, you have a different way to communicate about your products or services. And of course, it goes much deeper than that. You can go much further, but at a basic level, this helps so many people connect so many dots in their marketing.
Yeah, I totally agree. I want to stay with you, Josh, and I'm going to go back the other way this time and talk about the results. You know, I would say about 55% of people that have a business or they're creating a business, we're creators. We have these ideas. You know, we have ideas and we want to manifest it. And then you've got about another 25%. They may be really kind of analytical, or maybe 20%, maybe really analytical, or they have an expertise, something they do really, really well, just don't know how to make the transition to bring it to market effectively. And then you got some people, the rest of the people really can do a little bit of both, but can't operate in both spaces running a company. You know, so when you talk about that, can you give us some important things to think about to create the results we want, and perhaps share a story with us about an experience you've had where you created results? And I'm going to ask the same questions about results to Dr. Grover and to Ambassador Dr. Johnson as well.
Yeah, certainly. So I'll kind of illustrate this for what you're talking about. There's really in business, when you're just starting out on your own, you kind of realize very quickly that you're going to wear all of the hats, right? You're going to do some level of the accounting, some level of the marketing, the sales, the fulfillment, and every other headache that comes up is yours to solve, right? That's a necessary evil to deal with any startup in that way, unless you're well-funded and you can do what really you need to have a target to go do, which is to understand what you're uniquely just magical at. What is your actual superpower? And you need to build your systems in your company around that superpower and figure out what the deficits are to put other people in those places. That's the ultimate goal. Now, that's not always, you can't just flip a switch and make that happen. That's something that people build over time. But when you can make that happen and you create the right partnerships, or you find the right employees or the right way to make this work, you can have situations like I had earlier today. One of my companies is a porch conversion company. We take porches that have overhangs and we turn them into 3-season rooms and sunrooms, right? I do the marketing for that company because that's my particular thing. My partner is a rock star salesperson and also happens to be a contractor. So he knows how to run the team and all of the stuff and do the sales. He calls me this morning and he says, hey, got a new lead in, just closed a $17,000 deal. Great. I got to do what I do the best, run ads to get him leads, relay that over to him. He gets to do what he does best, which is sell those things. And then the team gets to do what they do best, is build that porch, right? So when you have a system like that, you're able to create results that are actually outsized for anything you can do on your own. And that's sort of sometimes painful to think about when you're just on your own right now and you're going, gosh, I got to get to that point. But you still want to be focusing on what your superpower is, because the more you spend time there, the more other opportunities to fill in that gap will show up for you, because you'll rise in that superpower and people will notice it. And then when there's those gaps, you'll get people that want to help you in different ways. So is that a sufficient answer to that question, Dr. Dentley?
Absolutely, sir, because I'm going to come back and put an addendum on it. comma.
Yeah.
Dr. Grover, I like if you would could you share with the audience some people you work with, perhaps without a name, but some of the results that people get when they work with you, as far as to be able to set those goals and keep people on track? Because we're closing out the year, New Year's resolutions. Everyone will have them, and those are goals that 99.98% of the people don't keep. So, as a goal achievement strategist, what can you help us? Because marketing, we all want next year to be more impactful than the previous year, and there's something stopping us. So, as a goal achievement, that means you help people achieve the goal. How does that work? Can you share with us some stories of and how important is that impact to create that result?
Really, clients I work with really get to know themselves. I help people become engaged in their own lives. The thing is, many people, we know 80% of success is showing up and being engaged. And so the research that I did with everything that I do, creating my platforms, is I wanted to figure out what the other 20% of success was. And it is all about the top 1% out of that other 20 is somebody really they have to have the passion, and they have to really want. And that comes from the clarity we were talking about before. They have to have the clarity of what it is that they want, and they have to really want it themselves and have passion for that. But then the other 19% are all the things that many people struggle with. And it doesn't matter whether they're male or female. And so most of my clients are executives, whether they're mid-level or upper management, and they're facing the challenges that they have. I deal with people who have imposter syndrome. That's a big struggle for many people, especially entrepreneurs. They just don't have the self-esteem or self-confidence enough to know that if they are authentically themselves, and this is what I heard earlier in the talks today with the women that were just on, being authentic of who we are and, communicating that way. So I work with people on all of the puzzle pieces that come together to help them build all of their self-confidence, self-esteem, because most of the things that people struggle with, it all comes from self-sabotage. Mm-hmm. And so that's what it is. Those limiting beliefs that that individuals have, and all the fears. There's fear out there, and the fears of success is huge. And most people don't even realize that. So those are the things that I work with clients all the way through, and helping them build their personal GPS system, which I call the growth potential system, to get them from where they're currently finding themselves to where they want to be in life and business. And there's everything I have is systems. And when Josh had just talked about systems, because systems create wins.
Okay, thank you for that. Systems create wins. All right. I have a couple of other questions. Where time is running really tight. I want to start with Jay. In your experience, you work with people, and when you're doing a signature talk, whether it be in writing, and you've been very instrumental with languaging for different companies that come to us that want help, and you step in the gap and fulfill that. What is the number one reason you feel like most people don't succeed once they have that path and that understanding and the knowledge?
Wow, one of the things I believe is beliefs, their own beliefs. Sometimes we think, like Dr. Patty was just talking about, I don't believe that I'm good enough, or I don't believe I have the right tools. So as entrepreneurs, we have a tendency to Frankenstein our businesses. I need to pull this from here, that from here, kind of like piece it together. So they don't have the belief system in their minds right just yet. And then the other thing is execution. I mean, once you actually have a plan, it's time to execute. There's no longer time to plan, but it's time to actually put it into play. And then, of course, what Josh brings to the table is the marketing, getting the word out there. Because I truly believe that your success in business depends heavily on how successful you are in letting the world know you are in business. And a lot of times we don't go there. We just want to market to our backyard and our family and friends and think that we're actually going to become this entrepreneur, mega entrepreneur, billionaire, so to speak. But we really need to get it out there and stop being afraid of our message. Sometimes when we go through things enough to a point where it's like, well, I don't really understand why I went through it. But your story your story, what you've gone through, could be someone else's breakthrough. So now it's not about you, it's about them. So sometimes we have to get out of your way in order for you to get out of their way so they can receive the message from you.
Perfect. Because success leaves clues, and if you have it documented, then you have a clear path. It's like learning how to bake a cake. If you have a recipe, then it can be duplicated other places. But I want to go into Josh now because we've got this X factor of AI. And with AI, and people, what stops people from succeeding? We talked about the biggest mistake, but now with the age of AI, people still are not convinced, or they're not using it, or don't know how to use it effectively because it's moving so quickly. Whatever we were doing with it last week, it's advanced from that time to today. So what stops people from creating a success, and how can you use AI properly to be able to move us towards hitting the mark?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. The first thing when we're talking about AI in general and having any success with it is you have to realize that it's an assistant, not a replacement. And when you look at it this way, you have to still maintain a level of expertise to direct it and control it in the ways that you want to. So what ends up happening where people get stuck on creating some success with it is they'll ask something like ChatGPT to write, let's say, an email, and they might even know a couple of tricks to write it in the style of, let's say, Dan Kennedy in this case, right? Because he's coming later. And you're going to get this email and you'll read it and you'll think it's fantastic. And you'll go ahead and you go send it out. But what you didn't know, because you used it as a replacement and not an assistant, is that it didn't actually connect with your audience. It didn't actually move them emotionally, and it didn't actually take them anywhere you wanted to go. So you still have to make sure that you're well studied and well researched on what it is that you're trying to accomplish. If it's marketing, if it's sales, if it's just solving certain problems, and you have to be able to direct that tool in the right directions. It's no different than having a power tool, right? If you've got a Sawzall, you don't just like pull the trigger and run around with the saw going anywhere you want and letting it cut whatever it wants. You direct it very clearly in a direction so you get a very precise outcome. AI is capable of that, but it requires expert guidance. And the only way you get that is by really being thoughtful with how you're using ChatGPT to craft messaging, to craft ideas. And the quickest, easiest win that you can have with AI is to outsource your thinking on those things. If you need an idea, if you need another angle on something, if you just need perspective, go ask it for 10 different ideas on whatever it is you're looking at, and let that spark thought in your mind, because it'll help draw that expertise out of you. It'll help you connect those dots a little bit clearer. And as you play with it more, you study more, you'll be able to direct it more.
Fantastic. Really quick, can you share with our audience, if they want to reach you and work with you or find out more about who you are and what you do, I definitely endorse you. How do they reach out to you?
Yeah, so I just started a new project that is my new home base. It's 2mmshift.me. And that is my newsletter. So you can go hop on there. It's totally free. And with that, you'll get a bunch of bite-sized little insights like we did here today on the panel. Those go out twice a week, and you'll just get them in an email. I'll do a video. It'll be fun. And if you want to reach out to me beyond that, you can hit me on those socials on that page.
All right, perfect. I'm going to ask Patty the same question, and then we're going to close out. And Patty, when you close out, I want you to leave. How can people contact you? But Jay, let me ask you really quickly. How can people contact you, man? You're one of the best in class. You're part of our team, our family. Wherever I go, you go. I'll take you with me, sir. So how can people contact you, sir?
Hey, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me out. For those of you who want to contact me, just go to jjohnson360.com. jjohnson360.com.
That's Jay Johnson?
Yes, sir.
All right. Don't just put a J there. That would be me. No, Jay. Jay. They call me Easy J. I'm not easy. I just live that way. Dr. Grover, share with us. I had to get one in. Can you share with us reasons why people don't succeed? They're setting their goals. They have the best intentions. They got the work ethic, but they're spinning. Can you share with that? We've got about 2 minutes. And then if you could just share with them your contact information in 2 minutes.
People spin because they don't have the direction. And that's where it goes back to when we were talking about before, having the clarity of where they want to be. And so many individuals don't allow themselves to dream, and don't allow themselves to dream those big, bold, bodacious dreams and goals. And that's where it is. The world is an ocean of opportunities that are lying out there for us. So that's what you need to do, is just allow yourself to know that you are worthy and capable of having more, being more, doing more, and earning more. And once you accept that and start dreaming, then that's going to empower you to start taking that first. You got to take that first step. Intentional action.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic.
Intentional action.
How can people contact you? How can they reach you?
I will just have everybody email me at Patty, P-A-T-T-I, at patriciajogrover.com. And from there, I can send a scheduling link, whatever it is. Ask me whatever question you want, and I'll get back to you in the email. That's Patty, P-A-T-T-I, at patriciajogrover.com.
Fantastic. I want to thank each and every one of you all for being here, and also for the LA Tribune and all the speakers we had today and those who are yet to come, and even the day before as well. Because when you take this information, even here, and put it into a bowl, it's like learning how to bake a cake. You know, I've been training speakers and thought leaders for over almost 30 years now, and teaching people how to create revenue, how to create a business, by creating value, by solving problems and filling need. And I could tell you, it's like taking everything you're getting from this panel and putting that with everything you've got for the rest of the day and what you know. And it's like learning how to bake a really great cake. And once you get that cake just right, and you know how to bake that cake, I promise you one thing: you can bake it in any kitchen. Wherever you go, you can create the life that you want to live. So, you ready to become a speaker? Are you ready to take your life to another level? Are you ready to get on television and media? Are you ready to learn how to get your goals, how to get the marketing, and how to create the message to take you where you want to go? We're here at jamesdentley.com or Inspired to Speak or jd3tv.com. I'm going to turn it back over to Karen. Karen, come on back in here. Where were you? Hey, Karen. Hey, Queen. I love it. We can't hear you.
Oops, there we go.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you for this great panel. Thanks for putting this together, Dr. James Dentley. It was so nice. And you know what was great was the actionable steps that you gave each one of us. And so we appreciate that, because when we come, we love to learn. And so thank you for teaching us from the things that you have learned through your experiences with actionable tools that we can apply today. And that is really helpful. So thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thanks, panel. Thank you, everybody out there. God bless you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. That was really fun. Oh, my goodness. All right. Our next guest is Michael Fompkin. And Michael, how are you?
I am doing excellent today. I live the dream every day of my life. How are you?
Well, I love that answer. I love to dream every day of your life. I like that. So I am going to bring Rex Sykes up with us. And Rex is in the house. Yay.
Hey, Michael.
Yes.
Hello,
So,
buddy. How you doing? Good to see you.
Good to see you. Glad that you're here.
Absolutely.
so Michael, tell us about you, because I don't know you. And for those in the audience that don't know you yet, tell us about you.
So I'm CEO, co-founder of a company called VIP Ignite. For the past 18 years, we've been helping people in the TV and film industry, fashion industry, meet with high-level executives, people who can snap their fingers and change their life in 30 seconds or less. So we've learned a lot about entertainment and sales, and we won over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. 2013, we won the Tony for Best Play. So we know a lot about the entertainment industry. And we also just started a new company. We partnered up with Brian Tracy. We created a company called Legend Circle, where we have some of the most powerful people in entrepreneurship, and it's a private community. So we're really excited about that. Actually, Mo Rock in the LA Tribune was just out there recently, and just so many great things happening for us.
That's amazing. That's amazing. That's great. So how did you get into this?
I used to work in the restaurant industry for many years, and I kind of got burnt out with that. And I just decided one day I wanted to be out of it. I was pretty young at the time, so it was like 20 something years ago. Decided to sell my restaurant. Didn't really know what I was doing with my life. This was pre the World Trade Center, pre Facebook, the iPhone. I was online, and I saw an opportunity to be able to own your own modeling agency, get to judge beauty contests and meet beautiful people. So I was like, wait a second, I've been working in the restaurant industry, and there was an opportunity to like judge beauty contests. I'm like, wait a second, I was in the wrong business. Turned out it wasn't so much judging beauty contests. It was a franchise for a software company that allowed agencies to be able to digitalize their databases of talent. So I invested in the company. We went from 0 to $150 million in less than 24 months. We did great. I did great as a franchise owner, but the company had a very high burn rate. It was like early .com kind of company. They kind of imploded. I literally called me one day. I was riding on life, so happy, so excited. We were doing great. And they said, hey, by the way, we're closing up tomorrow. We're out of business. So I literally found myself for the second time in my life waking up, not knowing what I was going to do with my life. And they had an idea for an event at the time that they wanted to organize. So I pretty much took the idea of the event and I ran with it. I was in software, so I didn't really know anybody in the entertainment industry at that time. But what I did was I put up an ad on Craigslist. They said, hey, I'm hosting an event, looking for people in the TV, film industry, modeling, fashion. You must love kids, and you must also, we'll compensate you for your time, and we'll also provide you with a lunch. Put the ad up, went to sleep, woke up the next day. I had 40 responses and some really incredible people. And I was like, wow, these people must really love a free lunch. What it was just kind of destiny. The night I put the ad up was the writer strike in New York City. So all those people at that time, they kind of went on Craigslist looking for a gig. And sure enough, there was my ad, and we'll have a free lunch and we'll compensate you. That ad was the only ad I've ever run in 20 years. And from that one simple ad, just the right place, the right time, the right moment, I've gone on now to win multiple awards, been given the Lifetime Achievement Award in New York City, but we've never had to run another ad. And now we work with people such as the vice president of Warner Brothers. We work with the writer producer of the X-Men, former art director of Vogue magazine for over 40 years. And it's all through connections. Like just one person literally can change your life. Even, being here today in the LA Tribune and having the opportunity to meet you guys and Mo Rock, it's just like one person just opens up a flood of new contacts. And what it's really about is bringing value. Like, it's like you have to bring value to the people that you want to attract in your life. So that's kind of like the 2-minute overview of my story.
I just wanted to say, you're a man after my own heart. I've been in the film business, TV, Hollywood for 50 years, and the speaker, trainer, development business. So I combine both those things, and to find someone like yourself who's doing that, I would ask, how does the person who's watching today, do they connect with you? Do you have a service for the people?
We do. It's VIPignitelive.com. So what we do is we've been doing this now for 18 years. So we have like online, like open calls, like webinars, but we actually do boot camps too. So we do like free boot camps. They're open to the public. We actually had one going on today and tomorrow. I literally just came from that event to this event, but it's open to the public. They're free. And what we do is we'll bring on like a lot of really quality people. Like today we have the former art director of Vogue. We have a Tony Award winner was on today. We had a major Hollywood producer. He's done over $1 billion in ticket sales worldwide. So we have like really incredible people, and they come and they dedicate their time and they, talk to aspiring talent. Our market is like people who've reached a certain level of success and then they've gotten stuck. We overcome a lot of misconceptions about the industry. A lot of times people think they're too old, they're too young, they're in the wrong location. What's great about today's industry, it's all about diversity. It's all about what makes you unique. So age no longer matters, like location no longer matters. Even today, we have people on this call from all over the world. So location no longer matters. So a lot of casting directors, if you really pay attention to like TV, film, commercial, print, magazines, billboards, you see such a wide range of different looks, different ethnicities, ages, and so forth. So there's an opportunity there for everyone. Most people, when they come into this industry, they're looking for an agent. What we really do is we show them the steps at the boot camps and the open calls of how to become the person an agency wants to work with. So we make sure that they have the resources, the tools, the knowledge to understand the entire process. Because unfortunately in this industry, the entertainment industry, there's a lot of very not reputable companies that are out there. So we try to make sure to kind of give the talent a clear path so they can make the best decision. And by putting them in the rooms with the right people, it's the fastest way to success.
So if I can just follow up, Karen, then I want to pass it to you. So you are working mostly with people who want to be in the entertainment industry, is that correct? And or speakers. But my other point that I do want to make is that is such an important service for people who are showing up in the big cities or who are trying to get into the industry from wherever they're at, because I've been teaching for a long time how to navigate a career in Hollywood and how to get cast, because most people don't understand that you as a talent also need to add value to the people that you work with.
Correct. Yeah, you have to have, if you can literally walk into a room anywhere and say, raise of hands, who would like to be on the cover of a magazine or star in a movie or a TV show? And, pretty much 99% of the room their hands would go up. So there's that interest there, but there's such an overwhelming interest, right? So if you think about it, there's so many people I'd be on a cover of a magazine for free. I'd be on a television show for free. If there's so many people out there that want to be in this industry, why do actors and models get paid so much for what they're doing, right? So there's that, you have to, because they're looking for people who bring value, people who can show up on time, people, if you're working on a movie set, it's 12, 14, 15-hour days, it may take, on scene, it's 30 seconds, but you're shooting that same scene over and over again until the director's happy with it for 12 hours. So when you showed up at 6 a.m., that enthusiasm you had and you were ready to go, well, guess what? 12 hours later, you still have to show that same exact enthusiasm. So there's a lot of, I'm sure you're quite aware, all the little nuances of how to interact with casting directors. A lot of times people will show up, well, how long will this take? Okay, you're already done. It's like, how long will this take? So a lot of times people, they just don't know what they don't know, especially if they're newbies. They don't understand the nuances of being in the Screen Actors Guild, right? The SAG-AFTRA. For people, they want to do speaking roles. Well, you have to be in the union if you want to do a union project. Obviously, independent films, student films are different. You don't have to be in the union. But to do speaking roles, you have to be in SAG-AFTRA. How do you get into SAG-AFTRA? What are the fees of SAG-AFTRA? How does it work? So we go through all of that. You have to do background work. You have to have an agent to get you on set. You have to get what's called a waiver. So the background work is think of Spider-Man 2. Everybody, Spider-Man swinging over the crowd. Everybody's running and screaming. You're one of the people who's running and screaming, but it gets you some on-set experience. It gets you, to be on set, to kind of go through, the ups and the downs of the day. And then if you're really good, you showed up on time, you ran and screamed like a pro, you may get what's called a waiver. Once you get 3 to 5 of those waivers, you can then enter into the union. The union allows you to start doing speaking roles. So for a lot of people, when they first get into the industry, they don't really understand that. So that's how they kind of get led astray, because they have this focus. Well, I could do a starring role. I could play the romantic lead. And I'll always say, well, are you in SAG-AFTRA? Are you in the union? And a lot of times oh no, what's that? So then I know automatically where they are. When people are in the union that come to us, they're already in the union. It always is just the obstacle of not having enough contacts. Maybe their training is just not on par. They're not playing it to the character they can play, right? A lot of times it's can you play the goofy guy? Are you playing the uncle next door? Are you playing the villain? So it's really kind of knowing like the 5 characters you can play. And when you focus on that, you focus like somebody like myself, commercial, I can play the dad, I can play the uncle, the best friend, and so forth. I can play, the shopkeeper, the pizzeria guy, the Italian guy, the mafia guy, Russian guy. I can play those roles. So my marketing materials, like my headshots, my monologues, the information I'm submitting out, I want to focus on those 5 characters I can play. While yourself and Karen, you're going to focus on your 5 characters. So a lot of times people who reach a certain level of success, they get stuck because they just they're never able to pinpoint exactly the best market for them to work with. And sometimes they're just with the wrong agent, right? Agent's responsibility is to find you work. But if an agent's managing 20, 30, 40 talent, they're not just focused on you. Agents get paid 20% commission. So this is something that's really important. Agents get paid 20% commission for finding you work, which means you as an actor, you're doing 80% of the work. So we always find a lot of times people who are in the union, that 80%, they kind of just don't know what they should be doing. So
it is so very, very true. Or there's 98% of the Screen Actors Guild doesn't work.
That is correct. Nor do they make back their initial investment.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is
I'm
100%
lucky because I
true.
got in 1975, so it's been a
You,
lifetime.
you had a lifetime to catch up for that. Yeah.
I hopefully I made back my initial investment.
Yes, I'm sure you did. I hope you did. If not, VIP Ignite, we will help you too.
No, but I mean, a lot of actors are paying dues every 6 months and not
Correct.
benefiting from getting the work. And so, if they have someone like you who can help them navigate their career and show them the ropes, and not be preyed upon by those the unscrupulous out there, because there's enough of those out there that are, it's like they used to wait in the bus stations, for people to get off the bus. Now they're just online everywhere. So I mean, it is really important to have people who can help those who don't know what they're doing to know what they're doing, for two reasons. One, to avoid that problem, and two, to make a good first impression, which so many times people blow because they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's like the Marketers Forum. This entire event over the past few days, I've been kind of jumping in and out. Like, there's so many people who want to be entrepreneurs and speakers from stage. Like, this is a great venue because you're hearing from people like Sir James Dentley. You're hearing from, Dan Kennedy, Mark Victor Hansen, like all these, Brian Tracy, so you're hearing from all these amazing people who've proven results. But it's just like this industry. If you're not in this group today and you're not at this event, you're just kind of floating around online saying, hey, how do I become a speaker on stage? You're going to wind up, investing money with the wrong person. You're going to invest in somebody who last week was selling a crypto, course, and next week they may be selling a, social media manager course and so forth. There's just so much pollution out there. And I think people have good intentions, but they just don't have the proven results. We're partners with Tony Robbins, and the one thing I learned from him 10 years ago was surround yourself with the best people. Like, find whatever is a problem that you can't solve, or that the one gap that you have in your life, find the best person in the world who can fill in that gap, and that's who you work with. Because the cost doesn't matter at that point, especially if you're an entrepreneur. You figure out a way, right? If you don't know how to do it, you figure out the who can actually help you. So I'm so glad to be here and so honored to be on this call today, because the Marketers Forum is just absolutely amazing for bringing those types of individuals into the person who's listening's live. So definitely.
Well, let me say this too. I've always said success is they always say, and success in Hollywood is, a 15-year overnight success. And that's true unless you're an 8-year-old child, then it can be a little bit faster. But the interesting thing is that the kids who make it in Hollywood, so often are surrounded by sycophant parents and enablers and people who love them. They're their cash cow. They're doing a lot of, they're yes people to the children, because the children are the stars and they're bringing in the money. And then the kids get, to reach that ugly stage of teenage years and things like that, or the series goes south, they're busted, they don't know what to do. What you just said is so absolutely important, because what some of these children don't have is people who are smarter and wiser and more mature, who can guide and steer them. But the same thing is true about the adult or the wannabe entrepreneur, the wannabe actor, to have people who, because some people think, I'm the smartest person here and I can do everything, and but they really do need mentors and guides and coaches and people who can point them in the directions that they otherwise would never see.
Yeah, 100%. Even if there's any parents on here that are listening and they're interested in getting their child in the industry, if you're dealing with a company like they're advertising Disney and those types of projects online, they're not real. Like the way Breakdown Services works, agencies have access to those types of castings. So Breakdowns is like a specific service agencies pay to have access to. So we pay to have access to those castings. Those castings are not advertised online. If they were advertised online, you would lose your right to have access to them. You'd lose your license. So if you see those types of castings, Disney or Nickelodeon or whatever it may be in the next Star Wars movie, be in the next Raiders of the Lost Ark, or any of those are absolutely 100% fake, without a doubt. because they cannot be advertising those online because they're looking for qualified people. There's a process for the casting. It's just not open to the public for anyone to show up. Every once in a while, there's a publicity stunt done by a studio that, you know, bring attraction to a smaller film. But the other thing too is if you're talking to an agent or some alleged agent, the first thing they don't ask you is, do you have working papers set up for your child, or do you have a Coogan account set up? So a Coogan account is when a child is earning money, the money doesn't actually go to the parents. It goes to the child, but because the child's under 18, it goes into a specialized trust that the child has access to when they're 18. So a lot of times, you know, it doesn't mean parents can't take expenses out, but it doesn't mean that if the child, you know, like Stranger Things, those kids make $350,000 an episode. Okay, every episode, do the math. Doesn't mean dad's like, hey, I'm going to go out and buy a new yacht or new golf clubs. It has to be expenses that are set towards the child. It's to protect the child's income from being squandered by the parents or being spent in a way that doesn't benefit the child over the long term because they're the one who worked and earned that. So there's a lot of nuances to the industry, and because like online, it's such a fractalized industry. There's not a lot of legitimate information. So as a parent, you have to be careful who you're trusting. You have to learn yourself. You have to go out and find the resources. You have to make the best effort to protect your child from this industry. When it's done correctly, we work with some kids on Broadway. You know, I have 14-year-olds who've been on 3 Broadway shows, and it's phenomenal, like how well spoken they are, and you know the things they get to do. It's such a benefit, you know, to be in this industry. But at the same time, you have to be aware and you have to educate yourself, whether you're in the entertainment industry, an entrepreneur, whatever it may be. Okay, you have to always be the one that you take full responsibility to making sure that you're understanding contracts, negotiations, and so forth. Because there's a lot of money to be made, but to me, money is a result of success. That's not the goal. A lot of times people, you know, I want to be famous, I want to be rich, and so forth. That's the wrong reasons to get into this industry. And you'll burn out a lot quicker. Like I've never seen people who start off with those statements ever really make it. It's people who have like a great why and a great reason for doing this, and the child really loves it. Sometimes the parent loves it more than the child, and at that point, you know, you take a step back. And another great point too is if your child's under 12, that's great because a 12-year-old can play a 12-year-old, a 10-year-old can play a 10-year-old. But when you're in that 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old range, and this is where a lot of scams will come in and take advantage of those ages, there's really not a lot of work for that demographic, for that age range. Because at that point, like let's say a 15, 16, 17 is going to be 17-year-old is going to be played by an 18, 19, or 20-year-old. And here's the reason why. Because they don't have to be pulled off a set for catching up with schoolwork, right? Because now the production has to pay for books and classes and, you know, all this other fun stuff. Kids have to maintain good grades. So a lot of times that age range in between is an awkward age in the industry. There's not a lot of castings available. So if you have, you know, companies saying your child's 15 and they're trying to offer them work, most likely an 18-year-old could play that 15-year-old's role. So be really careful with that also.
Wow. Well, and just a point of reference, and Karen, I want you to, you know, you mentioned the Coogan account or the Coogan law, which is about Jackie Coogan, who played Uncle Festus, for those who are old enough to remember, on the original Addams Family TV series. And his parents had pretty much wiped him out. He didn't have any money, and so they passed a law at the time and to protect child actors. I mean, he was a gorgeous little child, and he looked like Uncle Festus as he got older. But you know, they did that to protect children after him, from being taken advantage of by their own families.
Yep, that is true.
Well, this is really fascinating. And Michael, you said something that I wanted to ask you about, because we were talking about Dr. Joe Vitale and how he manifested being, you know, a feature role in the movie The Secret. And so you said that, you know, location wasn't a factor and age wasn't a factor. So at my age, if I decided, yes, I want a feature role, which I think that would be great. But I live in Arizona and the crew is in New York. How does that work if location's not an issue?
So for one, being in Arizona is a great area. There's a lot of filming that's done there. So a lot of times there's like industrial videos, there's local commercials, there's local ads and so forth. But if like, say, like, you know, we introduce you to a casting director and they're filming a production in New York, depending upon what, like, so if you were in SAG-AFTRA and you landed the role, like, I'll give you an example. We just had a talent from LA, lived in LA his whole life. He just got booked for two years for a new show on CBS. It's a daytime soap opera show. So he's now he relocated to Atlanta. So he kind of jumped on his motorcycle, he went on literally Facebook Live, sold everything he had. He was working as an actor and model in LA, but now he's full time on the show for 2 years. So he had to get himself to Atlanta, but they gave him offset costs for like relocation, for moving, for getting an apartment. So like something like that, like he's booked now for 2 years. Like that's, great opportunity. But for yourself, if you're booked for like a role in New York, the production company will cover the cost to get you to New York. They cover airline costs, hotel. If it's a long-term shoot, you may have some type of Airbnb or long-term housing set up. So it really depends on the role. Like, are you first lead, second lead, and so forth. So everything's negotiable, right? Everything's negotiable. That's why you have an agent. So when they're fighting for you to get you that role, they understand that. Like, hey, she's in Arizona, but she's going to be shooting for 6 weeks. Hey, what can we do to make sure she's comfortable while she's in New York filming and so forth? So,
oh my goodness.
Yeah, you would do great. You have a great smile and a great look. So,
oh, thank you. One of the things that you said that really stuck out to me was, how hard is this person going to work? Are they showing up and saying, how long is this going to take? And you made me laugh, but you're recognizing, is that person an unselfish, serving type of person? And I thought that was fascinating that you're detecting that so early on when you're working with someone, because that's something that makes a big difference here at the Tribune. We appreciate so much. And I'm sure that's why you're friends with Mo Rock, is because
oh yeah. Me and Mo Rock, we just like boom.
Yeah.
Well, I would add, and Michael, you know this, but making a movie, it's like a factory. It's not my dad has a barn, let's go do a show, as much as it is like producing a pair of shoes. There's a method of production, and you're producing content, you're producing entertainment, but you're working in a factory, you're working in a soundstage a lot of the time. It's you have to be prepared for the demands of the business, and the business isn't just all fun and play. You get
and something else, like you reach a certain level of success. Think about this, like you literally, like the movie comes out, so now you have to do publicity. So now you're not only like doing a red carpet in LA, you're doing a red carpet in New York, red carpet in London. You may be on the the late night show in New York, which is shooting at like 5 p.m., not done until 7 or 8, but then you have to be on like another show in LA the next day at 7 a.m. So now you're like literally going from the shoot in New York, the filming in New York, to the airport, on a 6-hour flight, and then up early to now you go do like just not even the producing of the movie, but the promotions of the movie. So all those days you're promoting the movie worldwide. Well, guess what? That has to be in your contract, because you now are under contract to promote the movie for 3 months after the movie's like on the release date, or 2 months or 30 days, whatever it may be, which means you couldn't take another job. And when you're doing those interviews on the late night show and all that, you're not being compensated for that. That was a part of your arrangement for being in the movie. So there's all these nuances, in the industry people don't realize. The licensing, your Thor in a Marvel movie, how does the licensing work with them using your image on a toy and a comic book and a video game, a pinball machine? All these things all have to be thought about. So it's just not getting yourself on set. It's handling all of this, your publicist, the interviews, who's handling your social media. A lot of times they'll get their first job and they're shooting for 45 days. The first thing they realize, wait a second, who's going to move my car? Wait, I have a dog. Wait, I have a fish. Who's going to help me with all the, wait, I have 2 kids, right? So there's all this support systems and all this realizations, that's why models and actors get paid so much, because there's more to it than just showing up, smiling, and looking good on camera.
It's
wow.
Business.
It's a business. Yeah, that's why it's called the entertainment business. Right?
Wow, Michael, we could have you go on, and this has been so fascinating to hear the behind the scenes and to, receive the insider scoop, so that we know what to look for, and we know that if we want to go into this, we need to come to VIP Ignite and find out the scoop from the guy that knows. So thank you so much for being with us today. It was great to meet you.
Thank you so much. It was an honor to be here. Big shout out to everybody. I know the amount of time, effort, and energy and love it goes into putting an event on like this. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you, the LA Tribune. Thank you, Mo Rock, and everybody who made this an event an incredible, incredible time. So.
And I want to thank you, Michael. And I want to continue this conversation when we're off.
Yes, we definitely have to link up. I'd love to work together. I feel a lot of great synergy.
Likewise. All right. All the best to everyone.
Yeah. So if people want to find you, where's the best way to find you if they want?
Best way is just VIPignitelive.com. There's a little online application. You can read all about us. You can we send you a ton of free gifts. You can join our free school community. Once you go into our little system, we'll send you so much information on the entertainment industry to keep you busy for weeks.
Thank you. Thank you for your big heart to be so generous to come and share with us today.
Thank you for having me. It was definitely an honor and pleasure.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Bye, guys.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought that was the perfect person for you, Rex.
Oh, I love it. I love it. You know, I've got people who are behind me who support me right now who are going, you know, you love movies and film and acting and all that because you teach it. And I do. And they go, you know, when you talk about it, you light up. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm suddenly here going, whoa, this is another one of us. You know, I love it. That was really fun to talk with Michael. Yeah. I think he's doing great stuff.
Yeah, that was really fun. Oh my goodness. Well, we have our next panel is a bunch of wonderful people. So I'm going to bring this group on. We have Jeff Ross, and he is our laptop lifestyle dad, and we are so glad he's here. We have Dr. Catrice Austin, and she is the queen of smiles. She is a celebrity dentist. We have Jane Slack Smith, and she is the founder of Your Success Club. And so we are just really excited because these people have podcasts and they are part of the podcast network. And so this is going to be great. We are just, the energy is already there. We can feel it already. Fantastic. Well, Jeff, we're going to start with you. We got a little bit of an introduction, but tell us again, for those who weren't tuned in earlier, tell us about you.
Thank you very much, Karen. And I think what Michael just said there, you know, you connect with one person and then it'll open up so many doors for you. And Karen, you have been that person for me over this last 6 months, and I really appreciate you for that. So I am Jeff Ross, the laptop lifestyle dad. I'm also known as the caffeinated kangaroo. Bit of a story behind that, but I'm just a fun-loving dad. I'm an Aussie larrikin, and I'm also an online pastor. But I also love to help people, you know, affiliate and network marketers especially, leverage social selling and learn how to master AI so they can live their heart-centered, purpose-driven life.
Yes, we all want to live our heart-centered, purpose-driven life. And so we need people like you that can help us so we're not spinning our wheels and wasting time. I mean, there's only so much time in a day. So thank you. Jane Slack Smith, tell us about you.
Oh, Karen, I just have to say, like, I've told everyone, do not go and study marketing. Come to LA Trib and listen to the last 3 days. I'm just addicted. We're here in Australia, and Jeff and I are on in the mornings at the end of your days, and I'm sitting there going, I can't get the family breakfast. I got to listen. So this has just been amazing. A bit about me. Look, you know, I've kind of leapfrogged through life. I started as an explosives engineer in the mining industry. I used that to create a multi-million-dollar property portfolio. I used that to create a mortgage broking business to help people. I used that to create a property education business. I got to the point where I thought, why are people getting in the way of themselves? So then I went and studied with lots of people, you know, neuromarketing in Copenhagen Business School, Mind Valley in Estonia, kind of looking for why people get in the way of themselves, and came up with, you know, my understanding of that and the beliefs and the limitations of living that life where we have intergenerational change. You know, we can make the stamp and impact and legacy that we want. And so, you know, through business coaching and media coaching and AI coaching, like Jeff, you know, I bring people to that place in their life where they go, I'm feeling uneasy. What can I do now? So it's been a journey, and it's one that I've relished. And having the podcast Exit the Matrix, just those sliding door moments where people can see that maybe there's a moment that they miss in their lives is how I turn up in the world.
That leapfrogging is amazing, to go from the mining industry to the mortgage industry to mortgage education to the podcasting. I mean, you've had several different things, and the Mind Valley, it's amazing. And the neuromarketing. Tell us the name of your podcast.
Exit the Matrix, Stories of Success.
Exit the Matrix, Stories of Success. Okay, we're going to get back to that, but that was really interesting for those of you who have, maybe you're at a stage in your life where you're reinventing yourself. I mean, Jane has done it numerous times, and so has Jeff, and probably, I don't know if Dr. Catrice has. Dr. Catrice, tell us about you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Catrice Austin. Like you said, the queen of smiles. I am a cosmetic dentist in New York City, and I have worked with the likes of the late, great Isaac Hayes, Missy Elliott, Cardi B, Paula Abdul, transforming their smiles. But my greatest pleasure is educating and helping everyone have a beautiful, healthy, and confident smile. So I am the host of the Let's Talk Smiles podcast. And when I started my business in 1998, I was very specific that I wanted to be the dentist to the stars, and I utilized marketing and publicists. I was one of the first dentists to use a publicist in marketing my brand. And over the years, I've learned a lot about how to get out there, get noticed, and be the best that you could be in your industry. So today I have a company called Celebrity Branding, and for entrepreneurs, podcasters, authors, speakers who want to get out there and get noticed, I am coaching everyone with what I call formula, which is 5 strategies to get your business noticed and create a celebrity brand. Thank you so much for having me. This has been amazing.
Okay, I'm not sure. Is anybody else losing Dr. Catrice a little bit? Yeah, I think we've got some audio issues going on there, Dr. Catrice. Darn it. But I want.
May I ask just to jump in, Dr. Catrice? You've got a gorgeous smile, and it's very hard to see. Can you you're on your phone? Are you on your phone?
Yes.
Turn it sideways.
I am.
Yeah, and maybe you could get on the laptop. It does work better on a laptop. If you could do that, Dr. Catrice, that would be awesome.
In the middle of a holiday party, so I'll try to get on the laptop in the meantime.
Yeah, I think we've got some problems with some audio there, so we'll let you work on that, Dr. Catrice, because maybe you can use your hotspot or something. This is great. So, Jane, we're going to go back to you, and if you could tell us some marketing tips that you have found that have helped you to be so successful, because you have a really large network. What have you learned about neuromarketing, about marketing that we could apply as entrepreneurs ourselves?
Yeah, look, I've been studying digital marketing with some of the greats, Brendan Burchard, Dean Jackson, one-on-one mentoring, flying to America and really trying over the last 12 years to nail that marketing piece. And there was always something missing. And there's this beautiful quote by Bishop Desmond Tutu that said, "I was pulling drowning people out of the river, and then I went upstream and stopped them jumping in. And I knew I was missing something." And that kind of, study the neuromarketing back to my uni days of quantum physics, pulling together, all of the comparative religion, the text of the old, why are people getting in front of themselves and rejecting things. And I think there's a beautiful speaker on day one, and she talked about we're born with amnesia. We are these great, powerful things, and we look for orientation in the world. And we're getting this validation from others, and we don't see the God within. We don't see that light. And so I knew that I was missing something. And so when I started the work with William Whitecloud, who's based there in LA, and his natural success, and I understood and worked out how to use intuition, I used a marketing framework and developed, based on his marketing framework, and expanded it, the way that you can connect to your ideal client. So, I have a process. If you want, I can walk you through it so people can take some notes and take something away.
Please.
But the mega myth is essentially, if you're intuitive, and even if you're not, it's like that hunch. You're getting into that heart-brain coherence and really feeling into your ideal client. And what are their problems? What are they seeking? And, I had a production team who used to sit me down and say, with the property business that I have, tell us what wakes them up at 2:00 in the morning. And we all want to know the pains, fears, and desires. And they'd go away for 100 hours and look at objections and things and pull up this amazing webinar that people felt, seen and heard, and they'd buy the stuff. And I was like, no, there's more to that. I really want to go deeper. And so using intuition allows me to step into what are their thoughts? What are their feelings? What really are the beliefs, maybe not enough, not capable, not competent, not powerful, not worthy. What's going on beneath? And then I take that into some custom GPTs I built to understand the ideal client, understand their buying beliefs. We've got a great mentor, Molly Mahoney, and, why me? Why now? Why this? Why not? And I use a lot of the AI intelligence to then get a better insight. And I've got 50 questions, so I know my ideal client. And then I step back into the realm of intuition, and I use a conflict deconstruction process of looking at the problem they have. What are their thoughts? What are they feeling? Because we know from neuroscience, thoughts and feelings aren't real, right? They're perceptions. What are they thinking? And I get to that underlying belief, which after that whole process ends up with 3 circles that I step into before I turn up to a podcast or, a speaking event or a masterclass. And the first circle is, how do they feel if I've been able to inspire them with just a little idea? And maybe it's through neuroscience, maybe it's through, discussion of spirit, maybe it's through discussion of quantum, whatever. I inspire people to change their life and see something of purpose in themselves. And I step into that for 20 seconds and really feel it. David Goggins talks about their say yes draws a circle so they can define a space. And then I just step into the circle of what if they don't? What if they go back into their life and think marketing is for, black hats, marketing is evil, marketing is manipulation, and they don't use these skills they could learn here to actually change their life and their relationships. And then I step into a circle of how I feel if I've created intergenerational change by that one moment. So 60 seconds is how I turn up using the intuition and a bit of AI in the background every time I turn up to be authentic and see how I can serve people.
Wow, that intuition. Whoops. That is really helpful to have that intuition piece. Thank you, Jane. All right, Dr. Catrice, we're back. We're hoping that it is quiet now where you are.
Testing. How am I sounding?
You sound. We can hear you now, so that's
awesome.
Good. We wanted to know about marketing. What would you teach us, Jane, about marketing? Dr. Catrice.
So I have something called the FAME formula, and it kind of goes along with what we've been saying, understanding your brand and the clarity. And I think particularly in my industry, a lot of people think it's about them. And we all know that it's about your audience and what their pain points, what their challenges. What are the myths? I see a lot of misinformation out there, particularly in my industry. And my job as the podcaster, as the expert and provider of Smiles, is to bust those myths, to tackle any objections, any pain points. And that's where it all starts. And one of the biggest mistakes that I think, I was coaching someone earlier today, and when I asked, who's your biggest competitors? They were like, I don't think I have any. And I'm like, of course you do. And if you don't know, who your competition is, you don't know where your areas of opportunity are and the messaging that you need to convey to get the competitive edge over your competition. So that's the first thing in the FAME formula. And the second thing is just making sure that in this world of social media, understanding that this is where a lot of people find their new providers, their new services, their new products. So if you are not actively, a lot of people have social media channels, but are they active? Are they speaking to their audience about how they can serve them? On my bio, you know exactly why you should follow me. I actually say it in my bio. I can give you straight white teeth without braces in 2 to 4 weeks. So if you are scrolling, I'm going to stop the scroll if that is something that you are looking for. And then in my bio, I have the call to action. And a lot of people don't understand that you could have, like for Instagram, you can have 5 links. So one of them should be a lead magnet. It should be like an ebook. It should be something that gets them into your universe. Because if you just have your website, a lot of times our websites have so much content that they miss the exact offer that you may be providing to them that can change their lives. The third thing in the fame formula is, I think that every entrepreneur should be an author. I think that is one of the biggest things that can set you apart and really solidify your authority and your credibility. So for instance, if someone is looking for a cosmetic dentist and they are Googling, and I am an author and you can see all of my books versus the one that doesn't have any social media, no author, nothing that makes them scream that they are a expert, then I'm going to stand out more. And that usually is what happens. The fourth thing is making sure that you do get some media presence. When you have a book, when you have a podcast, when you have a business, to make sure that you are letting the world know that you are the expert. And I love the media because you get to go on someone else's platform who has millions and millions of followers if you get on the right show, and you get to actually tell how you can be of service to their audience without spending $5,000 to $7,000 a month on a publicist. And finally, your network is your net worth. And making those right relationships are really key. And that's why I love podcasting, because it's like an all access pass to get to those people who you may not be able to get to without having that platform that is going to serve them and serve you and be mutually beneficial. So those are some of my tips.
I love your fame formula. This was amazing. And you just repeated what Steve Ramona said yesterday, that your network is your net worth. And
absolutely.
So that's awesome. And who would think of hiring a publicist as a dentist?
Right? In the 90s. And not only did my mom was the one that told me, because once I got my first celebrity client, who was Isaac Hayes, I interrupted his dinner in a very popular restaurant in New York, and he became my first celebrity client. Then my mom was like, you need a publicist, and why don't you call Eddie Murphy's publicist? Her name was Terry Williams. So she gave me the number. She met her at a women's conference, and I just cold called her and told her who I was. I was 28 at the time, and I told her who I was and my big vision and dream of being a well-known dentist. And she said, you can't afford me. I'm $50,000 a month, but I have a friend that might be in your budget. And her friend, Renee Foster, didn't have a dentist. So you know what I did? I bartered PR services for just taking care of her teeth, just checkup and cleanings twice a year. And that's how I got my publicist. So yeah, sometimes the good old barter system works.
Wow, that's amazing. Dr. Catrice, you are resourceful and you are brilliant. This is great. All right. Let's hear from Jeff. Tell us about what marketing tips can you teach us that we could use?
Yeah, look, the amazing stories, and that's what I love about this whole panel and the whole marketing forum is people learning how to really tell stories. And you know, there's been a through theme, you know, stories from heart, stories from purpose. And I'm thinking here, how can I add value to this panel, and how can I add value to this marketing forum? And I think it's to come right back to basics. For those who are in the audience who are at that beginner level and just getting started, these are some of the things that I probably wish that I knew when I first started. And so I've been mentored by Ryan Dice from digitalmarketer.com. And one of the things that he shared with us back then that really resonated with me, and it's like the light bulb went off, is we're all selling one thing. And it's the same thing. We're all selling transformation. And, we're taking someone from a before state to an after state. And our job is to be the guide on that journey. And it's like the light bulb just went off for me in that journey. It's like, okay, now I know my role. I'm the guide to taking people from Sucksville to Awesome Town. And that's really all we do with marketing. And what Ryan Dice also taught was the customer value journey. You know, there are 8 predictable steps that every business has. So we all have the opportunity to create awareness, but not awareness about us, awareness about the outcomes and the benefits and the solutions that we focus on. So create content in that space to speak directly to your audience's heart. We've all heard about know your audience intimately, right? So when you know your audience intimately, you can serve them and you can create massive awareness about you and how you can serve them. So that comes down to some core elements around that. But once we get that stage, we move into engagement. And engagement's where we build the know, like, and trust. And I would go further in saying that this is where we go and we get to connect, relate, and resonate with people. And that's where relationships are formed on the back of that. Then we get to move into the community or the subscribe stage. You know, I used to say, you know, your money's in your list. Well, I'd say your money's in your community. You know, people who know, like, and trust you, people who are following you. You're that person of influence to them. You know, so build your community. And then all marketing and sales is putting the right product in front of the right people at the right time. Now we have a warm community to do just that. That's our convert stage. Then we move into the excite stage, where we create a wow factor. We deliver on the promise. And then it's this point in the game where we get our profit maximizers kick in. It's called the ascension ladder. This is now where we sell to the same customer more than once. You know, it's much easier to sell to that person than it is to acquire a new customer, but it doesn't stop there. You know, how can we then turn these people into raving fans and brand advocates, but then also how can we create a referral partner program? And so that's what I'm teaching people here is to think about how you can create that customer value journey and take people from that before state to the after state. And the other thing, interesting point that I'll share with that is, you know, knowing each stage of the customer value journey, you got to speak to people where they're at that journey. Meet them where they're at on that journey. You know, it's called butterfly versus caterpillar language. And AI is a powerful tool to help you to do just that when you prompt it the right way and you give it the right information.
Yeah. Wow. That roadmap. That's amazing. And so if I'm coming to you and I feel like I have the community and I feel like I'm, you know, connecting with them, I relate to them, how do I increase that engagement? Because as a podcaster, it's kind of tricky to engage with them because, you know, we're talking by ourselves with our guest a lot of times. How do we increase that engagement as a podcaster or as a speaker?
Yeah, great question. And this is the beauty of the customer value journey, right? Because it highlights the gaps in your journey. And you know, the accountants used to say numbers tell the story, right? So when you follow the numbers on your customer value journey, you can highlight the areas that you need to pinpoint to work on. So that's beautiful that you recognize that, Karen. So if engagement's one area that you need to focus on, well, then become a master in engagement. And the way that I love to do that is go lead by example. And, you know, the law of reciprocity. Go engage on other people's content. And so it's so simple. So I've got a 30 by 30, you know, sort of schedule where I've got my 30 people that I want to connect with, I want to build a relationship with, and then I'll just go and love on their content. I'll engage on their content for 30 days. So we show up and we shine. We're present. We're front of mind. And by doing that, we're building a relationship. And what I'm finding is by doing this, I no longer have to reach out to people because they reach out to me. You know, if you're positioning yourself, you're marketing yourself, people know what you offer, they'll reach out to you. So you can get out of that whole direct pitching, cold spamming, you know, that cold pitch approach.
Oh, Jeff, this is so brilliant. Thank you so much for answering that question. And I have to say that when I have people love on my content, I love them too. And so you're absolutely right. It makes a difference. It's that law of reciprocity too. So many people pitch me all the time. Can I be on your show? Can I be on your show? But I'm looking at those people that are already interacting with me, that are already building that relationship. And I know they're the people that I want as a guest. Great points. All right, Jane, I want to hear from you. How do you increase engagement?
Oh, like so many ways. You know, and I'm sitting here trying to log on to Facebook so I can put comments in, so I can go back and listen to some of these mic drops from Dr. Catrice and Jeff. But, you know, there's so many ways to connect. And as Dr. Catrice said, you know, having a book, you know, I've had a book for 12 years. I still get little royalty checks, which is nice, but it's an authority piece. And although I have different communities and I've now kind of brought them all together, I think I'm going to make a call and say, I think social media is antisocial in the sense that I can show people how to create a custom GPT with their brand voice, their core story, and create in 5 minutes every month 30 pieces of content. And I see that as a placeholder, but where I turn up, authentically and vulnerably with my life stories, or, my son and my husband say there's always a teaching moment with Jane, I'll see something like a perfect raindrop on a leaf, and I'll just reflect on that. And, people will connect. And, from an orchestrated way, there's the placehold, that we have in social media, and then it's turning up with heart. And when people want to connect, they will. I remember, I was on the front cover of Money magazine in like 2007. And I said to my husband, we need a second phone line. And he's like, when success comes, we'll get a second phone line. 2015, a lady turned up with the ripped out story, said, when I knew I needed to work with someone, I was going to work with you. So, it's like the quantum time does not exist, right? So, you never know when people are watching or how you're affecting them. And just from a little tip that I have from my podcast, I set up a podcast guest page, and, I have these beautiful, graphic tiles, and I have these incredible posts that I've taken the transcript and written in their voice so that they can just edit it and make it easy for them to promote the podcast. Because, most of the people coming on the podcast, they want to elevate their position. I want to edify them and share their story of success where they saw a moment in sliding doors that they took the opportunity. So, by edifying others and promoting others, they kind of drag you up with you. So, that's the way that I guess I get eyes on Jane and Jane's world.
That's awesome. And we never know. I mean, look how many years later she had torn out that article and wanted to connect with you. We never know when we're making that relationship, and then when it's starting and when it's going to come to fruition. That's a really cool story. How about you, Dr. Catrice? How do you increase engagement?
Yeah, that is a great point, Jane. One of my most famous clients is Cardi B. I saw her and did her smile makeover in 2016. It is still the number one reason that I get new patients, because of that smile makeover and me repurposing that. For those who just came in my universe, they don't know from 2016 what I've done. So reusing all the media that I've gotten, even repurposing the social media posts that I've done 2 years ago, it definitely reopens to a new audience an introduction of who I am. But I'm really big on really reaching my audience live. So you'll see that on Wednesdays, I go live on Instagram, and I call it Webinar Wednesdays. And my audience knows that that's the time that you could show up. If there's a hot news story about someone getting a smile makeover, or they saw a viral TikTok on viral video on TikTok, they know that I'm going to talk about it, and they can ask their questions. I can bust those myths, give them tips, answer their questions, recommend products. And that's like my me time. So on my podcast, I usually, say, make sure that you're following me on social media, because that's when you can really, if you want one-on-one, you want me one-on-one, that's your time to literally get on the camera and talk to me and get that advice or that exchange that you're looking for. So I think for those who are out there, if you're not utilizing the live content that you have on Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn, please make sure that you start showing up and giving all access to your audience, because they can listen to you on the podcast, but they can't talk to you directly. So give them that opportunity to actually ask questions about an episode or whatever that they have, that you are that resource, their personal coach. So I'm like America's Smile Coach, and they know that they can come to me to get answers on how America can smile again. Make America smile again is what I'm doing.
Catrice, oh my goodness. Well, I love that. I love how she is putting out, the Wednesday, they know they can talk to her, because there's that consistent that we see that we've talked about, and that is the accessibility. They have accessibility where they can talk to her. Oh my goodness, you all are amazing guests. And if any of you want to find them, you can look on the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. You can find them online as well, and they will respond to you. They will message you back, and you can engage with them. And I am so grateful to be in the podcast network with them. It is such a joy to work with such wonderful people that are so unselfish and so generous, and that they are willing to work together as a community. We have a community as podcasters. And like I said, sometimes it's a lonely world out there by ourselves. And so to join together each week, Michael Silvers does a mastermind with us. We have speaking opportunities with the Los Angeles Tribune. And so I encourage all of you, if you have a podcast and you want to grow your podcast and you're trying to figure out how, you can follow Dr. Catrice's fame formula. You can follow Jeff's roadmap. You can follow, Jane's leapfrogging program. All of us have tips that we can share together, and we can build with each other. We can grow, and it's wonderful to grow together and to know that you have a colleague that you can call up and say, hey, I need help with this. What do? I need help with this digital marketing, Jeff. So I just want to invite you all to join with us, and thank you all for being with us on this panel. It was great to have you here today.
Thank you, Karen.
Bye, guys. So good. Bye.
All right. That was really fun. Oh my goodness. I just love that. I love hearing from all of these podcasters. And Rex, our next guest is a fellow that is, I'm going to bring him up now, and his name is Rifat Ahmad. And so, hi, I am so glad to have you with us. This is so wonderful.
Well, I'm very happy to be here.
Thank you. We are very happy. So Rifat is the founder of Monster Claw. And so, did I say that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So he is like the magic behind the scenes. We talked to Manoj Agarwal yesterday about how he's the magician with AI. And Rifat is it's just this translator about SEO. We hear about SEO. It's like, I don't know how to increase my SEO. I mean, what do I do? And you read all the things, and I don't know about you, but it kind of goes over my head when I do those things. So when Manoj connected me with Rifat, I was like, oh my gosh, all of our people need to know about how to increase our SEO. We all have that question when we want to market ourselves. And so this is amazing to have you to bring your expertise here. And so can you tell us what brought you to this point?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. So first, I would say what brought me to this point is I'm stuck with this one thing. I would say the digital marketing for last 15 years, not looking left, not looking right. And I have just been focused on two specific part, one is a relation build up that we do through affiliate, and the SEO, right? So I have been tracking every single industry change, how it is evolving, what is happening. So all of those basically actually help to have a really good idea about what is happening. So tell me what specifically you want to know about the SEO, or do you have any specific questions that we go for, or should I cover in generic?
Well, yes, start. So for our entrepreneurs, our authors, our speakers, podcasters, I start us from the beginning first, yeah. and then we'll go more advanced with you.
Okay, so in SEO, I will just give a very, very clear idea about two things that is happening right now. So there are thousands and thousands of SEO guys. What they're doing is basically trying to manipulate Google and show them this website is the best, that website is the best, that website is the best. So there's a lot of hurdles going on, who comes on top, who comes on bottom. So on the other hand, what Google does, he constantly updates, constantly rolls on different updates, to push those guys down. So because Google's mission is to find the most useful content for its audience. So now Google have so many algorithms, but I want to talk about one thing. It is called EAT. So which is I think the best, the biggest thing, right? So on SEO, Google would need into three specific things, right? First, it wants to see, okay, Karen is talking about the topic, right? Is she the true expert, right? That is the biggest thing. Now, what happens when we do SEO and when we see our client has, let's say, 20 years of experience, but he did not mention it, right? He's website, the product page is so good, but if you go to his about page, it's not there. So that is a big problem that, like, we see in the SEO that people are actually not sharing who they are, right? If we just leverage this, we already have like a huge advantage, right? So, and also you will see so many websites, there's like huge article, but by one line, okay, Tori, but who is Tori? What is his experience? Like, is she actually qualified to write about this topic? What, right? So having a great presence of the author, like who is bringing in the content, is like a biggest thing right now. And so, like, how it works, like, see, for example, company A spending so much money, right, on manipulating Google so they could go up, and company B is basically found the best expert on that particular topic, and that expert shared his experience. Now, what will happen? Person A probably is thinking, yes, I have $100,000 marketing budget, I should do good. But come on, you are fighting with $1 billion technology with Google, who is there, right, to, like, to suppress you and find that expert. Yeah. So this is like a big thing for SEO, like, always showcase your expertise, communicate. And the best way would be, whenever you're writing a content, mention who you are, on when you're, like, for example, you're writing about podcast. If you just simply say, hey, I've been like doing podcast, versus I have been doing podcast for the last 8 years and I have this many, like, listeners, Google picks it. And then you have an author page, and then you have an about section, and on your about you have all your social media, and Google can see, oh yeah, this is actually a true expert, right? There is your E. Then now let's say authority, like, there is 3 part, like the authority, like the how to put it, right? There could be 20 experts, right, on the same topic. Now who should Google, like, publish on top, or like, who should rank? So there is something that I was listening to the session, and there is neuromarketing, right? You were talking about neuromarketing. So I will add a little bit on this. Like, there is something called cognitive ability, which rarely people actually, like, utilize in marketing. So not everyone can, receive information in the same way. You need to really break it down so people can actually understand. Now, see, you are an expert, right? But are you an authority? Can you communicate with your people, right? So the way you communicate, the way you send your message, like, so Google sees that, okay, person A expert, person B expert. When person A is talking, hundreds of people are listening. When person B is talking, maybe 10, maybe no one is asking. So Google can see, even though he's expert, he really cannot engage. That is a big factor. So it comes down to, like, the content. I know, like, there are hundreds of content, like, that can be produced through AI, or write, like, you can write it, use, like, writers and all. But I have seen contents where, like, a company spend maybe, like, 2 months, 3 months, or 4 months just to bring one content, and that one content is on top for years. No one can beat it, because it came from an expert, and the content is rapidly building authority, right? And the third part is, like, trustworthy. It is, like, very important in a sense. Like, see, you are an expert, for example. So I will talk about one of our clients who used to work on biotechnology. It's a big niche. So she's an expert. She can write really well, but is she trusted, right? So how do you get it, right? So when you write the author section, you need to mention your, like, okay, I'm certified to talk about this, or your achievements. I have, like, helped, like, this many clients, all the numbers, right? So you have to become someone trusted, right? So these 3 things play really critical roles. So normally what we think is all about finding technical people, do all the technical things. Yes, this is true. There are some works, but you can always hire someone to get it done. But the core is always, like, the person behind it. So I would say how we actually help our clients. When we get someone, the first meeting we schedule is, like, in a vision pitching. We want to know, we don't go on, like, okay, what you want to sell or what. Like, we want to know, like, their vision, why they are doing it, what pain they are solving it. So we don't get into how, we get into why. And once we know the why, then we are aligned. and it really replicates in all of our contents, everything, because when we are putting out so many contents, it is really important to keep that one tone that Google knows, okay, this content was actually written by the author, this one was ghost written. Yeah. And again, so it is also a practice, like sometimes like people are so busy they cannot have the time to write, but then it has to be like an additional thing, fact checked by or approved by. You can of course use a writer, but you have to mention, okay, he wrote it, but I actually checked and I take responsibility, then it's good. So this is the kind of the core of the SEO. And what really makes a difference, you have everything, but you're not being able to communicate with Google. Google is coming to your website. So I would say one of the major important thing in SEO would be to have someone to do your technical SEO, right? Have the technical setup. So once you have that fine, so all of the things you are trying to communicate with Google can actually come to your website and read it. Because normally it could be the case, right? You have all information, but it is marked at no index, like a small SEO term, which means it will not allow Google's to come and read, which is like a normal case when someone is doing up a website, right? It's kind of the shutter is closed, we are renovating and will be open. Google doesn't know you're open. All of those could be technical issues. So this is important. And second best thing I would say right now, so I will talk about one of our clients. We actually did 50 million plus for them a year. So it's like in the last few years, it's like a huge success. So when we took them, they were 7th largest brand in their niche in organic traffic, and now they're 1, right?
Wow.
So, yeah. So what really happened? So see, I was talking about the trustworthy. So there is like a 2 different part of trustworthy. You are saying, I trust myself, you should trust me, but does other people also think the same? Right? So for example, I was listening to the celebrity dentist. I really loved her smile, right? So now, for example, she doesn't only saying she is for the celebrities. A lot of celebrities are also saying, right? Yes, I used her service. So those are endorsements, right? And today's the other guy was saying, your network is your net worth, right? It is true, because if you see a great brand, they would not just go out and write about you. You need to have a relation, right? You need to know them and they need to know you. So for SEO, the next coming years, particularly because AI is coming and knowledge become commodity, everyone can write about everything. So it will really come down to who is writing it. Is it vetted by someone experienced? And is trusted people from the industry really trust him or her? So this networking will really come in handy. And so there was a practice previously. You put out a content and you reach out to hundreds of websites and say, you pay them to give you a link, right? I trust him. But now, last year there were some studies. All the top results has less link compared to all the ones that are on the second page, third page. It's all changed. So the reason is the one who are on top are really coming from really trusted source, trusted people are endorsing. And right now the trend on SEO is something called PR backlink. So I will say what they're doing. So for example, you are a journalist, right? So you are conducting research about, okay, I will write about podcast. Now, how you are doing that research, from where you are finding your data. And as a journalist, you are you have a habit to give credit when you are using any source, right? So marketers tend to do they actually figure out in their industry who are the top journalists, what is the writing pattern, and from where they're picking the data. And they would go out there and put their data, their statistics, and all the industry reports. So journalists will use that data and credit that company. So, and this is a practice a lot of companies are doing right now. And what is happening for one report, I saw an example as just there was a report on which cities are most likely to get higher penalty in UK, right? The traffic penalty. And a company, they do, I think, traffic lights and stuff. So they found all the statistics and they combined some of the data and created a report. And so many newspaper actually covered that. And they had to say, okay, this data was from this website, this company. And see that all of a sudden, 20 top journalists trust that company. And see the difference. And what happens when you go like this, like when you build trust, others cannot do anything to you. And we have been doing this similar thing for our company also. One thing, so for the term professional SEO services, we are number one in 30 plus country, and we don't have a lot of backlinks like US, Canada, Australia, even though like South Korea, even though Russia, we are number one but we don't have clients there. But that's amazing. But see what is happening. For example, HubSpot, right? They are the best CRM. They have spoke about us like these are the Monster is a trusted partner. Then again, say ClickBank, they are like 87th largest retailer in whole North America. They said, these guys are our partner. Then Influencer Marketing Hub, so they created a report, top 10 companies. They said, okay, these guys are someone you should work with. Like those are all authentic, and all of those are coming from years some hard work. And another thing, strategy. And I'm gonna blow your mind with one thing. So previously, what we used to do so much manual work. Then I met Manoj, and he kind of blew my mind. He hooked me up with some of the best AI tools. So now what we can do, we can kind of predict the trend. For example, we are going after a car parts company, right? We have a new client who produce, let's say, car parts. Now, if there are 2,000 keywords on that particular niche, I could actually give data to the AI. Okay, these are the 2,000 keywords. This is data point one. Now, this is the trend of this industry. Now, this is my product's value. And also, this is what my conversion rate is. And on top of that, I could say, okay, this is my marketing budget. I have this. And now, find me which keywords have the highest money, and based on difficulty and my marketing budget, which keywords are the best. And the AI does in a minute. Like previously, we used to spend, I don't know, maybe a week, 4 or 5 people going through Excel, like TV meetings, just to do keyword research, like which keywords we should target. But now with this AI, it's just like crazy. I cannot even say, it's just crazy. So now, and see the change. What will happen? The really, really big expert guys do not have time. And they are the perfectionist. They have a very high level of standard, right? And if you outsource to some other team or anyone who really doesn't follow your standard, you're likely gonna be upset or shut it down. But what is happening with AI now, for example, you could actually feed 30 of the articles you wrote, or maybe hundreds of the podcast episode you did. So the AI will listen to you, understand you. Even though you could put your personality test there, they will also know your personality. And what will happen, then it will give you the contents like you are writing. So, yeah. And I'm doing it every day. Like, for example, even though when we are doing email communication, I just said hey, give me this email. So I have the email, and it took me maybe 30 seconds to quickly check and send. So with the help of AI, the SEO's game gonna be very, very different, because now all the experienced person, all the person with super, super high authority, they could do more. They would be able to produce so many contents. They would be able to write themselves, there will be books and all. So yeah, I think
this is amazing, because when you're talking about authority and about being trusted, and so if I am, so like with my podcast and I have my about page, are you saying that I should have other people quote me on their websites, or how am I going to get trusted besides listing my certifications and my, articles and my other experience? What else can I do to become a trusted authority?
2 things. So one is the technical. See, we use technology, for example, for the podcast, maybe you're using Spotify, or maybe you're on YouTube, maybe you're doing a Facebook stream. So first, you need to make sure that this technology can understand who you are, your experience, and everything, right? So the technology know, yes, this is the right kind of expert that our users might get benefited from. So the algorithm, because all the algorithms are kind of tweaked to help people, right? Because see this, person A stalking, people are spending 10 minutes. Person B talking, people are spending 30 minutes. So the social media or any platform wants that person B, right? Now, how that happens? So one technical, you need to really communicate with the technical platform. That's who you are, your background, and everything. Also, I would say like a great way is to further use technology to, for example, like you are hosting this marketing forum, you have all the episodes. If you could translate those, I mean, get like the script, transcribe, and also publish a blog and link it, you would get more people, because this triggers accessibility. There are so many people who prefers to read, and there are people who prefers to listen, right? How do you get to both? The people who are writing blog, they are not targeting people who wants to listen. The people who are actually talking, they're not targeting people who wants to read. But in the technical platform, probably you could do both, so you reach more people. So once the technology part is handled, and the second is basically networking, right? So I would suggest, like, the best way I found is going to conferences, online, offline, going to events, and meet the persons face to face. Go out, say hi, say hello, say hey, I'm doing this podcast, they are doing another podcast, and you guys can share with each others. Like, for example, I shared about your podcast in my social media, right? So there is a yes vote, I trust you, and other people are doing, so you are actually gaining popularity now. Even though so many people are talking about you, but this is bad, the only reason could be you are not communicating with the technical platform that who you are really. It doesn't have any idea. So these two things can be really game changer. One, making sure all the platform you're using knows who you are, your experience, your credential, and all. And second, have a lot of great industry people vouch for you, talk about you, say they trust you, they endorse you. And also, I found one great thing really works for SEO is simply using LinkedIn. So you have to link your LinkedIn, and you have to get so many recommendation and endorsement on your LinkedIn. Use that tool.
Oh,
It's great. And it's like people love to get given back and forth endorsement. So it's like a great tool. And second, another thing is it also can be your other channels. For example, if you have YouTube, you have so many subscribers, so when you're writing an article, link your channel. Even you can say, and there is something called meta, which is really important. So meta is basically the topic, what topic you are talking. So SEO is all about intent. This is really important. So see, I'm writing, I'm hungry. Google will show me probably pizza, because I love pizza. And my friend is typing, I am hungry. She's seeing salad because she loves salad. Now, how does Google know? So Google and every other platform has so much data on the person, so they could understand what that person is looking for, what is their intention, and they only will share the data that that person will find incredibly helpful, right? So, and we need to leverage that. And how do you leverage that? When we are sharing something, any content, doing any podcast, right? So we have to make sure what my target audience might be looking for. I have to have that keyword must on the title, on the meta. What kind of hashtags they are looking for, have to have that hashtag. And I think that's like a great way to go. And last but not the least, we do one mistake. We do not really invest time on performance tracking. It is very important for everyone looking to do SEO or growing the traffic. They must have an Excel file where they track week by week, month by month, what is happening, because data is key. And if you have some technical team, probably you could also implement their different reporting tools for SEO. Just the point is, whatever you are doing, you have to see the visual data, how it is impacting, and real time optimize it, and you're good. But again,
Well,
I'm sorry, I'm going to say one thing. So the next year, 25, 26, the guys who really doesn't have the experience and the network gonna suffer. And the person who have experience and network gonna rise and high. And I mean, like, it will be crazy.
Yes, I can see that. And I can see how, people that know what you're teaching and that are putting that into action, they're going to rise on the Google, and they're going to be found, and they're going to be utilized, and the people that are at the bottom are not. So
I want to share one thing. So there is a way that we use. We actually take on some of the largest clients. So I want to share one case study. So we closed a client which was a Fortune 172 or 3, like a huge Fortune 500 company, and the company they right now was working with was 20 times bigger than us. We got the job. They got fired and we got the job. So how do you take on someone with so much experience with no experience?
Right.
So right. And this is true because every year, every month, there are new people and they are good. They deserve a chance, right? How they can make it happen. So what we do, because like, see, we launch new services, we go into new industry with no experience. So I have a very simple 2-step way that I believe value is the best hook. I do not believe like anything has more power than the value. So, and second thing is I treat, if the ICP matches, I treat from day one like they already paid me, even though they haven't. Right? So for example, someone sent an inquiry to Monster Claw. I would not wait to get paid to start helping them. I would treat them right away like they are my client. They have paid me. And this kind of gives me the opportunity to, like, give them value and kind of have a trailer of how it is to work with these guys. And if the trailer is good, they're going to want the movie, right? And this is like a key thing because I've been seeing this trend. A lot of companies, a lot of other people very, very focused on getting the client first, like getting hooked to create enough interest. No, go out and give the full value, treat them like they have already paid. And I will say, if you actually have the proper ICP matched audience, either you learn or you get the client. Both way you win, right? Both way you win. And also, you can use all of those in your marketing, like, case studies. So I've been talking with this 9-figure CEO and use it as a marketing because he was actually talking to you, right? So this is a great way. And another tips I will say, this could be game changer. So see, for example, you have so much money and you just want to hire the best company right there. So you will go to Google and say, for example, best phone, or no, I'll not say for phone, let's say best realtor. So because you have like $10 million and you're gonna get like a mansion, right? So you are going out in Google, you're typing best realtor on New York, right? Now, how a new realtor beats that? No way. But see, there is something called customer journey, and it is very important. And I see someone was also talking about the customer journey, but the way we treat it is like, say, now you're at a point, you have the money to buy the house. But like, let's say 6 months ago, you were maybe searching best investment ideas. You were not looking for the best realtor. You are looking for best investment ideas. Now, I want to go really back on the customer journey. When I know my ideal client profile, I know how the journey looks like, what they were doing 6 months ago. And with the help of AI, you could really, really craft 1 year, 2 year journey, like, from getting like an idea to actually purchasing. So I would say go really back if you cannot compete. When they are just looking for a small information and really don't care from who it is coming from, write content there. And then you must have to have a way to get their contact information, and then invest on building like a good relation, like, network, like invest in building in a good relation. So when you got your got the email address, every month or twice a month, you send them an email that is undeniably the best value packed email they received in entire month, right? So you are actually training them, you are guiding them, And after 4 months, 5 months, you're like, warming them up. Now they know, okay, should I search best realtor of New York? Or I already know that guy, right? And I know she knows all of the things and she have been guiding me. So at least let's get in a call. So you will receive a call. So he will talk with the best, the best realtor, and also get with the realtor who has been helping. And what happens in the call? See, the other part. The best realtor pushes, here's the payment link, here's the agreement, here's our terms, like, this and that, wait for this, like, our CEO is busy. And the other one, what she does, instantly start providing value. Here is the listing, this is you can do, that is you can do. It's entirely different game. So
Totally.
the only way I think, like, next year in the organic market, newbies can win by putting so much effort, like, planning the customer journey, creating all the contents, helping people out, and create a positioning in a way which can beat those guys. So the idea is, to put it in a simple way, is to get into comfort zone. What I believe, people prefer comfort over everything. Why? People pay 3 times money in a business class, right? Compared to economy, from point A to point B, same. But why like 4 times higher? Because of the comfort, right? Why do you spend so much money? Let's say, like, I was looking at a car, so I have to pay $16,000 more to get a premium suspension. What happens? I get, like, a bit more comfortable. So, like, see the value of comfort. So the goal is to make your audience, your ICP, so comfortable with you. So even though that is the best guy, I don't care, because I'm more comfortable with this guy. He has already built it, right? And there you go. I mean, like, there are some strategies, and I would say for any SEO campaign to happen, you have to plan at least a year. It is not a quick game. But after a year, you constantly start beating every one of your competitor. You start getting more market share. You start making more money, and you could reinvest to bring in more people who are the best. And a matter of fact, so then, like, you will be in the top. No one can stop.
Yes. Wow, this is amazing. You can be at the top and no one can stop. Oh my goodness, Rifat, this was amazing to hear you talk about SEO and to understand the strategies that we can use, because so many times we're a newbie that's going up against these big people, but you did it with your own company. And
I was nobody, and now look at me. I'm number 1 in 23 plus countries. Like, even though the countries I have never been, we don't have client, but we're at number 1. I mean, like,
so incredible. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us today. And I can't wait to learn more about Monster Claw. And I wanted to let you all know that Rifat is going to have a boot camp that he's going to offer for free. And so stay tuned, because we will be promoting that. You can check my social media and Rifat's also. And thank you for your service. Thank you for your willingness to share these amazing tips with us today, and for your unselfishness to come and serve us. We trust you because you care enough to come and teach us all these things. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Wow, that was incredible. Oh my goodness. Well, I am going to bring up Rex Sykes, and we have Daniel Russo, who is our web designer here at the Los Angeles Tribune. And Daniel, were you just like saying, yeah, I mean, that probably was like, just like, yeah, I got all that. I understand all that. The rest of us were like taking notes as fast as we can.
It was very insightful. It was really, really good knowledge there.
Yeah, that was. So Rex, are you ready to interview Daniel? Oh, you're muted. Hang on. You're muted.
Yeah, I'm excited. Oh, I was muted?
You're not anymore.
Wow.
Are you ready?
Technology here.
Yeah.
They don't shut me up when they want to, Daniel. So what I was saying with wild expressions that couldn't be heard was, tell us who you are and what you do, Daniel, because we really want to know, because you do so very much and you offer so much value. So please share with us.
Absolutely.
I'll let you guys go on.
Yeah, so Daniel Russo with On Point Media. I've been in business for 4 years. I'm the owner of On Point Media, and I specialize in graphic design, web design, digital marketing. And just want to say thank you so much to Los Angeles Tribune, Mo Rock, Michael Silvers for giving me the opportunity to help and just be part of this great organization. Yeah, so that's a little bit about me.
So, on top of that, you offer a service and you help people, connect with you and connect them up with resources. So, what should people know in this day and age who need an online presence, need to connect, need to understand AI, need to do, all the different kinds of things that we do? It used to be, there was a cave wall and you just wrote with charcoal. Now you got to do, a lot of different things. So can you kind of help people understand a little bit of the process?
Absolutely. So generally speaking, when working with a client or just in general, you want to do research on when your competition, but also know your niche of what you're trying to sell. What is the product you're trying to sell? Obviously, there's a lot of voices, a lot of noise out there in the world, but having a having a voice in that is very important, and working with a digital marketer will help you with that.
So, because there's so much noise in the marketplace, both for providers and saying you should do this, you should do that, you should do that other thing, and then you should come to me, you should come to how does a person make a decision? In other words, what should they research? What should they know? What kind of questions should they ask when they're looking for a provider to help them?
Well, usually one of the questions I always get asked is, what do I get out of it? Like, if I'm going to work with you, what am I going to get out of it? And that's where having, showing data, obviously you need to have a good reputation for one, but also just having, what's the right word? I'm sorry. Just having the data to show it, I guess.
So, I mean, is it fair to say if I go to somebody who's an advertising agency, for example, I go, hey, who have you worked with? And they go, well, I can't share who my clients are. I'd be a little bit suspicious. I understand that in this day and age, sometimes there's, NDAs, but the other side of it is this is public marketplace. So people need to know how to connect up with the right provider.
Right.
So, I may not be asking you the right questions, Daniel. What questions do I need to ask you now? If we were to do business together, what should I be asking you is what I'm trying to ask for the other people.
Well, usually with what people ask me would be, what's the difference between Google ads and Facebook ads? What generally with Facebook ads, as an example, it's more business to consumer, what I've noticed in data. As well as if you're using Google business or Google advertising, it will be business to business related. Of course, there's consumer. Example, in recent study, there was a, you remember the game Pokemon Go as an example? It was one of the what I've read about it is it's one of the very first marketing tools with augmented reality. Augmented reality, as an example, is going to be the future. What's kind of cool is I've seen different data where if you put your phone up to the sign or to a sign or something like that, all these ads will start popping up and populate to help you find the right food, find the right, clothes, example.
No, that's great. So, but this is a great question, and I'm glad you brought that up. So I want to get known. I'm my brand, right? And I want to get known. Do I do Facebook? Do I do LinkedIn? And as you said, one is more B2B, the other is more consumer driven. But if I were to spend my money based on who I am, who Rex is, as opposed to like an amorphous thing, would I be better at Facebook or better in LinkedIn? Is there a way to, and I'm using me as the example, but you can be anything. I'm just trying to find out how people can decide where they should market and how they should market.
Right. So with that, you just want to see what what I can do, or what I do for people is you can try both avenues and see which one is clicking or which one isn't working. Because when you're doing marketing, it's like it's an algorithm, and you if you're working well with this one way, then you just have to tweak it if it's not working this other way.
So you're talking about like split testing.
Mm-hmm.
And so if somebody comes and says, hey, help me be successful, you might recommend that they do some testing in order to find out where they're best suited to market, to find their tribe.
Right, because there's a lot of other avenues. There's Instagram, there's LinkedIn. You want to find where your avenues are, where you're converting viewers to ROI.
So again, I'm just using myself as an example. I may not be the candidate for, say, TikTok. I mean, it might be a younger crowd or something like that, or maybe I am, the candidate. How does a person know in terms of the testing these different platforms which one they might be better suited, or do we just explore on all of them?
You can explore on all of them. However, you also it also depends on the budget that your budget is. Because you don't want to be spending all this money in all these different platforms, though, and blow through your budget. That's where you need to fine tune it to the exact avenue that would work.
So I come to, this is great. I love this, because I come to you and I go, I have a limited budget and I want to get the most bang for my buck, and I don't know what platforms. I mean, I'm not a very savvy consumer. I don't know what to do, and I'm. Is there an avenue that we could go like organically, or we must go with paid ads, or what might you recommend?
I would say organic is always generally good. But when you're fishing, think of it as fishing. When you're fishing if you're fishing, sometimes if you're not getting the fish or getting the viewers, you need to cast the nets a little further out, and that's where ads will work. Don't need to spend a lot of money, but just a little bit, just to try to get more of the viewerships.
So if somebody were just starting out, what is the kind of thing that they probably ought to do first?
Well,
I love this. You're very helpful. I appreciate this.
Absolutely. Well, for one, it depends on if they have a brand. If really you want to make sure you have a solid brand, if you have a good solid brand, a good website, stuff like that, to showcase your work with what you're offering, the services that you're offering. And then from there, you then extend your SEO presence as well as, SEO presence, and then also extend into the Google. In Google, there's Bing, all sorts of different search engines.
This is so fascinating. Rex, I love the question that you asked Daniel about what questions should you be asked? Because Rex, like you said, when people are coming new to the market, they have a website, they want people to find them, but what does that actually mean, and what do they need? Daniel, I know you're an expert in SEO optimization. People may not even understand what SEO optimization is. So can you take maybe 2 steps back to kind of explain to the viewers that are tuning in how they can really maximize their SEO? What that means is really, how can people find you on the internet using some keywords through the search? But can you break that down for individuals? Because this is a really important concept that people don't necessarily always hear, and they hear the buzzword, but they don't know what to do next.
Absolutely. So let's say if you just started, or you just designed, or you just got a website, but people can't, if people can't search you, that's where keywords can step in, where it's like, example, mindset master, altitude doctor. You just use different keywords around that people can search through Google for it, or to find you that way.
So it really is helping people say, like, let's use Rex as an example. He's the mindset master. Rex has a show that he's on Facebook. He has a blog that he publishes every day. So the more that he writes on his blog and always signs off mindset master, that's going to help Mindset Master be found on the internet? Is that a way to like organically boost his visibility? And what are other ways? Like if he's going live on YouTube, a way could be always making sure that when he's on YouTube, every single description has Mindset Master in the actual description of the video. So that when someone, and Rex has his name in it, so that when someone searches Rex's name or Mindset Master, those videos can pop up. Like what are other ways that people can really boost that visibility through a blog, through their descriptions, and maybe other ways that they connect with their audience members to boost that up?
Absolutely. Example, if you're promoting through Facebook or social media, hashtags, doing a lot of hashtags of like podcasts or keywords that would be to relate to Mindset Master example.
Can I ask a question about the hashtags?
Hmm?
Let's say I'm on X or what was known as Twitter or now Blue Sky or one of those things, or I'm on LinkedIn or I'm on Facebook. Do I have to do hashtags each time I go to a new platform, or do they get carried over if I just copy and paste?
I mean, you could do a copy and paste, but you want to also customize it around the platform that you're using because, sorry.
No, I just meant, could it be a problem if I copy and paste? Because I think sometimes I personally have done that, and then I find out that I'm like using LinkedIn links when I should be using something else, and I'm like, well, how did I get that? And it just is because I'm copying and pasting and not taking care to be in each platform.
Exactly. Generally speaking, I've seen where if you copy and paste it from Facebook to Instagram, generally I don't see any issues per se with that. But if you're trying to copy and paste it to LinkedIn, their algorithms are much different than Meta.
So it would benefit each of us who are attempting to do this without your assistance to first have your assistance so we know what to do, but secondly, to understand the platform we're working in and work within those confines as opposed to trying to, move things back and forth and mess it up.
No, exactly.
And Daniel, for you, so this is a really interesting conversation because we're kind of getting into some of the technical aspects that aren't necessarily covered. When someone is new in business or they're trying to figure out how to scale and they're thinking about their digital footprint, what is kind of guidance that you would want to share with them? So for example, you have a website, and if a challenge is that people aren't connecting or people aren't ready to buy, do you recommend that they have like a contact us form or a get in touch form on their website? Surprisingly, a lot of sites don't have that, but that's a great way to get an email address. Or they're on LinkedIn, they're on Instagram. What is kind of like strategic advice you give to your clients that may have a footprint, but it's not effective and are trying to figure out what they can do next to actually connect with their audiences or communities that they're trying to build?
Absolutely. So recommendation would be contact forms, of course, but also just have a good email have good email subscription campaigns, as well as blogs. I see people that are even like hairstylists. They start a blog, and I've seen where it has really turned around their traffic to make them want to connect with the stylist.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Each time we have, but the question I have is this. So I see sometimes they say, well, if you're writing a blog, you want to do search keywords and use those words inside your blog and everything else. So if I'm going to do like restaurant, spaghetti dinners, and I'm going to have a blog that day about spaghetti dinners, I have to go out and find out what the popular spaghetti dinner terms are. And then do I have to seed my blog with that in order to hope that I get more views?
You could do it that way, but also just through searching or through searching. Example, I have software that I use that actually can study different trends and stuff like that, and then you infuse it into the back end of the blog or the back end of the website.
I love that you just took the conversation there because, Daniel, something that you're so good at is actually doing market research to understand the landscape that a potential client is working in to help them figure out where is an opportunity for them to stand out in a way that maybe someone that is in that same space is not. And so as you've done a lot of market research for your clients, what are suggestions that you can give people to even figure out like what is the best way to do market research? What should they be looking for? Because if there's a lot of people in the same space that someone is operating in, that's great because everyone is unique, but what are ways that they can understand that market landscape so they can really figure out how they can stand out in that space?
Absolutely. That's wonderful. The wonderful world of Google, being able to example the, was it spaghetti dinner, or you could look up spaghetti dinners near me, stuff like that. But you can actually just assess on how they're being found. Example, one of the softwares that I use, you can actually look at multiple different websites and see how they're being searched versus how you're being searched.
And that's great because when you can look up other websites of maybe people that are playing in the same space in your industry and figure out how they're being searched, you're sharing that then your client or that business owner can then figure out, okay, do I want to be searched in the same way or do I want to do something different? But having that information will really help them figure out what to do next. Sometimes it's not about what you're putting out there, but what are people looking for? So maybe like, I don't know, you say you're selling fruit, but everyone's searching for apples. It may make sense if you see that come up in the search, start putting apples in your blog post on your website so that when people look for apples, then you can come up too. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
You can do it that way, but also that's one of the cool things about with our artificial intelligence and stuff like that. AI can actually study other websites and also help infuse keywords that would help you through it or through your website.
Wow, that's fascinating because you're saying that there are tools out there that people can use that can study other sites and then help boost your site based on what other people are looking for so that you're into that mix. You're into the mix of what people are finding.
Right. But you also want to be unique. You don't want to be just like everybody, every other place or every other business either.
So how do you find people kind of distinguishing themselves when there are tools like AI that are trying to help inform them of what they should do, but they also want to stay authentic to their voice and what they're putting out there in the world in their own way?
Example, I have a client, we use quite a bit of AI. However, what they do want to continue having is using authentic content, man-made content, not just computer generated, because at the end of the day, people want to hear what a human wants or what a human says over a robot.
I definitely hear you there. I think we're getting to the point where there's certain terms or phrases you hear, like the word tapestry. And I don't know, every time I hear the word tapestry, I'm like, I think ChatGPT just wrote that. I am not sure, but maybe someone uses it in their everyday language. This has been really insightful, Daniel, because you've really been kind of getting into the technical particularities of how people can stand out on the internet. As we start to move into closing remarks, what are maybe 3 or 4 tips that you can share with our audience today about how they can kind of do a check on what their current digital footprint looks like so that they can figure out what steps they may want to take next to really boost their presence?
Absolutely. So one is a website audit. Just see how your website is being rated. Generally, most of the audits are like 1 or 0% to 100%. Then you can actually see where you can improve in that. Second would be also an SEO audit to see how you're being searched and different gaps that there are, and then you can infuse and plug those gaps. 3 would be also just seeing your social media traffic. How many followers have you gotten? How many people have come to your page? If you're not getting any traffic to your page, then that's where you would need to get that, to improve that.
It's wonderful, Daniel, that that's where you started, because it's great to have a strategy in place, but to understand where you're trying to go, you have to figure out where you're at now. And so what you're really sharing with our audience here is that, yes, put a strategy in place, but figure out what is working, what isn't working, and actually use data and metrics to try and help you pinpoint what strategies you should go into next. So if someone's doing like a social media audit and they're seeing that maybe there's a piece of content that had higher engagement than another piece of content, is what you're sharing, saying, okay, because that was impactful and effective, try that again and then see what happens there, and then really use that data to kind of inform what step you take next.
Exactly.
That's amazing. Well, Daniel, this is so insightful. We're going to have you on more to share, tips around how people can be more effective with their digital footprint. We're going to bring Rex back on here to help us close out this segment as we transition into the next one. Rex, what is one nugget that you just got from Daniel? They're like, I think I'm going to try that out this week. What is kind of resonating with you?
Well, I don't want to stop with just one thing, because there were so many different kinds of things that were beneficial, from knowing where to go and to split testing, and testing out the platforms, to, figuring out how to search engine optimize, your blog site or your own brand. And part of that was you, by saying, hey, should Rex always use these words? And so, Daniel, I think that you brought great value. I think you did a really wonderful job. You did me a service. I think you did everyone a service by talking about what you do and the magic that you make happen for people. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel. We also have Mon in the chat that put a great tip here. So I'm just going to bring this on the screen. He said, when you have images on your website, make sure that you name them in a certain way, because that's actually a way that you can boost your SEO up. And when you search for something, and it'll hit Google Images if your SEO is set up the correct way on the image. Thank you so much, Mon, for sharing that subtle and nuanced piece of advice, but that is so helpful. Daniel, we appreciate you. You have so much insight, and I know that a lot of people in our community will be hearing a lot from you. More to come very soon. And now we're going to hand it over to Rex Sykes, who's going to introduce our next guest. This is a segment you want to tune in to. Rex's next guest that he's going to bring out has such an impact in the digital space, in the magazine world. I'm really looking forward to tuning in. Rex, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you, Alicia. And if you bring up my guest, that would be great, because I'm not able to do that. Thank you. It's Mr. Rick Sedler. Hi there.
Yes.
Rick. How are you, sir?
Well, I just realized that I have a beautiful green screen, and now I'm displaying the beautiful green screen.
Hey, so you know what? It happened to me the other day on my show. Same thing. I said it might be a wonky thing with StreamYard, but I couldn't use my background image or anything. So
yeah,
welcome to the great world of technology. But I'm so glad you're here.
Get it right.
For those who don't know, Rick is a friend of mine. We're working together on a big project. We can talk about that too. But Rick has spent
decades, Rex. Say it, decades.
I was going to say decade, yeah. But Rick has spent decades servicing, selling, influencing, persuading, hobnobbing, and hanging out with billionaires and millionaires, and understanding their mindset and how they think when it comes to sales. And so Rick started in the selling advertising, and then became a publisher of. I'll let you tell the rest, but you've done so many things, my friend, and you lived such an amazing life.
Thank you very much. I'm still hoping that I can get my green screen up, but I think I'm gonna have to give up on it.
I think so. I did. I went with my show without it.
Yeah. So yes, Rex, thanks first of all for having me on, and also the folks at the Los Angeles Tribune. I really appreciate it. So about me, I am, as you mentioned, I've been in luxury publishing. I have dealt with high net worth individuals. Of course, you need to be able to understand high net worth if you're selling advertising and media placements to those in the luxury business, and they're not easy to get in front of and to convince to place in certain media. So media has to reach the right people, and so much of my career has been doing that. Today I own and operate a publishing company. We produce 4 different magazines, 20 a year. We do 10 events a year, and also a coach, as you well know, and also a consultant with Sales AI. I've done a lot with sales AI. I'm just one of those things started out as a hobby, just sort of get to know it. I always love technology, and there are a lot of people that want to know about it, a lot of businesses. So that's the piece that's not necessarily luxury, but we have 10 salespeople, and they need help and support and technology to move forward. So we're involved in that.
Wow. Well, and on top of it, you and I and a couple other people are doing a mentoring program.
Yes.
And consulting for people who want to be able to approach and to sell high net worth individuals. So
Yes.
we'll talk about that in a moment. But the key is, what can people do that's wrong when they approach a high net worth person that they end up leaving money on the table, or they blow the deal because they don't know that what this person values, what they want, what they're looking for, and their first impression sucks.
Yeah. Yeah. To put it directly. So there's something called a nuisance trigger, right? And that is when somebody really doesn't know what they're doing. Maybe they're a big fan, and the person just looks at them. The higher up you go, the more important they are. You need to bring value. Authenticity is great. You need to bring value. You need to not be that person that is a nuisance, the person that they hear from, thousands of times, and immediately it triggers, I don't want to talk to this person. You don't want to try to convince them about your product in the first 30 seconds. If you're meeting somebody, now I don't know if you're talking about a presentation, a formal presentation, meeting somebody at an event, there's different circumstances, but you want to, I found it very helpful to have, a couple of approaches might be, do something that sort of breaks the ice in a way that you compliment them on something. Could be their watch, it could be their tie. I've been to, and my team has been to a lot of very specific luxury shows. So it's a fashion show, it's a yacht show, and so you get to know products. And so when you see somebody wearing something, you say, "Hey, Rex, is that a Keton suit?"
Well,
Wow.
yes,
I'm impressed. You know that suit? Well, how do you know that suit? Or they wave their arm and I get a glimpse of their watch. I might ask them something about the watch. And so they immediately say, wow, this is somebody that very few people know what this watch is, but this guy, for whatever reason, he knows what kind of watch it is. I'm going to carry on a conversation. So certain things that sort of put you in that place where you are, you are of the same ilk. You can carry a conversation. You're interesting. You bring value. And so, yes, there are don't do this, and there's a list of those things. But if you come up and say, "Oh my God, Rex, I'm such a big fan," immediately it triggers. Oh boy, that's what they all say. I need to ditch this.
Well,
but I found humor is often a good icebreaker, right?
Well, half of my background is the film industry and show business or entertainment.
Yeah.
And so, for example, when Woody Allen was really popular, people went up to him and said, "I love your movies." He could care less. You talk to him about baseball or the clarinet, he might be interested. But movies, it was verboten. You talk it, he's just like, you're just a fan. I don't care. But that said, I put on a lot of different events, from dinners and to large, programs, and actors will run up, or screenwriters will carry their screenplays. They'll meet somebody on the elevator, go, "Let me give you my screenplay," and there's not a single person who wants to take somebody's screenplay and now carry it around the rest of the day.
That is a big mistake, right?
So
Thinking that I have 30 seconds, I'm going to throw my screenplay at him. The worst thing you can do.
And so, but what I'm trying to say is, I'm trying to frame what you're saying, because so many people, instead of adding value to the person, are so interested in pitching themselves to the person that they blow it right off the bat.
Right. Absolutely. And you know what? There's no coming back from that, because, what Tony Robbins talks about a lot is, or at least, when I listen to him, is change your state, right? So if people are in whatever the situation they're in, you want to take them out of that. I'm busy. Who's next? Who's going to talk to me? Maybe they see you coming. You want to take them out of that and just shift gears and make it so that they completely lose any thought of this person is going to be a fan, because that's what they worry about, right? Who's this person going to be? Most of the celebrity interactions, I may act like I don't know who they are. I may say, "What do you think of these this food? Is it good? Should I grab one?" Just talk to them like one person would talk to, because at the end of the day, everyone is a human, and they would prefer to interact with somebody just on that level anyway. So don't put them in the place where they have to respond to you because you're talking about their movie or you're talking about their brand, and I don't want to hear it.
So you had spent your early career having to sell essentially magazine space or advertising space to billionaires, and a lot of it was cold calling.
Yeah.
Or most of it was. But and you spent about 17 years doing that. But from in that time, you worked yourself up from selling advertising space, becoming a publisher of a company, and being invited to special events and riding in the world's largest yachts and jets and everything else because you connected with these high net worth individuals. And that wasn't just because you sold them. That was because of something of who you are and how you approached it, correct?
Well, yes. And I think back on those days and realize that I may have, and I think a lot of people can put themselves in this position, what you may like to do, elevated up to a certain position. I don't want to cold call. I don't want to waste my time selling. I want to be a manager. I want to be a publisher. But it's that experience when you're on the phone cold calling, when you're talking to, and I did some math, 10,000 people and all different types of people, and the fact that you can classify them as millionaires by virtue of the fact that I was calling on their yacht or their multi-million-dollar home. Rob Report is upscale. We used to refer to it as the tagline was magazine for connoisseurs, but really it was a manual for wealthy living and a buyer's guide. And so I was starting to sell all the photo classifieds. I was cold calling someone that placed an ad for $6 on the back of a newspaper, and our ads were $600. And so, I learned how to sell. I learned the toughest sell was to sell somebody that was super busy, had obviously been very successful in order to afford what I was calling on. And so, trying to get through, how do I sell this particular product or service? How do I look at my objections and my rebuttals and understand how to, apply those to this type of clientele, this type of, very successful person? They don't have much time. You've got to bring value. You got to bring it quick, and you got to tell them, I can help you. And so what they want to hear is, once you've stated that, well, how can you help me? So learning the makeup, who they are, the different personalities that make up the types of people, from, a cosmetic surgeon in Beverly Hills to somebody that's the largest plumbing supply company in Australia, who talks just like he was a plumber, only he's a billionaire and he's looking for a yacht. I helped him and his wife decide on which yacht to buy at a yacht show in Miami, just because I happen to have been to a lot of yacht shows, not a lot of the manufacturers, and it was a fun experience. And so make it fun, put yourself in a position where you're enjoying the conversation, and they'll want you to stay, because a lot of people are, I hate to say it, but they can be lonely because they're in a very small circle and they are very careful about who they let in.
Well, in consulting for the movie business and we've talked about this before, but a lot of people, want to get money for their movies, and they go to investors, or they go to people of high net worth and ask them to sign on. And the thing that I have found is that a lot of creative people, actors or filmmakers, producers or writers, know nothing about money.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
When I taught at the university, I taught how to navigate a film career at the university, because everybody teaches directing and acting and lighting and editing and all this, but nobody knew how to have a career. my point was, until you learn how to talk to the investors in the language that they're used to and know what's important to them, you're not going to get their money. And that's so true about creatives, is that they don't understand business. And the key to having a successful business would probably be to go get some business experience, get some, experience with money, go sell, for example, like you did for as long as you did, because that honed so many of the different things that you're now more than capable of doing.
Yeah, well, it was a journey, but if I even thought for a minute about skipping that part, knowing what I know now because I went through that, it's just absolutely necessary, because there are books out about millionaires and billionaires, and there's a lot of different categories between millionaire and billionaire. I mean, a millionaire is somebody that, by today's standards, let's face it, I don't know who invented the term millionaire, but at some point in time, a millionaire was an impossible task. It was very impressive. Today, you buy a $300,000 house, and it appreciates $600,000. You got a few bucks in the bank and some stocks. You're a millionaire. So a millionaire today, the psychographics are very important, the dollars that they have to spend. A millionaire, by saying you're a millionaire, is quite different than somebody that's a high net worth person, that's an ultra high net worth person, that's a ultra high net person, 20 million, a 50 million, 100 million, near a billionaire. Those are all different levels, and they act, they buy obviously more expensive things, but they buy differently. And so there's a lot between a millionaire and a billionaire that you really have to understand.
Wow. So let's turn the conversation just a little bit, because you and I and two other really cool people are doing a mentorship program in which we do discuss, how do you attract, how do you negotiate, how do you influence, how do you sell, how do you persuade ultra high net worth people.
Yeah. Well, I think the first step is that
you really about what we're doing.
Yes, I mean, I think the first part is you really have to have an understanding of the psychographics. So the buyer, right, the person you're trying to attract, could be somebody that has a lot of wealth but doesn't spend it, right? They may be opposed to flying on a jet, for example, because it hurts the environment. Whereas somebody else may say, time is money, baby. I need a jet. I need to get there. And so, what you're selling, or the people that you're attracting, you can't just say, I'm going to go to the top of the pyramid and get to the top 1%. You have to divide that again and say, does my product appeal to which type of psychographic, not just dollar qualifier? So you have to know who you're talking to, who is attracted to your particular brand, and go after that particular brand. And the best way to do that is to find something that's very similar to your particular product, and understand how that person markets, who their customers are, how they do it, and of course, are they successful? But it's difficult to be able to have to attract buyers, because they're elusive, and they buy for different reasons. But the more you push in a marketplace that they don't actually participate in, the more you're wasting ad dollars and you're wasting time, right? So like you said about, practicing in the trenches, people have to really, seek some advice on where to start, because they can spend a whole lot of money before they can get traction.
So in the time remaining, you, our friend Ben Gay III, Danny Walsh, all of you who have been here on the Tribune at one time or another, together, you and the three of us are doing a coaching, mentoring program. And some of what we're talking about right now are the kinds of things that they need to learn. So what are we going to talk about in the coaching program that you can share with people right now, of the kinds of things that they can learn to appeal to these high net worth people and to help transform their lives and their business.
Many people ask how to meet them, and so we covered that, right? But that's you know, that's not gonna take your high ticket sale item or your luxury brand and turn it around, unless that, you know, because if you have a $5,000 purse, you're trying to you're branding it as luxury, and it's a bespoke piece and it's custom and it's really neat, or jewelry or anything like that. One person is very valuable, but it's not going to keep your business alive. So you really need to learn where to go to find these luxury buyers. And that's what we do with our company, Lux Communications. And that's what we're going to talk about when we help people in our program is, you know, how to find them in an environment where they see your particular brand associated with other well-known luxury brands. Where do I go to find those buyers? But we're also going to talk about, are you positioned with your brand to attract those particular buyers? It's one of those things where you can't just say, okay, follow me and I'll get you the buyers. We have to talk a lot about, you know, is it, what makes you think that you can get luxury buyers, right? People that spend a lot of money for this particular, you know, luxury item that you have, right? Has it been tested? Who has purchased it? Why did they purchase it? Well, oftentimes people know that are very wealthy. They know that they're going to make your day. A celebrity that buys earrings or a necklace or a watch or whatever, they know that they're going to make a big difference in your life, and they love that if they really understand, you know, the history behind it, your story behind it, and they say, you know what, I love that. I want to buy this more than anything else. And those kind of people are typically achievers, where they are aware that they don't need a luxury brand to show people they're wealthy. They're way beyond that, right? They'll buy something that nobody's ever heard of, and those people are more apt to buy something because they don't care that you're impressed by what they bought. They buy it for themselves, for the story behind it, and they buy it for that person.
And so when we coach people, what we do is we help them locate and connect with and understand the psychology behind the person and be able to influence or persuade or to sell or to befriend these people. And what's important is that they learn what to do and then what not to do, so that you don't drive them away before you have the opportunity to connect.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
And we're going to do it with Danny Walsh, and he's going to bring a stuff to it. And Ben Gay is one of the top guys in sales, yourself and myself, to help people understand the mindset behind the magic and make it all work for people.
Yeah, it's a lot. You know, people come to us all the time. I want to get in front of people that will buy my product. Right. It's not that easy. And if people want to get, you know, anyone from somebody working at a counter at a jewelry store or selling art, you really have to know how to move from I'm interested to this will go great on your wall in your room at your home. And a lot of that journey is about how that person presents themselves. Do they appear to know what they're talking about? Do I want to continue the dialogue with them? Is it enjoyable? Is it something that, you know, what I'm hearing sounds like it's based on, you know, based on knowledge of that particular product? Do they understand and know who I am and what kind of you know, money I may have in terms of investing in this particular piece? And so, you know, you have to work on the fit all the way around.
So one of the elements that we'll talk about, and it's important for people watching right now, is to understand a little bit about body language. Can you tell us about how you present yourself, how you stand, or what you do or don't do can affect whether the person is interested or not?
Yes. So if somebody found out, and I'll use that example of somebody that may be selling art, and they found out and they see somebody, they recognize them, oh my goodness, look who that is. That's one of the wealthiest people in the whole area. You know, they have a tendency to act as if they're the wealthiest person and they're a sales clerk trying to sell art, right? And so that's an uncomfortable position because somebody doesn't want to have to deal with the issues you might have in dealing with somebody. Clearly, it's not a match. You probably haven't been doing this a long time. And some may just say, can you give me somebody else? And I was talking with a car collector who sells cars that are collectible cars, antique cars, vintage cars. And he's in the $250,000 range. And I said, what's your biggest challenge? He said, finding a salesperson that can say, Rex, it's $250,000. I need to know if today you're interested because they do have another buyer tomorrow. And most people say, the 250? Who would pay 250? I was at the agency for Mercedes-Benz talking about the S-Class. And I said, the kind of people that read Rob Report actually have home theater systems, $250,000. They looked at each other and giggled and said, nobody has a home theater system for $250,000. So immediately I'm thinking, I'm in a room with 15 of these people, and that's the person that spoke up that doesn't know that world. So the more that you understand, and back to the cold calling, not something I read, not a book, not a survey, but actually people telling me, oh, you own that car. What other cars do you own? What other things do you like? What do you invest in? What do you do for fun? What do you play around with? Understanding that is understanding the makeup of the person who is buying or selling that car, or is interested in, or put it the other way, is a potential customer of yours. So where do you find them? We don't have time to go into that, but that's another thing that we test, we find out, we see success, we invite people in, and if it doesn't happen right away, right? We have a certain reputation. If it doesn't happen right away, we may lose that client. So we have to do a lot of research to determine where can that product have the best chance of selling, reaching the right people, and so it's a fun challenge, but it's also this thin air up there in the top 1% land.
Well, there's also things that people do, for example, at a dinner party where somebody's watching another person in order to take cues for them to know what to do because they're in a situation they've never been in before. And so who you watch would be important, right? I mean, to know who the person in the room is, the power person.
Yeah. I was reading a comment, to be honest with you. You said, do you can you identify them?
Let me. Yeah. I mean, in other words, you want to find out who the person is to follow so that you could follow along and not make mistakes. Would be an important person to know which one to follow, because if you follow the wrong person, you're making the same mistakes they're doing. Yeah. Which is true in this business of ours. A lot of people pass along mistakes because they don't know better.
Right. Oftentimes when you get into a particular circle, you have a friend and you have somebody that really cares for you and likes you, and you don't always have to be in that circle because you're a multimillionaire. You can be in that circle because you bring value in some way that's interesting. So, for example, if you are talking to somebody that is a celebrity at a particular event, and this guy's a car collector, and you say, yes, I paint cars, only the best. So you restore automobiles? Interesting. What's your name? Which automobiles have you worked on? Which cars have you worked on? Name some people that you've worked on, to restore their cars. So you immediately become in that circle because you brought value to them in many times in an unexpected way.
Awesome. So we're going to have to close out here fairly shortly, but one of the things is the difference between what we're doing in our program and what you do and how we help people and help them is different than these books out there that are, somebody writes about people next door or people take surveys. This is based on being in the trenches. This is about working, and delivering the goods for well over 30 years.
Yes. Well, as you said, worked in the trenches, but after that became the manager. I realized that being a manager was appealing to me because I was finding myself being more valuable helping people sell and close than and thought I could have a bigger impact than to actually sell. And then, when you're successful managing and growing, monthly sales, you move into, a director position and all the way up to publisher where I was running the magazine. So I went from cold calling, sitting in a booth, to actually going to meetings. Ultimately, in the last year I was there, flying around on private jets, staying at 5-star hotels. Of course, the car we had to rent had to be a top of the line car because we had an image to uphold. We were the magazine for millionaires. And so where we went, the places we stayed, we looked at it as an investment. Is this quite a bit more money to stay at this particular hotel than another hotel, which many people would stay? Yes, but who's going to be in the more expensive hotel? The people we want to meet, the people that we want to get to know. So getting to know those people that were the people that years ago I cold called, but now I'm talking to them on their yacht, at an event. And boy, the more you start to get to know them, the more your circle gets bigger, and now you participate with them, and they help you with various other companies that make it valuable for you because they make a phone call. Wow. So yes, get all of those things that people that are selling high ticket items, being able to communicate with them, looking at them and approaching them the right way, confidently shaking their hands, putting your feet in the right position, all of those types of things are the things that we're going to go over and we're going to present and people will learn about.
And thank you for that, because what the difference between what we're doing and what you've done and who you are is, it's not about surveys. It's not surveying millionaires and billionaires, because anyone can say anything in a survey. Those who respond, respond. Those who don't. You can write books about what you think other people think about that. This is based on really practical, everyday, in the trenches, from cold calling to manager and beyond, to deliver the goods for people. It's not fluff. It's the nuts and bolts that people need to. By the way, and if people are interested, they can reach out to me. You and I and Ben and you're all working together. They can email me or contact me. But
well, Rex, to put just sort of the last point. If you do research because you've read books about surveys and that sort of thing. One example, I actually heard this the other day. I have somebody that mutual friend that's actually in the luxury business too, and she's in rarefied air, and she and I communicate a lot. Has a podcast which she's invited me to, and it's amazing because when you connect like that, and there's not a lot of people out there. You just sort of nod your head and say, you get it. Yes, that's true. And what about this? And we share stories. So she told me the other day, she said, listen, to illustrate this point, did you know that Ozzy Osbourne and Prince Charles have been divorced twice? They're both multimillionaires in the hundreds of millions. And they both live in a castle. And do you think that they're both interested in the same kind of products? Do you think that you would approach them the same way? One royalty, one a rock star, but on paper, they're nearly identical, right? And so how do you approach those two people when, demographically or through a survey, they might fall in the same category, right? And with the survey and with information and data gathering, and having done a number of surveys, you're relying on the person A who wants to fill out the survey. Many people wouldn't, and you're relying on the person to be honest about those questions, right? Without any way of knowing whether or not they're exaggerating them or not. So being in the trenches and understanding and selling and meeting for 30 years is, I can tell you, vastly different than a lot of the things that you read on social media about how millionaires act and what they buy.
Well, let's refine this a little bit even further. You know, we talk about there are broke people or people who are, you know, suffering from not having enough. They're living with lack, and then there are those people who have more than enough and they've got plenty. My guess, based on experience, is the conversations in both those homes are very, very different.
Yes.
And in order to understand where the people are in the wealth thing, you have to learn how to elevate your conversation, because they're not going to tell you. They're not going to come down here and tell you what to do.
No, they're not. And the thing that you have to understand is there's really 5 or 6 different categories that you can go from, you know, sort of broke to super successful when it comes to luxury buying or high ticket items. So the first level is an emulator. That's a person that wants you to think that they have money. So they'll buy things that will be recognized as high-priced luxury items. So a Rolex is one, a BMW is another thing, a jacket that may be, you know, out here in the Northeast, it would be a Canada Goose jacket that's $2,000. So they'll buy those things and have these are the emulators, not everyone that buys them, and they'll have way too much money on the credit card. And as long as it can fit, they're going to buy another luxury item because they think they're living the life with the products that they have, and they believe everyone thinks they have money. Unfortunately, people sort of know that class of people. So are you dealing with somebody that is interested in your product that may have the purse, may have the watch, may have the car, but they don't have any money? How do you tell who's an emulator? And you have an influencer who's sort of midway between, and then you have an achiever. And an achiever is somebody that may not actually present themselves as having anything of luxury, but they're the ones that have the $100 million net worth. They just don't care what you think about what they're wearing, how they act, what they buy. They don't care in the least about trying to present that they have a lot of money. In fact, it usually works the opposite. They want to disappear into obscurity. They want to drive in many cases, a pickup truck and a pair of jeans and a T-shirt, like the movie television series Billionaire, right? The way he dresses, he doesn't care. He'll dress that way, hop in his Bentley and hop on a helicopter. So they and more so now than ever, they do not want to be identified as somebody with a lot of money, right? So how do you find them? And mistakes that people have made, a lot of stories about how somebody was inquiring about a car or a piece of jewelry or something of value, and they didn't, as seen in Pretty Woman, right? They did not understand the mistake they were making by not treating them as somebody that had the means to afford it, right? How do you know? What are the things that you might be able to tell? I study watches and have gone to Basel Watch Fair and the Geneva Watch Show for many years. And sometimes you'll have a rubber-strapped watch from one of the well-known manufacturers that's $25,000. And there are a lot of watches that look like that, because when you have a $25,000 watch, you have a lot of imitators out there that want to have people buy it because it looks like the very expensive one. So here comes somebody, jeans, T-shirt, $25,000 watch. You think it's a knockoff watch or another watch that you've seen that's $200, and you don't give much attention. He walks out upset. So how do you figure it out? How are you able to detect that very important buyer and not make a very costly mistake?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
And we'll talk more about that.
Rex, do we have like another 2 hours to keep this going?
You know, I don't know. I mean, I don't have any admittance. There we go.
I'm teasing. My point was that we could keep going and going and going, because this is my jam. This is my jam. This is what I love.
No, this was such a great segment, Rick.
Let me just wrap up with Rick here for a second, Alicia, and say we're going to have to turn it over. I don't have any administrative powers today, so I can't bring people.
I'm just having fun.
But Rick, there's so many great points that you mentioned, but I think two that really stuck out were like you can have demographics and surveys, but you can actually go out there, speak with people and experience, and how people look on paper is not necessarily how they engage with the world. As they're engaging with it. And I think that's something as people use data points, which are also very important. It's really important to get out there and understand what people are thinking, what's important to them, what's not important to them, things that they may not let you know when they're just filling out a form of information, but you really have to have that open dialogue. So Rick, there were so many gems that you shared, but I wrote down in my notebook, demographics and surveys versus living an experience. There's so much to be said when you actually live the experience and understand from someone else's perspective, your client, your customer, and not your own.
I love it. Thank you.
And
I appreciate it.
I just want to say, just so we wrap this up, Rick and Ben and Danny and I will be launching this in the next couple of weeks. It's coming in the beginning of December. We just want you to know, if you want, reach out to me, email me, or whatever. The Tribune has made us this opportunity to talk about millionaires and billionaires. And we could talk for a couple more hours nonstop, but we're going to have to say goodbye. Karen, did you want to say anything to Rick before we go?
Oh, it was just so nice to meet you. And we all need help with media. That's what we want, is to be able to accurately represent ourselves and to meet our people, to find our tribe, first of all, and then to meet our people where they're at. And so I appreciated the authenticity that you focused on. And yes, we want to have you back and learn more from you. So this was great.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Rick.
We both are in the media business, aren't we? We need those advertisers to survive. Well,
You definitely shared a lot of great gems, Rick. And Karen said it, and I want to reiterate one last time. You also said, go to where your ideal customer is going to be. Like, don't go where you want to be. But if you're trying to connect with someone, you were talking about the hotels, but like go where you can actually connect with that person that's going to be your customer. I think that's such a understated, because it's so simple, but it's sometimes what people often forget. So thank you so much, Rick. And thank you, Rex, so much for facilitating that wonderful conversation. Rick and Rex, I combine your names there. We will see you very, very soon. Have a good one. Thank you. Karen, we're continuing with day 4 of the Marketers Forum. We're going to bring up our next guest in just a moment, but you've been moderating so many wonderful conversations today. Karen, what are 2 or 3 nuggets that you've gotten from today as a refresh that you'd like to share with our audience as we get ready to bring up our next guest?
Well, I was just amazed by Rifat when he was talking about, what do you do when you're the newbie and you're going against the big guys? And so many times when we're starting our podcast, or when we're a speaker, or when we're writing a book, we feel like the big guys are out there, and how sometimes that prevents us from even taking that first step. But when we know these tools that so many of our speakers are sharing with us, Deanna Leonard, when she was talking about how to become a top voice on LinkedIn, I didn't even know how to do that. And so to get all of these juicy nuggets that are just like gold, and to be able to have these tips to share them with us, and that we are making this possible for anybody that wants to listen to it. I'm just so grateful, because I would have loved to have known this when I started my journey. And so I think it's fantastic. I'm just so grateful.
I love that, Karen. I think what you just shared is that there's so much different information being shared during this 5-day Marketers Forum that's about high-level strategy, but also what to do on certain platforms, like what to do on LinkedIn. Daniel came on, and during his segment, he was talking about SEO optimization and how to research the market and research other people in your space to figure out how people are connecting with them, to get inspired about how people can connect with you in your business, meeting people where they're at from mindset, but also tools, and also across platforms is so key. And it's something that's so wonderful about the information that's being shared with so many experts from around the world. Over 70 individuals are joining the 5-day Marketers Forum to share this information with our audience. We are going to get ready to bring on our next guest. Karen, we will see you in just a little bit. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. Our next guest that we're going to bring on, his name is Roosevelt Williams. He is the founder of Young Black and in business, and Roosevelt is in the holiday cheer here. And Roosevelt, I mean, you nurture a community that you teach business skills to, that you share with community, a place for people to ask questions, to connect. What has been your mission around Young Black and in business, and how have you facilitated the growth for your members through helping them figure out how they can increase their visibility out in the communities that they're serving?
Thank you very much. Just want to pay homage, you and the team, Alicia, Mo, Rock, Karen, Alva, and the whole Los Angeles Tribune team is doing a phenomenal job, because I'm actually in the process of learning from you all. Like this live seminar here is so informative. I've been taking copious notes. One thing that I've been able to recognize and create a pattern is recognizing others. Everyone deserves recognition. Everyone needs to be heard and wants to be seen. Man die for it and babies cry for it. So being in the recognition business, even when you're at the podium, when you're on TV, you want to elevate the audience. The more you elevate the audience and deflate yourself, you're actually encouraging others and you're becoming relatable. So Young Black and in Business is here as a beacon of hope for individuals to know that they can be recognized, seen, heard, and more importantly, appreciated with raw authenticity. Raw authenticity is sharing, failures and shortcomings and being relatable. That's what I have done. I've shared my story, how I cried in the kitchen, how I failed numerous times, how I've been insufficient in funds. And that message has resonated with a population of early emerging entrepreneurs. So I like to say individually, we're threads. As entrepreneur journey, it's a big roller coaster. But when we come together on platforms like this and share our resources, information, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, we form a rope. This is a community. We're forming a rope and we're pulling resources together. And with the Young Black and in Business community, it's been able to thrive because what makes a rope stronger? When you tie knots and you do business with each other, when not only you attend these seminars, but when you practice implementation, you begin to build a business community and tie knots and do business with each other. And that has added value. That has created a solution-based network of individuals that want to solve problems. So at Young Black in the Business, I always say, bring us your problems. Don't bring us your complaints. It may take us a day, a week, a month to solve a problem, but we don't solve complaints. And those that bring us the biggest problems, we have the biggest solutions, and that's how you make the biggest profit. And it's all about the sequence, especially in marketing. You have to have a sequence. One of my favorite things to do is watch commercials. I watch commercials all the time. Commercials keep the movies on, keep them in business. But when you actually analyze a commercial, you see sequences. You get to see certain patterns. For example, we're in the holiday cheer. I'll give you all a writer downer. This is a writer downer for everybody that's listening. It's called Fuji. This is a law in marketing. When you're marketing a product and a service, you have to have a fear of loss that people have missed out on. For example, if you watch QVC, they practice Fuji all the time. You'll see the fear of loss. It's a countdown item on the left-hand corner that has like a countdown. It's expressing urgency. That's the U in Fuji. You give the fear of loss, but then you also want to be able to share urgency. You have to let the individuals know they only have a moment to get this, and the time is now. So no opportunity wasted. And then if you also the G in Fuji is greed. It's unfortunate that individuals want more than one color. They want more than one option. So take advantage of having options in your marketing. And the I in Fuji is for indifference. Let them know what's coming up next. Get excited. But Valentine's Day is coming up, so is St. Patrick's Day. So if you don't buy it now, you can get it later on. So folks that took those copious notes, Fuji, fear of loss, urgency, greed, and indifference. So I'm just happy to be here and share educational, instructional, entrepreneurial content to early emerging entrepreneurs. And I'm happy to be here today, Alicia.
That's so wonderful, Roosevelt. Thank you for sharing that acronym Fuji. And I want to add a V to that, Fuji V, which is, and always ensure that you are following up and delivering with value. And that's a word that you used a little bit earlier, but that delivery part is key. That if you're going to bring someone into your community and you're going to have urgency, and if they move in urgency, to also make sure you're delivering in value so they feel like whatever they opted into is impactful. I know that there is one of your members in the YB&B community, Chef Keelock, that will be joining us in just a moment to talk a little bit more about her business. We're going to switch it up a little bit, but I'd love for you, as you're introducing her, Roosevelt, to highlight one aspect of her marketing that you're like, that is different, but I can see how that really is effective for you and how that works. I'm so curious here as you introduce her.
Oh, definitely. We'll bring her Chef Key up to the stage next. But her marketing is definitely I would say modern, sexy. For example, there's going to be an event this Wednesday coming up that Chef K is doing called Naked Sushi. Naked Sushi, and it has a flair with some comedy, but most importantly, some delicious food. But in marketing, I'm gonna be straight. Sex and controversy sells. You know, so Chef K has been a genius in the marketing and the branding of Naked Sushi. So Chef K, it's an honor to have you join us. Chef K is
Thank
one of
you.
our newest members, and is very industrious, and is a chef by trade, but has multiple businesses under her belt. I like to say she has multiple feathers in her cap. So with no further more, Chef K, please share who you are, what you do, and how to be contacted.
Absolutely. Hi, I am Chef Keelock. I am the proud owner of Fat Vegan. Fat Vegan it's a lot. We have Fat Vegan Slider Bar. We have Fat Vegan Soul Excursions because I'm also a boat captain and I can take you on the boat. We also do fine dining experiences, 5 to 7 courses where you can come in and get the dining experience. But our newest thing is we're opening at Cielo Rooftop, downtown San Diego. We've definitely been collaborating with them, and we'll be bringing our slider bar to their location. So very, very excited about that. But the Naked Sushi, because I know that's what you guys want to hear about. The Naked Sushi and Comedy, which is the art of Nayo Tamori, is a collaboration that we do with the National Lampoon's Yellow Door. And they're located on the 3rd floor of where Cielo is, which is at 701 5th Avenue. So you guys keep that down. Come check us out. But the art of Nayo Tamori, it's basically Japanese culture. What happened was whenever they would go off to war, when they would come back, it was the highest form of appreciation, showing like thank you for going and fighting the wars and coming back. And I just felt like in the world we live in and with our cultures, like we fight wars every day. You know what I'm saying? Especially being who we are, of different races and just different things like that and what we go through. So I was like, what is the highest honor but to take a culture and represent that as our own? So that was the whole point of me doing the Naked Sushi and the Nayo Tamari experience, because although it sounds like it's going to be just naked women, it's very artsy and it's very classy. So, it's a whole different vibe. I'm sorry.
So that's creative and innovative. Chef, you are a chef, right? In a world where there are so many options for food, what are ways that you've been able to engage your customers that are kind of walking into your spaces to enjoy the food that you create and curate for them as part of their dining experience?
Um, it's so a lot of the times I like to create things that you're not going to have or that you're not going to make at home or that you can't just go out down the street and get from a restaurant. So when I do have these dining experiences, it's going to be different things like I did like a pumpkin spice curry king crabs just for the holiday. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just something you're never gonna get pumpkin spice curry. So it's definitely just introducing people to a lot of the flavors and things that they're used to, but just intertwining them with other things, and they're like, "Well, I never even knew." Heightening those taste buds. With the slider bar, that's a little different because it's more of like your fast foods. Like just because we're vegan, like we still want burgers and fries and nachos. So it's basically everything that I love, I guess I was like blessed with like a keen sense of flavors and taste. But a lot of the things I do, which is everything I love, from the street foods when I go to different countries, I also adapt those into my different plates and things like that. But yeah, it's like if it comes to my head, I bring it out, I make it happen.
Yeah, that's wonderful because you're talking about, as you travel, you're learning about different cultures and bringing that in and really experiencing life, kind of doing market research, and then giving yourself to the permission to be creative and to do something different. And when you're
Yes.
unique and creative, it really draws people towards you to really be able to connect with you. For our audience today, Chef Key would love for you to share one or two kind of strategies that people can think about as they try and nurture their creativity, but also still meet their customer, their audience, or clients where they're at.
I would say don't be scared. I think a lot of the time people don't realize that you get energy and we get information that can be just specifically for us, and sometimes we're scared because we're like, wait, where did that come from? If you get a feeling about something, I would say go for it. Don't ever not follow your gut or your heart or your instinct. I think that's your main connection to your people and to your audience and to everything, is following your gut, because everybody has that. You know what I'm saying? So that's gonna touch somebody when you follow
I
your
think
heart and your
sometimes
inspiration.
that wisdom, it was put within you to bring to the world and not to anyone else. So
Right,
try to
exactly.
lean into that insight. You can ask other people, but also lean into that intuition, because that can actually help you
Absolutely.
stand out amongst other people.
Yes. And what I've noticed, anytime that I've leaned into my intuition, anytime that I follow that, it just keeps going. Things just open up. But when I go against it and then I'm mad, or I'll see somebody else and I'm like, I thought of that, or I was scared to do it and they did it. So it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, no, follow that. Don't be scared. That's like my main thing. Never be scared. Like, there's no such thing as failures to me if you keep going, you know?
That's so wonderful. Well, Chef Key, it was so great having you on to share more about what you do. I'm seeing in the comments there's some people that live in San Diego and saying, I will go and
Oh my
enjoy
God.
your
Can I
food.
wait? Can I say this? I have a show. I have an event, a dinner tomorrow at Cielo Rooftop. There's going to be an all-day event. Dinner starts at 6. Please check them out. Come out. And I also have a Naked Sushi and Comedy on November 27th
There you
at
go.
the National Lampoon Store. So we're going to drop some
Amazing.
links, you guys, and everything. Thank you.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Chef Keylock, for joining us today. Roosevelt, it's always great to have you on our platform. I always quote you, but I always say that's a writer downer, because I learned that phrase from you. When I hear a gem and an insight, I always want to share it. Roosevelt, you're so big on creating community, bringing unique opportunities for those in your community to connect and to grow and to scale their businesses. It's always great to have you on. We appreciate you for joining us both today. Roosevelt, I know we'll see you on here soon. Chef Keelock, I'm wishing you all the best with your upcoming events. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and Alicia, I would like to share. I like to give one more writer downer to the individuals that just are excited for entrepreneurship. It's called Rehash. Rehash. Remember, everyone has a sale hidden. So when you sell an item, a product, let them know. Give one to your mom. Give one to your teacher. Give one to your neighbor. Everyone has a sale hidden. So don't be afraid to double up on your product and your services.
That's great. I love that. Don't be afraid. That is a writer down. I'm going to write that one down. We appreciate you, Roosevelt, here at the Los Angeles Tribune, and all that you're doing for the young Black and in business community in San Diego and beyond. And happy holidays. We'll see you soon. Thank you so much. Wow, what a day. For those of you that are tuning in, we are on day 4 of the Marketers Forum presented by the Los Angeles Tribune. In just a moment, I have the honor, the pleasure, and the delight of introducing our next guest. Her name is Dame Doria Cordova. She is the CEO of Accelerated Business. She is an author. She is a mentor. She runs the global Money and You School. If you can see right here, I have my Money and You notebook. What a fantastic program. She's a mentor to so many, and she teaches conscious business, which is something that she has been teaching about for so long, and it's becoming more and more part of everyday conversation. She's also working on an exciting project that I will let her share more about. But when I talk about connections, international connections, and global community, who else can we think of when we think about this? We think of Dame Doria Cordova. Hi, Dame Doria. How are you today? Hello.
Hi, how are you? You can hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you well, Dame Doria. So, Dame Doria, there is so much that you do. I would love for you to share with our audience today more about the programs that you run internationally and how you've thought about marketing and continuously evolved to build community and reach, because you have such a global community of people that aren't just plugged in, but they're plugged in and engaged with the work that it is that you do, and they become your biggest advocates. So would love for to hear more your insights on the world of marketing, but really on building and nurturing community. And we have Rex Sykes that has joined us for this conversation as well.
Well, thank you so much. By the way, I just want you to know that my little system in StreamYard begins to have all this gold dust. So if you begin to see gold dust, I figure those are my angels working with me, but it's actually the tech. It is so funny. People began to go, whoa, there's gold dust all over her. Aloha, everyone, and aloha to those of you around the world and that are going to be watching this in the future, because what I have been doing is that I share all of the Los Angeles Tribune, all the different summits, and then I send people to my Facebook, DC Cordova, and then they begin to continue their education. And I have to tell you, I'm so happy to be the one wrapping it up today, because I have gotten so much out of the last 3 days, and there's one more day to go. So as Alicia mentioned a little bit earlier, I have been doing this business for 45 years. It's a work that I have inherited. And so I have created along with partners and beautiful promoting partners, I have created an economic engine that I lead. I'm the leader. I make sure that I carry the torch and that the work never stops. So, but I have the most magnificent partners around the world. And the way that it looks like I should get all the credit, but really is through teams, is through people. And what we like to teach at Money and You and all the accelerated programs and our accelerated business school for entrepreneurs is that we create an economic engine. And in that economic engine, you need to understand or be surrounded by somebody that really understands or is a master in sales and marketing, people and organization, money and finances, and that which you are really good at. You have to excel because you want people to rave about you, not just share about you, but just go, like people go, you have to do Money and You, and go, oh my God, let other people speak for you because they love the program. If you're the one, if you own it and you're the one talking about it, it will not be as attractive as when your client, your customers, your graduates speak about you. So we have our program since 1979. It started in the United States. Then we went and opened up the Asia Pacific region through Australia and New Zealand. We had many graduates, over 14,000 in Australia, 2,000 in New Zealand. And we opened up the whole industry in the Asia Pacific region in 1985. And that is an industry which many of you and this particular platform is a part of, which is the entrepreneurial, experiential, transformational training industry. And we have people like Rex that has been around. That's my clubhouse twin seat. The two of us just love to teach. And one of the things that we have been doing for a long time is not only balancing the mindset aspects, the human potential aspects of you, the human, just that those aspects of you that you need to clear, but also to have that economic engine that will create wealth, impact, and sustain you for decades and for many years to come, centuries to come. I know they will be doing Money and You programs in Mars. I know they will be. So that's a little bit of my background, and I can continue if you would like. Alicia, you'd like to ask me any questions?
Love hearing more about your background for our global audience, Dame Doria. You talked about systems and plates and frameworks and infrastructures. For entrepreneurs that are maybe solopreneurs or they have a little bit of a smaller team, what are things that they can think about in terms of figuring out how to really put that baseline foundation of a structure and framework in place so that over time they can grow to scale, but they can actually get all the things that they're trying to get done as a solopreneur or a really small team?
Okay, so the first thing is, are you really good at what you do? Can you stand out, or are you going to get lost in the crowd? And that's very, very important. You really have to excel and begin small by having people around you that will begin to promote you. And this is something that's really important, whether you are very successful or whether you're just starting out. There's sales, and then there is marketing, and then there is promoters. And that is something that a lot of people don't talk about. And so, like, I am not a professional marketer, and my affirmation is that I'm getting better and better at marketing. And that is an affirmation that every business owner, especially if you're just starting out, you need to say to yourself. The next one is that I am the ultimate promoter. I am a promoter. As you know, I like to hang out with you guys as much as I can. I'm supporting you, and it's like, it's a way of marketing and also of promoting. I promote the Los Angeles Tribunes everywhere. I was talking about Rex Size last night. Once I believe in something, I become a promoter. And what you want to do is you want to have people around you and some that are promoting for you. So much has been said about marketing in the last 3 days that I'm not going to tap into and repeat a lot of it. But I do want to speak in a few minutes about what I call, kitchen spun marketing that I have created that has been very successful. That even though now I can afford just about anything I want, the little things are the things that still work for me. So now you have to take a look at also at, you have sales, and sales is something that's when you get the money. Sales is when you do the closing, when the person buys from you. And that's a whole other conversation that, I don't have enough time to go into, except that when you have enough people who are promoting for you and you begin to have marketing that really supports you, then you will begin to advance through the different stages of money and the different stages that an organization goes through. In my Money and You Distinctions.com program, I go through all the things. It's a 3-hour home study course. It's very unique because I speak about the world. I speak about the conditions that are happening out there. I speak about the different stages that a business goes through that most people don't understand. And once you understand those stages of business and of money, then you know what are the next steps for you to take. So that is very important. So when you're just starting out, like for instance, I think you guys have seen this, right? These are my fun cards. This is what I call, kitchen spun marketing, right? So this is a card, this little thing doesn't allow you to see it. So you can actually order these. They're easy to find and they're interesting. The only thing is that with me, I don't try to pretend that I'm giving people $100 because they get very disappointed when they don't see it. These things really look real in real life. And then what I do is I tell them, it's not what you think, but go ahead. And this is a fun card that I have. And they open it up. And then people say, oh, you shouldn't ruin it by telling them that. Well, I don't like to be a little rascal like that because I don't want people to be disappointed. But they do not throw this card away. They give it away. Now, that is a new one. That's something that I've only learned in the last couple of years. I have a regular card. Let me see. It's kind of hard to see here. But this card is in English and in Chinese, but it has something really interesting, which is expect a miracle in different languages. I've been having expect a miracle in my card since 1980. For 44 years, I've had Expect a Miracle. I have people that come up to me in their wallets, all beat up. Is my original card that was white and has gold, and just in the back, it had my name and a phone number. That's how long they carry their card. And so when you have something very interesting, in my last card, which is, it also has to be with what group you're in. I would not give the $100 one to a bunch of philanthropists and humanitarians and fundraisers. Not until they get to know my wicked, sense of humor, and that I can be a little bit naughty and I love fun. So until they get to know me. So what I would do with a bunch of people who are philanthropists or I'm with very wealthy. By the way, next time have me on that panel about working with billionaires, because I know a lot about that. So this is something you would give a billionaire, and you would show them this first. And this is Buckminster Fuller's question. How do we make the world work for 100% of humanity in the shortest possible time through spontaneous cooperation without any ecological offense nor the disadvantage of anyone? Well, and I say to people, copy that and put it on your card. But then more than anything else, this is a card that's completely separate from my commercial cards, because I have all these big titles that I don't use. I'm a Dame Commander of Grace. I'm one of the leaders in our order, which is over 1,000 years old. But this is now tremendous credibility in certain circles. As a matter of fact, this card got me out of trouble in the customs in India. In India, I had something that I wasn't supposed to have. I can't remember what it was. And then I said to them, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to bring that. It was something, it was like a tea or an herb or something. And they were being very strict. And I brought up my card and I showed them who I was and that they could check out the site. And I immediately got passed through. So it depends on what environment you're in and depending on what stage of business you're in. But the last one, that if you're starting out, and even now that I am very successful for many lives, I don't have to worry about anything for lives. I still use it because it's one of my greatest secrets. And yes, go ahead and laugh. A lot of people laugh. My flyers, you know about my flyers. Yes, Alicia? And you know that I give my flyers to give to people, right?
Yes, you do.
And I make them hot pink. That's one of my favorite colors. And it's so interesting because this flyer has brought not only people to the Money and You program, but it's very detailed. And believe it or not, for certain people, this is a lot faster than a QR, code. But of course, all my cards also have the QR code, right? So they have it. I do both the new and the old, right? But this one is so interesting. I was just being filmed the other day in LA. I passed it to all the crew and all the stuff. And next thing I know, everybody's folding it, right? They're folding it and they're putting it in their purses. They're putting it in their pockets to read later when they're sitting somewhere. And in there, it has all the amazing graduates of Money and You. It has Buckminster Fuller quotes. It has 3 little points. And it doesn't have the price because people see the price and go, oh, I can't qualify for that. So it says learn more and to apply, because we're moving towards applying for all of our programs, including Money and You in North America. It has the dates and it has the websites and it has a free gift. So what I highly recommend, I made this mistake so many times until just the last 15 years, and that is to have gifts everywhere you go. When you go to moneyandyou.com, you get the Business Success Model book, which is fantastic. It's old, it's 8 years old, but who cares? The material is fantastic. You can read it in an hour, and then you capture the person's name and you can mail to them. But they can also unsubscribe, and you let people know. You can unsubscribe if you don't want to be on my list. Nobody ever unsubscribes unless I send emails that are not about my work. I already know. My team already knows what I can mail and not mail out. The other thing is you give free gifts, like go to Fridays with Doria. I have a whole platform that started out during COVID We didn't know that it was going to continue for all these many years. And I was just helping people out. People were so freaked out when everything closed up. So particularly in the Asia Pacific region. So I opened up Fridays with Doria, and to this day it's still there. There's so much education there, and people so appreciate that. Now, I have some very kind of little greedy, kind of selfish, kind of don't get who I am person, marketers that say that I'm very stupid, that I give too much away. Thank you for sharing. I live in a world of sufficiency and of abundance. My experience personally is that the more that I give away, the more that people are attracted to me because they may not be in a place to afford my programs. But why is it that years later people say, I've been following you for years and years, and I finally have enough to pay for money on you, and here I am. I didn't want to put it on my credit card, like you said. I now have the mindset of how can I afford this? How can I create this? What joint ventures can I do? How can I work with other leaders? Because not everyone can fulfill every customer, the needs of every customer. So when you understand, instead of coming from competition, but you understand collaboration, which 44 years later, or 40 years later, it has become vogue in the planet to collaborate. Yay! They're finally catching up to us, right? Right, Rex? And
Yes,
so
indeed.
now you have these gifts that you give to them to get educated. So in Fridays with Doria, I have Ho'oponoponos for people to do clearing, spiritual clearing. I have the deservability to clear your deservability, because my own process has been that no matter how good of marketing projects I have, if I don't clear my deservability, I am not going to accept it. I am not going to take it in. My mind, my eyes will not be open. My ears will not be open. So I give that. And then the last one that a lot of people don't know about is at accesstocashbook.com. And it's my chapter from a manual that if you have trouble sleeping, don't take any pills. Buy my money making systems manual, moneymakingsystemsmanual.com. Put it by your bed, read 2 paragraphs, and you will be asleep. You know why? Because it's about systems. And systems are boring, but it is like chapter 2 from that manual on how to set up all the systems, the administrative systems that you need to have in order, or your desk, how to organize your desk, your computer. And people think, oh, don't worry, I have all these apps. I have to tell you right now that I mentor quite a few young people and influencers with millions of people. And because that's all marketing. But what do you do if you don't have an economic engine and they don't organize? It's impossible to keep track of all the WhatsApp groups unless you're very successful, like my very rich friends who are all in WhatsApp groups. And guess what they do? Every time they get a message, it's either copy automatically. They have 3, 2, 3, 4, 5 assistants, the social media assistant, the secretary, the other assistant. They have all these people that know exactly what to do. They respond and they look fantastic. They don't manage any of that. So when a rich person says, oh, go ahead, go into my group, do it, because they have other people handling. The rest of people who are just starting out, the solopreneur, you are going to lose clients. You're going to lose customers. I know, because I've been wanting to help people. And then I go ahead and I go, okay, for them, they look like they really need a lot of help. I'm going to get their WhatsApp and I'm going to tell them, do not share my number. Then I connect with them and I never hear from them again. I can open up the world for them because they're totally overwhelmed by it. So if you're going to have an app, you better check that every single 5 minutes. And this is another tip for you in marketing, sales, that you need to find out from your client or customer whether they want to be in an app, that you're serving them, right? Or do they want to be on email? Me, email, info@moneyandyou.com, info@moneyandyou.com. My team will support you with whatever, and send to me. They know that I want to support many people. And I get all kinds of emails from my team. And then I answer back. And depending on who they are, on whether I want my direct email there or not, I will send it to them, or I will send it to my team to answer, or I will answer directly. And usually they go, "Whoa, she's answering directly. Are you an AI bot?" No, it's really me. So now what you have to do, but me, okay, if Prince Charles, I run into Prince Charles at a party, I'm going to ask him, excuse me, King Charles. My apologies, King Charles. We have the same birthday. He's a year older. King Charles, hey, we have the same birthday. How can I communicate with you? Of course, after I have, created rapport and relationship with him. And I will say to King Charles, do you like to be communicated by WhatsApp, by text, or by email? Or what is your assistance, your number one assistance information? And then you get that and you communicate through that. So you have to be organized from the beginning. And I'm also talking to those of you who already are making a lot of money because you're blowing it. I'm telling you right now, because I know you. You're blowing it because this is what happens. There are different stages of money and you think you have enough. And then you kind of begin to let go of these relationships that made you or that are important to you. So you're either in the process of making money, fantastic. You're in the process of keeping the money that you managed to keep, the hardest of all the stages, or you're growing the money that you managed to grow. And the difference is a lot of people are willing to do a lot of things when they're making money. When they're keeping the money is when they get really slack. They get really complacent. Oh, yeah. Listen, you got to make your list of who are your most important customers. By the way, just because they don't have a million, I get turned down by crazy marketers. They go, how many do you have on your list? And then I fibbed the last time because this guy was such a pain. Oh my goodness. Bless his soul. I put him in my Ho'oponopono. And I said to him, this really low number. I never heard from him again because he wasn't going to have me in his summit. And then the top people in his summits were all super wealthy, successful money in your graduates. And by chance, he says, oh yeah, I had a chance to kind of have that Dame Doria. And they said, and why wasn't she alongside with us? Well, her list is so small. And they went, oh my God, are you freaking out of your mind? Do you know what she knows? Do you know how big? Because I have leverage. That's what you're working on. Because I can ask my promoting partners, I can ask my buddies, I can ask my friends that have a big list and go, hey, would you mail for this person? They're just starting out. And never ever turn down when somebody's starting out. This is why I have so many people that love me so much. It's because they say, hey, I'm just starting out. JV Crump, one of the biggest podcasters. I think his first podcast, he was totally unknown. He now has over 1,000, the market that he has. I bring him around and everybody goes, oh, they have no idea because they're not loud mouthed. They look at people's results. Look at what people have created. It's like people get all excited about all these things. We're like babies looking at a mobile, right? What you have to do is you have to do research on people. And thanks to, of course, major marketers, which of course I adore, that have proven themselves, they have taken me little by little by little for me to become the face of Money and You. Up until 2008, even though I have owned this since 1979, there was no face to Money and You, except maybe Robert Kiyosaki, because he had been my partner for 9 years. He's so famous with Rich Dad, Poor Dad, blah, blah, blah. No. He is not the face of Money and You. I am. But in 2008, we began little by little. And I began to accept to be in beautiful summits. Don't be a snob. Don't be arrogant. Because you don't know if that person, when I met Tony Robbins when he was 23 years old, he was doing firewalks in a backyard. We're the ones who launched him, put him on his first airplane to do business. He had been on an airplane to go to Hawaii, to go to Colorado, to go to Vermont and do his firewalks. We did his business plan per charts and got him started, introduced him to the people with the castle and all that. We knew he was a rock star. I can tell rock stars. And you guys have so many rock stars. And this is my homespun marketing that I just wanted to share with all of you. And have and use, piggyback, leverage. You know what I do? I tell people all the time, go to my Facebook, DC Cordova, my main one. I also have a really big fan page, but we're going to activate it now because I'm doing the book and the big book platform, the Money in Your Book. So it's going to have a lot more than 8,000, 9,000 followers. But in my regular one that has, I think, over 12,000 followers and people that like me, I put all of the Los Angeles Tribune, all of the summits, and I send people there and they freaking adore me for providing so much education to them. I tell them, put it in the background, the neuroscience one. Oh my God, I so love that one. I just put it in the background and I listen to it while I'm working. This one, this particular summit on marketing is going to be in my background for weeks to come. Because the gifts, and we have one more day to go. So that's what I have to say. Any questions?
I have. Well, no, I've got a comment or two. One is, I love you, Doria. You rock. And for people who are watching and who are influenced and persuaded, there's a couple of reasons for that. One is she's passionate about what she does. She knows her topic inside and out. And a lot of people are getting credit where credit isn't due. Tony, Robert Kiyosaki, and others get credit for Doria or what other people have done. Not that they aren't fine in their own respects, but it's time that people know, who you are and what you've done. I had an idea, and I want to go into business with you, Doria. I'm an expert model in neurolinguistic programming and things. We've created models of successful business strategies and things in order, and of people like, for example, the book, The Patterns of Milton Erickson. I want to do the patterns of Doria Cordova, the marketing, sales, and promotion patterns that you do whenever you open your mouth, because you are so elegant and so wonderful and so supportive of everything and everyone worldwide. But you believe in your product. You've been doing it forever. And you can't even open your mouth without it coming out of you. I mean, you're wonderful in that regard. So I think the pattern, I want to take and I want to do a comparison and a contrast and put out your practices, principles, methods, and strategies, and have people understand where a lot of the stuff that other people are getting credit for is coming from.
Well, thank you, Rex. Well, my beloved Chris Menzel, I call him my Deutsch AI because he's German. And he has created an avatar for me that is pretty funny. It's pretty fun. I think it's funny and it's fun because I am fun. And this is part of my superpower. By the way, I have been like this since I was born. And this is part of your marketing. You have to be authentic. Every once in a while, I embarrass my friends a little bit. But this is me. This is me. And that's a superpower. You are a superpower. So Rex, I am so happy to hear this because I know that there's all these aspects in the avatar that we can have an offshoot. And just so you all know, and thank you, Rex, I'll be in touch with you. I'm writing the book tonight, so I'll be in touch on Monday. Oh, by the way, if you just noticed that, as soon as I get off here, I'm actually going to put it on my phone, connect with Rex on Monday because I have too much in my head. Too many of you are dependent on your own memory, and I use my phone for scheduling all these things all the time, right? So one of the things that we're doing, I'm handled for life through my licensing model, through the model of getting licensing fees, royalties. I remember the first time I heard that word. I think I was a court reporter and I heard the word royalties. And I went, royalties. I love royalties. What is that, royalties? And they go, oh, that's a commission that you get. I go, what a groovy word. It was in the 70s, right? And of course, we're so powerful. I created my business model having royalties since 1980. So I have that business model, which is alive and well in the Asia Pacific region. 6 different languages, 2 Chinese languages, Bahasa, 500 million people speak Bahasa, Japanese, Tamil, right? And Spanish, and I'm forgetting one. Japanese, did I say it? But anyway, so I have this big model over there already, an economic engine, but I'm creating a new one. So what you're watching me go through right now is the process of me. So if you want to watch all the learnings that I'm having and all the wonderful learning experiences, so I'm learning a lot. I have learning experiences too. But if you just watch and you see what I'm going to do, because the book, the Money in Your Book, is already this big. If I were to write everything, it would be that fat. So now we use technology. So I'm going to have a book platform. And here, when you get a master like Rex that says, I want to do that with you, then you go, yes, of course, I want, and you have clear rules of the game, who's going to bring what and all of that. He'll be proud of me of how clear I want to be with him. And if anything happens to him, who gets all the royalties from this for the rest of their lives, his children, the dogs, whatever, right? So now you are creating economic engines everywhere you go. So the big one is this book platform, which is the ripple effects, is the precession effect, which is a principle that we teach in Money and You. And what you get a chance there, what I'm going to do is, there's a chapter called The Voices of Money and You. And of course, I'm going to put my partners, I have to, my instructors, program directors, my partners. And even then I have to cut it a little bit short. I'm going to have to put the ones that have been with me for over 20 years, right? And then, but then I'm going to have in the technologies allowing me to have this platform that will have the voices of Money and You, but it's also going to have so many of the graduates that rave about my program and that rave about you. So you have to set up a platform, a system that people will then find out your story. And in the Money and You book, and I've had people read the history, they had no idea my story and then the history of the work. And then Sharon Lecter, our beautiful Sharon Lecter, wrote, the foreword, and then she checked all the things that I wrote about her in the book. So it's accurate. You always have people check, right? And then we're going to have case studies. So you need to have case studies of your customers, of your clients, and not just like testimonials, but like we're going to have a whole thing on Follow Your Heart's Foods, Vegenaise. I mean, he sold that company for an outrageous amount of money, and everyone in the team were Money and You graduates, and how they apply the principles. And it's like also showing how to do good and how to do well. So you are showing by example that your product and services, your platforms, your books, everything that you do, what they have created, and then people then are speaking for you. So in life, we either have reasons why we didn't create what you should have created, or you have the results that speak for themselves. So Tony Robbins is my leverage. Robert Kiyosaki, Sharon Lecter with their Rich Dad series, which is still the biggest book in financial literacy of that genre, 36 million copies around the world. That is my leverage because it's the Money and You message. Now people are going to find out about it. So what are all the stories? What are the platforms that you can create? And I just kind of made it up. I mean, there are some beautiful platforms, and this one is incredible. But none of the OGs and the old timers have done one for them. Landmark Education, you have one. I mean, people will be blown away. But so I'm totally okay to be emulated because we are about leadership. We are about transforming the world so that people experience sufficiency. And that is when you really get this, when you really get, when you go for the highest good for everyone concerned, the money will come, the mentors will come. Go to moneyandyou.com and download the business success model, easy peasy, right? And then all of these things will begin to occur. And lastly, I want to say, I don't raise money. I don't have any investors. My home My oceanfront, beautiful home in San Diego has been my business partner for many years. When I need money, I just get a second mortgage. I use it, pay it back. This is my business partner, right? So that is my model. That is the model because I love freedom. So investments is not my business model, but I'm surrounded by people who are fantastic at investments. But I don't recommend, but people meet them. So you can create an environment and don't try to get a piece out of everybody's business. And you have to have like a commission out of everything. That's totally crazy. There's too many money in your graduates. That's impossible. But the more business that they do together, the more that they connect with each other, the more that people are then going to want to give you money and invest in you. And you say, thank you so much. But I do have a foundation that's going to be running really like a machine in the next year or two. And then you can contribute to my foundation. So you set up buckets. You set up economic engines for you to receive the wealth that you deserve. Because if you're listening to this, you are a magnificent human being. Con artists, bad people do not listen to events like this. No, they don't. But you do, and you deserve to be wealthy.
Wow. Wow. What a masterclass. Thank you, Dame Doria, on deservability, the power of collaboration, right? We saw it right here of having people be an advocate for you as a promotional partner, why infrastructure and structure and organization is so important, why it's important to remember the foundations and have frameworks. There's so much that you covered just now. For those of you that are tuning in, encourage you to take notes, to share this program with a friend, and to replay this segment because there's so many powerful nuggets and gems that Dame Doria has just shared with us all. Dame Doria, I know that we've covered so much, but is there something that's been on your mind that you really want our audience that's tuning in right now or watching to replay to really understand and hone in on and take home as part of your message today?
Yes. There were certain segments. I was texting and telling a lot of friends to watch this and to watch it live and to contribute, right? And so a couple of them came in when people were talking about frequency and talking about love and about the attraction of love. And because they're pretty hardcore, what I call hardcore is like, tell me the marketing, tell me the stats, what systems do I use, blah, blah, blah. Why do you send me to this stuff? It's like, and I share with them that, and at 75 years old, I can honestly tell you that this is really my experience. I don't know if it's going to be true for you, but it's true for me and everyone that I know that is rich and happy and wealthy and happy. And it is a combination of the two, because I know too many very rich multimillionaires, zillionaires, billionaires who are so unhappy. What we teach in the Los Angeles Tribune, what we bring to you is what is needed. It's both. It's a combination of the two. Yes, it's gonna be really fun when you make a lot of money. It's always fun. There's no question about it. That when you can afford anything, it is really groovy. It's fantastic. But that only lasts for a while. You can buy love for a while. You can buy love for a weekend, a month, a year, a couple of years, okay? You can buy anything. You can rent anything. But we are about making a difference in the world. We are about creating wealth and doing good. And it is a combination of the two. So for those of you that don't have enough, it's a deservability issue. Go to fridayswithdoria.com and the resources and do the magical recovery exercises. Begin to expand your beingness. And for those of you who are super rich and you're very sad and lonely or feel like people are just there with you because of your money, then it's time, come to money and you. We have a lot of wealthy. We always have a billionaire or two in the room. And that's the reason they come. Because the biggest challenge you're going to have is people, not only personally, but also in management, because we cannot duplicate that which you are. So when people say, oh, people have copied money in you, they tried to steal it from you and all this and that. Temporarily, some people have very short time here and there, and they're not there anymore, because you can't steal you. You can't steal leadership. You cannot steal high frequency, clear rules of the game, policies, vision, networks, friendships, networks. You can't. So it is a combination of the two. So do your best. If you're in just one side, begin to go to the middle, and then be that experiment that will create you being wealthy. And the word rich is different than wealthy, because a wealthy person has an understanding of everything, the holistic aspects of being a human. And that's what you truly want.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. I want to say something. First, I want to say, however, that Alicia, you were correct. You said promotional power partner, and it's both, because the power comes through the partner and the promotion. So you were right on target right there. And Doria, what I would like to also add to you, because I've reached out to a number of millionaire, billionaire, celebrity friends of mine, and I said, this is the holiday season. This is a time when a lot of people who normally should be happy aren't happy. And many of my clients have been high net worth people who have everything they could ever want, but they're not fulfilled, or they don't feel good, and they call me in and ask me to come and help them. So I reached out to a bunch of people by phone, and I said, hey, I'm happy to coach. I don't normally do one-on-one coaching, but what I want to ask you is, maybe this is a thing that you and I too could align on, is these people who have high net worth, who are suffering, and who are, and in fact, we can open it up to people who don't have any worth too. But the idea of reaching out, especially during this holiday season, and trying to help people get through whatever it is that has held them back, so that they can have a happy, healthy, and wealthy holiday, however they celebrate it, instead of having people suffer, because there's too many who are suffering continuously, and you pointed that out so aptly. Let's maybe and join with the Tribune can join, the whole thing. We can make a whole mission about trying to help improve people's lives from the lowest to the highest, without any division or disregard.
Well, be of service. I always tell my mother, you all know, I still have a beautiful mama, and she's 99, and she's in a nursing home with about 95 patients. And I have to tell you right now, you just go in there and find the most lonely person. They have protocols. You can't just walk in like in the old days. In the old days, you could just walk in. Now you have to have permission, have a name tag, and be vetted and all that, and go through the process and go and keep people company. Guarantee that you spend an hour or 3 hours in there and just kind of being in the space and going to be with people. We love it there now because we're friends with everybody, right? And I have 6 other people that I visit besides Mama, that we are constantly, and all the chocolates we bring to everybody, all the little gifts, right? You walk out of there and you will kiss the ground of your home. It's like you come out and you go, I have no problems. And that's just one aspect, because everybody's so afraid of old age, right? And of ending up in a place like that. Actually, it's a beautiful place. It's a community. Mama has all these friends and the nurses. It's actually not what you think. If you are into, taking care of children, it's like the most important aspect of getting through the holidays. If you start getting blue, it's because you're too much inside. Now it's time to go and be of service. Connect with us. We will send you. I think we're having a big party, right? A gift giving, a gift collecting party. I'm sure the Los Angeles Tribune will do a mailing for everyone. Come along, and then be of service. That will get you out of the blues. And then come to Money and I send your super rich friends. We have plenty in the room, but they won't even think about that. They won't even think about it, because people are people. So January 15th to the 18th in San Diego, moneyandyou.com. And for those of you that may have some challenges, I just send me an email and we'll work something out. I absolutely get that people need to go through this process right now. Don't watch the news too much, just like don't get into the division too much. Start loving that person that doesn't agree with you in politics. Begin to see the other side, just self-mastery will get you out of the blues.
What a powerful message.
Beautiful.
That self-mastery part is a key. Dame Dory, you held this up earlier. I still have mine. I've taken a picture and sent it to people. It has all of her free gifts on the back. It has all of the students that she's worked with right here, and then ways to connect on the sheet. And I love that it's one piece of paper with two sides, but there's so much information, so much value, and also so much display of value, right? All of the people that have come through Money and You who are actually part of the world doing business in a conscious way, which is that win for yourself, win for the other person, but win for the world. Rock, our CEO, had a conversation with Dr. Joe Vitale earlier this week on that win-win-win philosophy. Karen Hall said it earlier on day one of the marketing forum. Marketing is love, but business is love. Connection is love. Getting out of your own mind, going into your heart and connecting with the world is love too. Dame Doria, I mean, this is such a masterclass under the vision of Mo Rock and the entire Los Angeles Tribune team. This is why we're here, connecting with you all in our global audience to share value. So much of the education of the speakers that have come on over the last 4 days, real stories, real impact, and real results. But this is valuable information that we believe it's important for people at every stage of their entrepreneurial journey, of their organization's journey, and also of their life journey. Because a lot of what we've talked about over the last 4 days has to do with mindset. It has to do with where is your heart at and what are you trying to actually do and contribute to the world. Dame Doria, it's been such a pleasure to have you on today. I'd love to move to you for closing remarks as we close out day 4 of the Marketers Forum, and we will be back tomorrow with day 5. If you're just tuning in, we encourage you to register at themarketersforum.com. When you register, you will have access to so many gifts and gems that those that have come on over the last 4 days have shared with our community that we will be putting together for those of you that register. So Dame Doria, we'd love to go to you for closing remarks. That'll close us out today on day 4.
So I never do this, but I was given that I should do this. So I'm going to have my sweetie put on a code. It's called MY2495. And that is $1,000 off of Money and You, what's listed on the page. And I know that this is going to go out to the world. my marketing people are going to go, wait. So, but I just feel like if you're watching this, you deserve this. This is only for the Southern California program. I apologize for all of my network that will be watching this in Asia, because the lowest tuition is here in the United States. So it's MY2495. So it's $1,000 from even the listed. It's $1,500 off of the regular price. So if for those of you who are ready to do Money and You, please come and join us. And we're going to have some beautiful rock stars. And we know Mo and you guys are going to be hanging out with us. And Rex Sykes, you better be there. All right. So my love to everyone. I just love you guys. Mo and Ava. I was just talking to an Ava and the team, and Michael and Mary Glorfield that I've known from the Tony Robbins Day. I mean, do you know that Mary Glorfield was the power behind Tony? She's the producer of these big events. I mean, it's an incredible story. I know Mary is another one that kind of hides in the background like I used to. And so the whole team, all of you and all the beautiful people, Karen and all the different people that have been here. What a beautiful group. And by the way, it's only been 3 days, Alicia. Tomorrow is the 4th day. You keep saying day 4.
The days, they go by.
Right? Did I miss a day?
So we appreciate, I know, right? So much content, so many days. We appreciate you, Dame Doria. We know that you will be back. Dame Doria just shared that Money and You, if you're in Southern California, that code is MY2495. Dame Doria, we appreciate you for sharing your gems, for sharing this program with those of the people that are in your community. And we will see you soon. Thank you so much, Dame Doria.
Doria, we'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll talk to you on Monday.
There you go.
Bye, Rex. Aloha.
Love you.
Aloha. Wow. So, Rex, I mean, the Marketers Forum has been continuing. We've heard from so many different individuals: Dan Kennedy, Joseph McClendon III, Dr. Joe Vitale, Sharon Lecter, Dame Doria, Jeffrey Ross. We've heard about marketing from a spiritual perspective, a mindset perspective, an energetic perspective, a community building perspective, and then also a technology perspective. It's about connection, it's about nurturing community, and it's about building and growing together. Tomorrow, there's so much that individuals can continue to learn from. We have Brian Tracy joining us tomorrow. We have James Andrews that came from the music industry and is doing so much on the blockchain in the AI world. We have Mick Hunt joining us, who is a powerhouse in the insurance space, but also a dynamic motivational speaker. Forbes Riley, so many more individuals. I have to say a thank you to Mo Rock, our CEO, for his vision and for helping to curate programs like this. Michael Silvers, the VP of the Los Angeles Tribune, Ava Emanuel, the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune. We're going to have some of the LA Tribune bestsellers authors on the program tomorrow. Stay tuned. I want to say thank you to Donna Campbell, to Parisa Rose, to Karen Allen, to Julianne Meyer, to all of those that are part of the Los Angeles Tribune family that have been contributing to helping to put on this wonderful program for everyone. And of course, Rex Sykes, we have to say thank you to you for being on and facilitating such gracious conversations. As we close out today, Rex, what are some closing remarks and thoughts that you'd like to share with our audience?
Well, first, I think we need to thank you, because you are also the Chief Strategy Officer and you help put all this on and put it together. So thank you so much for what you do and who you are and how you show up. We really appreciate it. As far as the overall 4 days, yes, there are names, and they're names that you might recognize, or maybe you don't, but they're name speakers, and they're great, and they bring value. But there's also a lot of people who you do not know or didn't hear of, because they're not famous, they're not the most popular, kid on the block kind of thing, but they brought strong value and added so much and have contributed in ways that we wouldn't have, because sometimes we get caught up in the big names or the celebrity of people. We forget that there are people who are doing this every single day, and they have added immeasurably to each of us by being here, by contributing, by sharing their knowledge and their expertise. So, I'm very pleased with the panels and the guests and the people who you may not know. So go ahead and watch the stars, but also go ahead and watch the people who aren't the stars, because they may be one day, but whether they are or not, they're giving you gold.
Yes.
So take the gold and use it.
Take the gold and use it. So much gems, so much value. I would also be remiss if I didn't thank our audience that has been tuned in, that has been commenting all day long, but also throughout the week. Jeffrey Ross, Mon joining in from the Philippines, Debbie, we appreciate you. Nicole, there are so many people that have been sharing their thoughts. Mo Rock has been in the comments. Parisa Rose has been in the comments, but so many people that are part of our global community. Peter Swain was in the comments. That's what it's about. It's about community. And like Rex shared, we encourage you. You can watch the replays, share the replays. There's so much value that has been shared. Oftentimes it's that person who you didn't know them before. You didn't know their name, but they might be going through something that you're going through right now. They might have experienced something that you're going through right now, and something that they said can shift your trajectory, whether it's today, it's tomorrow, or 2 months from now, you remembered that you heard them say something on the program that is going to move the needle for you. So we encourage you to share this program. We encourage you to register at themarketersforum.com. And we will see you tomorrow for our final day of the Marketers Forum. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Reach one, teach one, share the link with someone else. Appreciate you, Rex. And of course, we appreciate all of you in the audience. We will see you soon. Until next time.